I'll let you help, nigga. Sit your little bitch ass down, nigga.
Yeah, I got hair in my ears, but not this way.
I'll let you help, nigga. Sit your little bitch ass down, nigga.
Please, let's get it, Jazzy.
Vote me for mayor. Take your helicopters down with a little laser. And the cannon, I'm holding back and I fucking mega. The liquor for the shots to make you stagger. For my little brother, it's like he loves my partners. Real boy, baby, your boss. With this empire, it's nothing like Rosses. These are enemy lines, nobody can cross it. I'm a seven for rappers and in a battle with boys of the strip of shit. So fits like a bitch's wig diction. Murder gang sick shit. Got me reading the words as of my victim lip syncs. Get your status. Niggas know I'm running through the streets of beef. Like the hamburger with the burner. No food serving. Yeah, still M3G reppin'. Yeah, sitting in the vehicle. Plotting on people. Taking your pride possession like a reaper. Kneeling with the hammer. Call it Tim Tebow. Holding on the hammer. Call it Home Depot. Everything I'm doing is illegal. Everything I'm doing is illegal. Near the hammer. Call it Tim Tebow. Holding on the hammer. Call it Home Depot. I'm at the bar ordering a Heineken. Waiting for the street to fall back. I'm coming in front of them a double shuttle. Check me run 9 and 10. MGK wild boy. Nigga with some wild men. About to get alive again. Rifles like the Irishman. Used to call me Ben Shred, but Charlie was a rider man. Niggas try to end me for the money, call a fireman. I put my fucking flamer. Go ahead and drop that. By all means, do you. I'm creeping through the field, shot the Zulu. Cruising in the Subaru. Murder gang, crow, punch dogs and give them bobos. You lose. Tell you what kind of like two shoes. Listen, Junior is easy to hire shooters to whack you. Right now, I'd rather smack you. Don't even attempt, I won't gap you. Really, I don't have to. Slap the kids so hard, I put a wonder call to match you. Murder gang squad in effect, I set it up to win a plot. You got to follow my dialect, my number, you ain't dying. That judge ain't fired. By the end of this chapter, motherfucker buying it. That bitch holds ninjas and a couple 45s in it. Catch a couple pieces, but I'll beat him if I'm hiding it. In the L block, nigga known for the kill shots. I'm the nigga that shot Jack and Jill out the hilltop. Lil Red Rider Hood was riding hood. The song blew her up now. She riding through the hood. And Woody Woodpecker was a fag while Batman got shots and panties up for his pants. Spidey was a swinger. Wolverine's a nigga that's obvious, so they ain't gotta mention my spinner. While I master cheddar in my mouth, my temporal blast of cheddar. China McCat is better. Yeah, I'm sitting in the vehicle, plotting on people. Taking your prized possession like a reaper. Kneeling with the hammer. Call it Tim Tebow. Holding on the hammer. Call it Home Depot. Everything I'm doing is illegal. Everything I'm doing is illegal. Kneeling with the hammer. Call it Tim Tebow. Holding on the hammer. Call it Home Depot.
We'll get like 60 seconds to go at the top of the hour. They're not going to tell us shit, they're going to tell us where, they're going to tell where we are so people can look out for us. That's it. So, black and white looks great. Okay, I just spelled that. G-R-A-Y? G-R-A-Y. I spelled that with a T, Red is red and black, mate. You're one last. Don't make pink, so what color is it? Go, girl. I never said you were dumb.
Flies niggas since kindergarten, liars. Shoot stupid kids been retarded. I make the coat black when I'm in the market. I make the price drop like I'm in the Target. I'm like a holy prophet trying to make a profit. Rough rider, legendary prospect. I ain't where I'm yet. Shut up, my gunman, friend, yo. 10-4-5s in my extender. 2 extra clips for the extra shit. They each hold 7, you getting blessed with it. Yeah, I got so much beef, my ex was stressed with it. Right, it was eye for an eye, Old Testament. Word. The bottom of wells, my heart dwells. Treating these waters like shark tails. Word. My homie got lashed, was all bail. I had waved the shit, got tobacco with full bail. The rats used to see me on range and go tell. Catch him at court, stopping with Jordans like Montel. Swear to God, I would never pray to Jesus. To the ashes, I'ma escape the beaker. Every day I pay for new AKs, that's Pablo. Every day I pay for new AKs, I'm Chapo. Every day I pay for new AKs, that's Pablo. Every day I pay for new AKs, El Chapo. Every day I pay for new AKs, that's Pablo. Every day I pay for new AKs, El Chapo. Every day I pay for new AKs, that's Pablo. Every day I pay for new AKs. Look, the hottest kid in the kitchen, I've been nice. God said you double crossing me, think
economy go hand in hand, and you have to fight the pandemic first, and then that will allow you to pay a lesser price or lower price for the consequences of the pandemic itself, but also to set up the basis for a sound recovery going forward.
Angel Gurria, Secretary General of the OECD. The Business Center on Richard Denman.
Your homes, your castle, your refuge, your safe place.
I'm sure it's me, because I'm fucking
And
retarded.
family safety and security begin at home.
Our job at 1-800-GOT-JUNK is to make junk disappear.
And we're good at it.
Your home will feel bigger,
And cleaner.
and you'll feel happier.
We promise.
Give us a call,
Or go to our website.
and your junk
Oh,
will
yeah, it's
magically
invalid.
disappear as our truck drives past your home.
Well, almost.
We'll be in and out before you can blink.
And our
You
gloved
understand
professionals touch
yours
nothing
from
except the
box
things you want to disappear.
You can count on
Useless.
1-800-GOT-JUNK to keep you safe.
And you can count on 1-800-GOT-JUNK to not disrupt your household.
These are highly trained professionals
Whose only
Some of the
desire is
people
to
that built
give
this
you more
website.
space.
to live
And laugh.
and love.
And breathe.
Big, clean, wide open spaces.
That's what you get when the junk is gone.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Coy Brothers. This Father's Day, get that a Lawn Boy lawnmower, like the Lawn Boy 17730.
On sale for $329.
Lawn Boy at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.
I don't want anything to appear. Why the fuck?
16 degrees.
Jesus
Sunny. It's
Christ.
partly cloudy in Brampton at 18.
Oh, you
Downtown
gotta do the other
Toronto,
fucking check
16. A
out
few
there.
clouds. 680 News
Like
time,
that
5
fucking
o'clock.
retarded.
On for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Good afternoon. This is Saturday, June the 13th. I'm Carlin Donahue. And I'm Caitlin Lee. Here's what's making news this hour.
Peaceful protests underway across the GTA for the third weekend in a row. Demonstrators standing against anti-black racism and police brutality.
It all depends on how bad you want to sit on a restaurant patio this weekend, but some regions outside the GTA are worried about Stage 1 visitors in Stage 2 territory.
If you miss your weekly trips to the farmers market, the wait's over. St. Lawrence Market back up and ready on Saturdays. Heading home from the cottage this weekend may be a bit tricky as a huge portion of the southbound 400 is closed for routine maintenance.
Vegas will host Stanley Cup playoff games if and when they happen. And all the finals from German soccer today, sports at 15. And coming up in business, with the gradual reopening of the provincial economy, we are talking real estate in Muskoka, how the pandemic has led to demographic changes for sales and the marketing of properties.
680 News Time 5:01. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Traffic first with Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Aero Furniture. Problems on the southbound John Valley Parkway approaching Bayview Bloor have been cleared away. All lanes have been reopened, but we still have southbound 400 closed between the 407 and the 401 for construction. It'll remain closed until Monday morning, so you have a lot of options to get around this. You can try Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or Highway 27 and rejoin the 401 that way. A westbound 401 collector ramps to the 410, 403 down to a single lane only, and that's for road work. But not spotting any big delays on the east or westbound 401 across the GTA right now. Everything is good through Milton, through Mississauga, through Scarborough, into the Durham region. Everything is up to speed. Now, heading into downtown, you will find a delay on the eastbound Gardner from about the Humber Bridge now in towards the Jameson ramp, and there's a slight slowdown at the Spadina ramp. Keep in mind, we have active TO again this weekend. So eastbound Gardner Ramp to the Lakeshore Ride Park lawn is closed, so nobody can head onto the eastbound Lakeshore that way. And then eastbound Lakeshore closed altogether from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. We also have north and southbound Bayview closed between Front and Rosedale Valley Road. And there's a crash westbound Queensway, west of the South Kingsway. Left lane is blocked. Don't miss Arrow Furniture stimulus surplus sale. Save the taxes or save up to 50% off, or don't pay for 18 months. Conditions apply. Visit arrowfurniture.com. Your next report is at 5:11. And now with the forecast, here is Jason Fraser.
Well, right now it's looking and feeling very pleasant outside, and we're seeing temperatures in the upper teens and mostly clear skies. Later on tonight, the clear skies will continue and we'll dip down to the upper single digits. Right now it's 18 degrees at Pearson. Our overnight low is 8 degrees.
680 news time, 5:03. Demonstrators known as Remember the 400 are protesting against anti-black racism at Queen's Park this afternoon. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with more from today's protest. Michelle.
Caitlin, with signs reading "Silence is violence" and "We all bleed the same color," hundreds of protesters now on the lawn of Queen's Park.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
The rally marks the third weekend of demonstrations against anti-black racism and police brutality in the GTA. This one has been organized by Remember the 400, a group dedicated to telling the true story of slaves who landed on the shores of America 400 years ago.
Black people were pulled out on the belly and put in the belly of ships and dragged and put into houses.
While the rally has remained peaceful, police did have to remove a man who showed up to Queen's Park holding a racist sign. Reporting live, I'm Michelle Mackey.
Meantime, in Mississauga, a march to raise awareness and combat anti-black racism at Sheridan College took place just outside of the college and Square One. Issue of some students, particularly black students, not feeling supported enough by the school. This is the second anti-black racism protest in Mississauga, with thousands gathering at Celebration Square last Saturday to demand fundamental change to policing, including the use of body cams on all police Peel officers. In Paris, riot police firing tear gas at hundreds of thousands of anti-racism protesters as a wave of anger continues to sweep the world following George Floyd's death in the U.S. The size of the crowd had to be seen to be believed. The demonstrators gathered in Republic Place, where the crowd chanted "No justice, no peace." The protest was mostly peaceful, but after 3 hours, some skirmishes broke out. The outrage generated by Floyd's death has resonated in France, particularly in deprived suburbs where human rights groups accuse police of brutal treatment. 680 news time, 5:05. Toronto police say one man has been rushed to hospital with serious injuries after a stabbing. Inspector Paul Rinkoff says it happened in the lobby of a building at Fountainhead and Sentinel Road just before 2 o'clock.
Police arrived on scene, conducted their investigation, and did locate one male with a stab wound to his neck. That male was transported to hospital, is currently in life-threatening condition.
Police tell 680 News the victim was accused of abducting a child when he was stabbed. One person is now in custody, and the child in question is unharmed. Peel police investigating the fatal shooting of a 21-year-old man in Mississauga. Police were called to a reported shooting in the Dundas Street East and Wharton Way area around 8 o'clock on Friday morning. Responding officers found a man with gunshot wounds inside of a vehicle. The victim, 21-year-old Abdulaziz Dubey of Toronto, was declared dead at the scene. Police are asking anyone with information to contact them. It's a big weekend for many regions of the province. Restaurant patios, hair salons, and tattoo parlors among the businesses welcoming back customers. But as the GTA is left out of stage 2, neighboring communities are concerned about carloads of people making the commute. Here's 680 Stuart again.
Orangeville is one of those areas where stage 2 and stage 1 territories clash, and some are worried it's just a quick drive away for those still under GTA restrictions. But Mayor Sandy Brown says he isn't concerned.
Appointments are being booked out for several days now, and you have to wear a mask.
Fuck off. You keep your load and same goddamn your site is garbage.
Despite Brown's views, the public health unit for his region has made masks mandatory in all commercial settings. Looking past these concerns, Premier Doug Ford says with how the numbers are tracking, it won't be long until the Greater Toronto-Hamilton region can join the rest of the province in this next stage of reopening.
We'll be able to open the 10 areas up very shortly based on the numbers in case there's a spike, because we have seen numbers go down and spike up.
Meanwhile, new from the Ford government today pertaining to weddings and funerals. If they're being held outdoors, they can have up to 50 people, while indoors, they'll be capped at 30% of a venue's capacity, but receptions are still maxed at groups of 10. I'm Stuart McGinn.
6:80 News Time, 5:07. Meantime, the province has confirmed 266 new cases of COVID-19 today and 9 more deaths. 87 of those cases are here in Toronto. There were 182 cases reported in Ontario yesterday, so this is a bit of a step up in the number of cases. The provincial total of confirmed cases now stands at 31,992, with 83% considered resolved. More than 10 kilometers of roads are shut down again this weekend for active TO. The closures began at 6 o'clock this morning and are going to last until 11 p.m. tomorrow night. The eastbound lanes of the Lakeshore closed from Windermere to Stadium, and once again from Leslie to just south of Woodbine. Bayview was closed from Front to Rosedale and from River to Gerrard to Bayview. The city initiative allows people to walk, run, and cycle on city streets while being physically distant. You can hear the latest on how those road closures are affecting your drive on our traffic reports on the ones. It's a fresh feel today, slightly below normal temperatures, but if you like the heat and humidity, it will be making a comeback. 680's Irene Preslin has more. Just a few days ago, air conditioners were working overtime with the temperature in the 30s, the humidex near 40. A very different feel today, but if you like your weather hot, Environment Canada meteorologist Gerald Chang says you won't have to wait long.
Temperatures into the mid-20s by Tuesday and in the high 20s by Wednesday. And if we factor in the humidex or the humidity, we're looking at humidex values into the mid-30s by then. So certainly things will be getting more humid.
Some parts of the GTA could see overnight lows this weekend in the single digits. I'm Irene Preslin. For the first time in its history, ABC's The Bachelor will feature a black lead. After mounting criticism over lack of diversity, ABC has announced that Matt James, a 28-year-old real estate broker, will star in the next season. Pressure for the hit dating show to cast a black lead intensified in recent days amid the ongoing racial reckoning in the U.S., incited by the killing of George Floyd last month. Show's nearly 2-decade history has seen overwhelmingly white casts with just one black star in its sister spin-off, The Bachelorette, in 2017.
Trust 680 News for what you need to know on the coronavirus.
Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day on your radio.
680news.com.
The Radio Player Canada app.
Or ask to play 680 News on your smart speaker.
It's now time for your gas price update. Enpro predicts the price of gas will stay the same at midnight, holding at 97.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations. We'll look traffic and weather together next. 680 News Time, 5:10.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get 10% back on a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any air conditioning, roofing, or kitchen installation project. Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict health and safety measures.
Wow. Thank you. That was amazing.
Anytime. Conditions apply. Details online.
Put us on and find out what to wear. The best reports in the city every 10 minutes on 680 News. 680 News Time, 5:11. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. With a look at the roads, here's Christine Langos.
This report is brought to you by Metrolinx. Right now on the southbound 400, it's closed from the 407 to the 401 for construction, as you've been hearing. And as a result, all the ramps in between the 407 and the 401 onto 400, they've been closed as well. And no problem heading onto the northbound 400, though. If you're traveling, if you're looking for an alternate, rather, you can travel along southbound Keel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or Highway 27. There's some busy spots on some of these routes, but in general, they're moving quite well. Westbound 401 collector ramps to the 410, 403 down to a single lane because of construction, so it's causing just a tiny bit of a bunch up. That's the only delay I'm seeing actually on the 401 in either direction is on the westbound 401. Westbound 407 down to northbound 427 is closed because of construction. We're trouble-free on the westbound Gardner-Queenie combination and no problems on the Don Valley Parkway 401
why won't you
If you're on
fucking
the
die?
eastbound
Because
Gardner,
I'll have to
still
dig
busy
the
on the
hole,
bridge to the
bastard.
Jameson ramp.
And it's
First of
not
all,
that.
for
I can't figure out how to
we
fill
have
it
the
in.
eastbound Gardner ramp to the Lakeshore at Park Lawn closed.
Well, because then I'll be on top again.
Lakeshore
And
itself
well,
is closed
I'll
from
have to
Windermere to
do
Stadium
that.
Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. North and southbound Bayview closed between Front and Rosedale Valley Road as well. In Brampton, westbound Queen is blocked off because of a previous collision is blocked from Chrysler to Torbrand. So good area to avoid. Thanks to a traffic spotter for calling in. And westbound Queensway west of South Kingsway, left lane is still blocked with a crash. Now until Monday at 5 a.m., southbound 400 lanes from the 407 to the 401 are closed to replace the Highway 400 bridge. For information and alternate routes, visit 511on.ca. Your next report is at 5:21. And now with the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Well, overall, it's been an absolutely gorgeous day across the GTA, and it should be a gorgeous evening. So if you have to walk the dog, or maybe you have to take a quick errand outside, it will be a lovely evening across the GTA. We'll see temperatures dip down probably about 8 to 10 degrees for tonight, and then tomorrow it should be another lovely day across the Toronto area, as we'll see temperatures warm up to around 20 degrees and mostly sunny skies. 18 degrees right now in downtown Toronto. Our overnight low is 8 degrees.
680 news time, 5:13. Who doesn't love a bobblehead, especially if it's one of the men who led the Toronto Raptors to their first NBA championship? Phil Scalar, co-founder of the National Bobblehead Hall of Fame and Museum, says they have unveiled 4 limited edition bobbleheads featuring Toronto Raptors head coach Nick Nurse.
The first one has Nick sort of holding the basketball with the championship hat. The second one has him with the fist bump, sort of in that celebration moment when they won the title. The third one has him waving the Canadian flag from a moment of the celebration. And then the fourth one has him riding in the truck. Probably my favorite one is waving the flag.
Nurse says he's excited to be teaming up with the National Bobblehead Hall of Fame and Museum to bring fans this bobblehead series to commemorate last year's historic championship. Each bobblehead is individually numbered to 2019. I'm Phil Martino. Coming up, your top stories and sports. 680 news time, 5:14.
Speaking revenge.
1877 cars for kids. KARS cars.
I would turn you off right now.
1877 cars for kids.
Medically unable to. This is unfair.
Donate online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit
I need a car
and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 cars for kids. Donate
You're working with them
Also accepting boats, motorcycles, RVs, and truck donations.
First, your disability insurer denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't return to work. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insurer denies your disability claim for any reason, or if your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about up for legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878, or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
2 drags, that's on that, and I'm stubborn. I'll die when I'm done to join it.
It's 17 degrees with a few clouds in downtown Toronto. Good afternoon from the 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Carly Donahue, and I'm Caitlin Lee. Here are the top stories this hour. Crowds marched through the downtown core right to Queen's Park to show support for the Black Lives Matter movement happening across North America. Organizers say today's march happened to protest the injustices faced by Black people at the hands of police. And officials outside of the GTA are concerned that residents from the GTA will begin to flock to their regions as they start stage 2 of the reopening process. The GTA will have to wait a few more weeks before patios, barbers, and other amenities can open their doors to the public. Toronto day camps and daycares are set to reopen soon, but that doesn't come without a strict set of health precautions. City modeling shows that of the 80,000 daycare spots in the city, only 24,000 will reopen. It's
You play at a playground, but you can come to camp. Hold on to some ways you can. Playground.
Now from the City Sports from Sportsnet 590, the fan, here's George Russick.
The Las Vegas Review-Journal has put out a story saying Vegas will be confirmed as a hub city for the Stanley Cup playoffs if and when they happen by June 22nd. Sportsnet's Chris Johnston is reporting that we should expect an official announcement before then. It depends on how the Canadian government chooses to enforce the 14-day quarantine for those entering the country. Scores from the German Bundesliga today. Bayern Munich got past Gladbach 2-1. Wolfsburg and Freiburg tied 2-2. Dortmund dumped Dusseldorf 1-0. Frankfurt whipped Hertha Berlin 4-1. Werder Bremen smoked Paderborn 5-1, while Union Berlin got past Cologne 2-1. Harold Warner III is in the lead as the third round is on the go. The Charles Schwab Challenge at Colonial. Canada's Corey Connors is also in the mix. And Jessica High takes on Cynthia Calvillo in the flyweight division. That's the headliner for UFC Fight Night from the UFC Apex in Las Vegas tonight. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour. Anytime at sportsnet.ca/podcast.
Sickle cell. Imagine that, motherfucker. We got away. Fuck you.
Explain how to shop for an all-new Subaru.
Oh, now we sell pharmaceuticals and make tax-free money. And we're socialists. Imagine that. Fuck you.
Because when you search for an all-new Subaru, they'll help you in all new ways. Especially if you're a newbie. Connect online or one-on-one for everything you need. Your local Subaru dealer has your back with great finance rates. Whatever they are, hashtag
There's a nice jumpsuit. You need someone to come with orange thing and another red fucking carrots to be orange. Carrots are purple.
Your home during this pandemic also means you have a
How much
home.
do you eat? Get dark colors rather than the orange.
You have money for groceries.
Oh, white would be too obvious.
Being broke and totally scared of what's next. I was feeling that before this crisis. People say we're in this together, but me, I've got no one.
Youth who have aged out of the child welfare system are in danger of falling further through the cracks because of today's crisis. They need your support. Please give today at helppeasnow.ca.
Show up now. Ooh, are they bleeding?
6 News Time 519. Demonstrators in Seattle remain in control of a 5-block area of the city's Capitol Hill neighborhood. ABC's Alex Stone is in Seattle with the latest.
Among those who are here banning barricades meant to keep police out is Clayton. He says they won't leave until the city agrees to meet their demands. Those demands are a bit fluid depending on who you talk to, but they include turning the police precinct here into a community center.
We are not tearing down walls. We are tearing down laws here. We are trying to create a new movement. The OLM. Our Lives Matter.
The mayor here in Seattle has indicated she's willing to wait out the
demonstrators
even if it takes months. Alex Stone, ABC News, Seattle.
If you live in the city of Vaughan, you can enjoy some park amenities this weekend after a partial reopening that happened yesterday. All public tennis courts, skateboard parks, the dog park, and parking are now open, but some closures still in place, including playgrounds, sports fields, basketball courts, splash pads, and public washrooms. The city says any violation should be reported to Access Vaughan. Fines can range from $105 to $400 under the park's bylaw. Fines of $500 to $100,000 could also be laid under the emergency measures bylaw. And the TTC says it has a plan to manage large crowds as people begin to use transit once again. Toronto Star reporting the agency's plan will restrict access to subway platforms and evacuate stations to prevent potentially dangerous crowding. It also recommends requiring transit users to wear a face covering. The TTC expects state system-wide passenger volumes to return to between 30 and 60% of normal in the fall. Jim Ross, the TTC's chief operating officer, tells the Star having the right safety policies in place will not only protect riders, but it'll be key to drawing ridership back to the system, which is losing $21 million a week. You're listening to All News Radio 680 News at 521. It's time for traffic and weather together on the one. So the look of the roads, Christine Langos.
Thank you, Carla. And eastbound 401 is what I'm looking at right now. It's starting to fill in again from Dixon over to Kipling. Past that, it picks up. Westbound 401, a slight delay as you make your way over to the collector ramps that take you to the 410 and the 403. Those ramps down to a single lane because of long-term construction. There's also road work on the westbound 407 ramp to northbound 427, so that road is closed. But there's nothing in comparison to the southbound 400 closure. So southbound 400 is closed from the 407 to the 401 because of this construction until Monday morning. So if you're looking for alternates, you've got plenty of them. Highway 27 and Islington are good. Weston is not too bad. Kiel and Dufferin, they're busy in spots. So just anticipate some delays naturally. North and southbound Don Valley Parkway moving well. Eastbound Gardner is slow from the Humber Bridge to the Jameson ramp, and quite busy at the Spadina ramp as well. We have active TO taking place, so eastbound Gardner ramp to the Lakeshore and Park Lawn is closed off. Eastbound Lakeshore itself is closed from Windermere to Stadium Road, and again from Wesley to Woodbine, also for active TO. Bayview closed from Park to Rosedale Valley Road, and River is closed between Bayview and Girard. Westbound Queensway West and the South Kingsway problems have cleared and all lanes have been reopened, but there's a collision at Brampton. It's blocking off westbound Queen from Chrysler over to Torbram, so good area to avoid. Your next report is at 5:31. Now with the forecast, here's meteorologist Jason Fraser.
Right now we're seeing mostly clear skies across the GTA, and it will be an overall pleasant evening across our area as we'll see clear skies and temperatures dipping down to the single digits. And then tomorrow, high pressure remains in control for the majority of our area. We'll continue to see sunny skies not only tomorrow, but Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. Matter of fact, our next chance of rain doesn't even come until Thursday, and even then, it's only a few sprinkles are possible. We'll slowly warm up. We'll start off around 20 degrees on Monday, warming up to 24 by Tuesday, and then 31 by Thursday. It's 18 degrees right now in downtown Toronto. Our overnight low is 8 degrees.
Remember, 680 News is the only radio station with a weather guarantee. Today's jackpot standing at $2,900. Coming up at 5:30, we'll have a recap of the protests that took place throughout the GTA today. One of them drawing hundreds to Queen's Park. 680 News time, 5:23.
3 times in a month. Fuck you.
Hey, Canada, we need a reason to smile. Help celebrate the longest day of smiles and deliver free surgeries to children in developing countries born with cleft conditions. Make a $10 donation right now.
I'm trying to buy chocolate milk
SMILE
for kids
to
here.
45678 or visit operationsmile.ca today. You will help a waiting child get the smile they so deserve. Thank you. Standard data and message rates may apply. Please.
99 cents for the little thing of milk. It's $1 for the big thing of chocolate milk. There's something wrong with this story here.
680 News
It depends how and where you buy it. Right.
Students, teachers, and principals.
Join us in paying tribute to the amazing drags in your life during Drag Week on 680 News.
Send in your advice, shout-outs, and words of wisdom.
Graduating class on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram and tag 680 News.
Starting Monday, we'll be sharing inspiring messages to unite the class of 2020.
Drag Week on 680 News.
Get all the details.
You could have given that today. You could have given that September fucking 1st.
Toronto Zoo wants your help in naming its newest animal. It's been about a month since the baby
September
giraffe
1st.
came
Yeah,
into the world. But it's still going
graduate,
by baby
graduate,
long legs. Our
graduate,
Jeff Holmes
later.
here with the
Next year.
options for its official title.
I mean, I kind of like baby long legs. It's cute, and if you've seen the baby
Yanni,
giraffe, it's
I want,
adorable. But it's not going to be the little or not so
No.
little giraffes named forever. So
I
the zoo has
vote for
revealed
Yanni.
8 options, and they want us to vote on our favorite. The 8 names are all Swahili. We have the Swahili word for
there are
love,
other
hope,
languages
and
too.
unity.
Why can't I find
There's
it in the
Mani,
goddamn
which means
Google,
peace, Yani, which translates to leaf, Zahara, which is
Okay,
flower,
leaves. I
and
said
Mosi,
leaves.
which
Maple
literally
leaves,
means
yes.
firstborn. Go to torontozoo.com to cast your vote. I'm Jeff Rahoman.
Coming up in just 60 seconds, we'll have your business report. 680 News
What's
time,
going on,
25.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Find a car today, a much better way. Visit OntarioCars.ca.
It's me and my friend, and I'll offer a little advice. Why scour the
I
city
would
looking
bring
for a
you
used
up if I
old
could,
car? You can easily visit OntarioCars.ca and find a large selection to
We
choose
found the car. We're trying to buy the goddamn license plate.
There's all-in pricing from our trusted sellers too, and all purchases are protected by a compensation fund. Find your gem at OntarioCars.ca. Steel Dealer Days are back this spring with battery blowers and trimmers starting at $159.95, battery chainsaws at $399.95, and battery lawnmowers starting at only $599.95. Steel battery tools are easy to start, easy to run, and easy to maintain. And for a limited time, save 50% off your second battery when you purchase a new unit. See dealer for details. Steel battery products are sold at over 1,000 authorized steel dealers across Canada. Find yours today at steel.ca.
680 News Time 526. It's now time for your 680 News Business Report.
I'm Mike Epple. We're slowly seeing the reopening of the provincial economy and now more seasonal travel to cottage country. The market for recreational properties remains strong, according to Bob Clark, president and owner of Clark Muskoka Realty and Clark Muskoka Construction.
The 45 to 65-year-old crowd, coming into some money and whether retiring, selling their businesses, inheriting, a number of different ways. They've been driving the market. When the pandemic hit, what we started seeing were people that really wanted to get out of the city. Muskoka is a pretty easy place to self-isolate. We started seeing a lot more activity, and frankly, we had a very, very busy May and June.
Clark says they're seeing new clients who may have previously not considered a cottage property.
2 videos ago.
A lot of people aren't talking about travel. A lot of our clients, they go to Europe, they go to Disney, they go to Napa, they do some other things, and now they're going, we're not traveling anywhere.
Everybody goes to Napa. What are you talking about?
So
what Napa?
Let's find a place up north.
Yeah, auto parts, right? That's what I'm thinking.
That we're kind of seeing is we've also had families that have self-isolated with their entire family and cats and dogs.
You ever watch NASCAR now?
And all of that. And the first few weeks are fun, and then you get into 7, 8, 9 weeks, and I'm getting phone calls to say, I need a way bigger place.
And from a sales standpoint, the pandemic has led to changes. How properties are shown by the agents.
We have forms to fill out to make sure that people are declaring that they're healthy, that they've viewed properties extensively digitally, and when they're coming up to go through a property, it's not like the old days where we get people in our car and track them around to 10 places. We're saying, view things digitally, have a good look. We're doing a way better job of presenting properties digitally now, and trying to eliminate a lot of the objections, both online and in discussions.
That's Bob Clark, president and CEO of Clark Muskoka Realty and Clark Muskoka Construction. In the Business Center, I'm Mike Epple.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Another 60 seconds of coverage. Wait for
Rona
it.
and Lowe's. It's the installation services.
I know I can't get up,
back
but
on a Rona or Lowe's
I can
gift
force
card
myself
for
that
any
after the twice to the
roofing
back
or
on
kitchen
which one
installation project. Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict
What is
health
my
and
house?
safety
Oh,
measures.
my passport, right.
Wow. Thank you.
The big ass South African barcode on it.
Conditions apply. Details online.
Don't rock without it. Don't roll without it. American Express is proud to partner with Budweiser Stage at Home. The iconic waterfront music venue will be transported from downtown Toronto into the homes of Canadians from coast to coast. Don't miss the Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Walk Off the Earth tonight. Tune in to City TV at 8 p.m. to watch. When it comes to creating moments you'll never forget, we've got your
Can you
back.
tell us what the black people place? We're very curious. We'd like to know. They're trying to tell us.
It is 17 degrees with a few clouds in downtown Toronto. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. Lucas Castellano is our editor, and Zahir Hashimi's at the digital desk. 680 News Time. It's 5:30.
Number 1 for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Yeah, it's moving too much.
Good afternoon. It is Saturday, June the 13th. I'm Caitlin Lee. And I'm Carly Donahue. Here's what's making news right now.
Happening now, the third weekend of protests across the GTA as demonstrators march against anti-black racism and police brutality.
Racing for stage 1 visitors as some towns a small amount of kilometers away get a big adjustment with stage 2 of reopening. What's stopping GTA
Amount.
residents
I'm
from
supposed to learn English from these idiots.
And you can start.
How much
giving
more
up
official
camp.
can you get
You
than
can
the
send
news
your
station,
kid
right?
too, but spots are going to be scarce.
There's some
here
basic
in
English
Toronto.
around this, right? You can't learn the proper
Vegas will be
sentence
an
off these
NHL
idiots.
hub city, and the
I'm
third
supposed
round
to-
is on the go
Did
at
you notice the
Colonial.
French grammar
Sports
goes
at
backwards?
45.
Yeah, motherfucker. If you grow up
And
speaking
coming
French,
into business,
it's
recent stock market
backwards.
fluctuations are wreaking financial havoc for divorcing Canadians. We'll hear from a lawyer on what you can do if certain assets have lost value.
my leg goes through some like.
680 News Time, 5:31. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Christine Micah.
And this report is brought to you by AGMRenovations.com. I'm just having a look at new troubles westbound on the QEW at Guelph Line. Now, we had problems here earlier. They were on the shoulder. Oh, it looks like they're blocking off the HOB lane here again. So that's westbound QEW just at Guelph Line. The HOB lane is blocked with a collision, and MTO crews and emergency crews are arriving here on scene. Westbound QEW is slow from Walkers over to Guelph Line. Now, heading in the opposite direction, no problems on the eastbound QEW, the Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga. Eastbound Gardner, though, is still busy from the Humber Bridge to both the Jameson ramps and the Spadina ramp. The reason is we have eastbound Lakeshore closed up from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. Also for active TO, Bayview is closed from Front to Rosedale Valley Road, and River is closed from Bayview to Gerard. Eastbound 401 is slight delays. You travel through Kipling, so really not too bad. If you are traveling on the westbound 401, the collector ramps to the 410, 43, down to a single lane only, so that's going to cause a bit of a slowdown for you. Elsewhere, westbound 407 ramp to northbound 427 closed for construction, and the other big construction project is southbound 400. It's closed from the 407 to the 401 for construction until Monday morning. So if you're looking for alternates, you can try using Keel, Dufferin, Weston to the west, Islington, and Highway 27. And they're in pretty good shape right now. In Brampton, westbound Queen at Chrysler may still be blocked off because of a serious collision. AGM can turn your bathroom into a beautiful space for just $2.90 a month. For a free video consultation, visit agmrenovations.com. Your next report is at 5:41. And now with the forecast, here's Jason Fraser.
Right now, we're seeing mostly clear skies across the area. A few little clouds around the area, but no precipitation to talk about. And later on tonight, we'll see mostly clear skies and temperatures dipping down anywhere between about 10 to about 15 degrees from where they are right now. Right now in downtown Toronto, it is 18 degrees. Our overnight low is 8 degrees.
680 News Time, 5:33. Demonstrators gathered in Queen's Park this afternoon to show support for racial equality. It comes as the uproar over George Floyd's death continues across North America. 680's Michelle Mackey joins us live with the very latest. Michelle.
Carling, in a powerful show of solidarity, demonstrators began the protest by taking a knee for 4 minutes of silence. This raised. Organizers with the group Remember the 400 say that's 1 minute for every 400 years of anti-Black oppression.
Say enough is enough. And remember where we come from to know where we're going. There is a reason for this. We have to stop killing each other. We have to stop fighting each other.
The protest was one of several across the GTA against anti-Black racism and police brutality. NDP MPP and member of the Ontario Black Caucus, Kevin Yard, marched in Brampton, calling for change.
People aren't aware that partying is still right there. We want to get rid of partying and remove all of the documentation associated with that.
Yeah, they got a whole database.
Further anti-racism and de-escalation training for police officers.
That's not a tattoo or an airbrush.
I'm Michelle Mackey.
680 News Time, 5:34. Stage 2 of Ontario's reopening plan is now in effect in most rural areas of the province. 680 Stuart McGinn takes a look at the concerns country officials have as more GTA residents head up north to visit open amenities.
It's a concern to the point that the public health unit for the region covering Guelph and Orangeville has made masks mandatory in all commercial settings. But Orangeville Mayor Sandy Brown tells me he doesn't see the lure of Stage 2 bringing a rush of people to these towns.
I don't think people are coming up from Brampton to go to Orangeville, to go to Home Depot or Walmart. They have those stores in their neighborhoods. I don't see the hordes of people coming up.
While the majority of the province enters Stage 2 of reopening, some restrictions have been eased for all of Ontario, like allowing gatherings of up to 10 people and social circles of 10, which Dr. David Williams says, if done properly, will massively help to contact trace any new cases.
We only know if it's you and 9 other people. You know that if someone's there, it's the other 9 that we're concerned about.
Meanwhile, new for Ontario as of today, more people are now allowed to attend weddings and funerals, with the province saying indoor venue capacity will be capped at 30%, and those outside can have up to 50, but receptions can still only have 10 people. I'm Stuart McGinn.
Meantime, the province confirming 266 new cases of COVID-19 today and 9 more deaths. 87 of those cases reported in Toronto. There were 182 cases reported yesterday in the province. Testing for COVID-19 continues to remain high in Ontario. 27,456 tests completed since yesterday, the third straight day in which more than 20,000 tests were done in province. The provincial total of confirmed cases now standing
trending at 31,992 with 83% considered
No, get the trip permit. I know, Bridget. You're not
5:36.
stupid.
Toronto
I know
police say
this.
one
I
man
want
rushed
the
to
damn
hospital with
place.
serious injuries after a stabbing this
Police
afternoon.
package,
Officers say it
Dodge
happened in the
Charger.
lobby
Yeah,
of
I'm
a
dreaming
building
big.
in
That car's
Fountainhead
been there
at
6 to
Central
8
Road just
fucking
before 2
months.
o'clock. Police tell 680 News there were reports of an attempted child abduction when the stabbing happened. The child in question is unharmed.
5.
You're listening to All
No,
News
it's got
Radio
5
680
seats, that's all.
News. Peel Police
Jump out of a
identifying a
fucking
21-year-old man
police.
fatally
You wouldn't
shot
think nothing
outside
of
of
it.
a
Throw him in the
Mississauga
back and
hotel.
took off.
Emergency crews were called to the Monte Carlo Inn on Dundas near Wharton Way around 8 a.m. on Friday morning. Officers located a man suffering from multiple gunshot wounds who was pronounced dead on the scene. He's since been identified as Abdul Aziz Dubey of Toronto. Police confirmed that someone was arrested at the scene, but they have not been charged.
What do you mean, though?
You can start scouting out which camp you'd
Did the
like to
guy
send
almost
your
get killed and now
child
you're
to
fucking
as
grilling
of
him?
this
Has he got a
morning.
bullet in his
An
eye and you're
interactive
going to
map
interview
on
for
the
2
city's
fucking
website
hours
shows where
and
and when the
record
day
it?
programs
Go,
for
hey,
children
do you know
aged
you got a
6 to
bullet in
12
your eye?
are being
I swear
held
to God,
as part
these
of
assholes did this to
TMTO
somebody.
announced by Toronto officials this week. The
You know
only
you've been
problem is
shot?
spots
He's like,
will fill up fast. Less than half the amount of registrants are allowed this year because of COVID-19 restrictions.
I'm pretty sure
Parents
it
will
was his
be able
response.
to
You should look
register
that up right
online
now.
on June 24th and 25th. 680 News Time, 5:37.
Tell us about the marauding mulattoes.
News from Brampton, where a 2-vehicle collision has scattered car parts across the road and down a traffic pole. The crash happened in the area of Queen Street and Chrysler Drive. The jaws of life were used to remove the injured occupants of both vehicles. Westbound Queen Street shut down from Chrysler Drive to Torbram. You can expect delays in the area. Stay with 680 News for more on this developing story.
Developing story. Thank you for the traffic
Great news
update.
for
That's
St.
why they
Lawrence
consider
market
it.
fans. It's the first of 22 farmers markets on city-operated sites to reopen amid the COVID-19 pandemic. The outdoor market will be relocated to Market Street between the Esplanade and Wilton to allow for physical
Oh, you want to
distancing.
sell some
Both the
watermelons and
indoor
fried
and
chicken
outdoor
and you're
farmers
going to have
market
it
will
in.
operate every Saturday from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. Customers
Which
strongly
one of us is
encouraged
more
to wear a
racist and saying
non-medical
that and them
mask
doing
or
it?
face covering while shopping
Oh,
at
okay,
the
if
market.
you're going to be racist, fine. Mother Nature's
680
racist.
News
What
Time,
I want.
538. Construction closing a popular route on your drive this weekend. 680 Zach Bodenstein explains how it's going to affect your commute.
With Ontario starting to open up, a portion of a major highway is shutting down. Well, it sucks. Yeah, obviously the timing isn't the best with the cottage country surge expected this weekend. Construction is closing the southbound 400 from the 407 to the 401, and it'll be off limits until the early morning commute on Monday. It's the main route back from the north, so if you're headed south on the 400 this weekend, you'll be forced to exit at the 407 unless you get off a little bit earlier at Highway 7. If you do that, from there, you have many options to head south from Highway 27, Jane, Weston, Islington, or Keele. And if you want to head east, you can take the South 404 DVP right down to the downtown core. We'll have live updates on the volume in the area every 10 minutes in our traffic reports. I'm Zach Bodenstein.
And 1 year ago today, the Toronto Raptors became NBA champions.
Hard to believe it's been a whole run of the calendar since this. There's the new NBA champion.
They're not going to tell us shit. They're going to tell us, wait. Let's see. They're going to tell us what this traffic is.
Today marks the 1 year anniversary of the Raptors winning their first NBA title. We've had time to look back with basketball still on pause. Where were you that night? This is the sound of the Sportsnet newsroom. 680 News digital guru.
Gold chains, gold in my mouth, case full of ammunition. Cocaine on my nosebleed, that's a Kathy Griffin. Bullets light up the night sky and they play me, boy. Magnums in the back of the whip, they call me baby, boy. You ATL again, sending you section 80, boy. So what do you think the mafia pay me for? Young rich here.
Predicts the price of gas will not change overnight. It will stay at 97.9 cents a liter.
98 cents, not a damn radio station. By the way, why don't they sponsor gas?
Nobody been doing this shit that I do. Boy, I'm many
Who's the bait inside, Joe?
scratched up with lines around them like the kids of vinyl. Put up with the Mac inside them like the shit's a drive-through. Angels will find you, but I would never pray to Jesus. For the gangsters, I'ma scrape the beaters. Every day I beat every day I beat
Contact your local dealer or visit
Every day I pay for new AKs. Every day I pay for new AKs.
Tell us about this traffic problem.
Weather together on the ones. Here's Christine Langos.
At least the Craig guy.
And I'm still looking at this collision on the westbound QEW at Guelph line. It's
That was what
over
the
on the
drive
left
was like.
shoulder and blocking the left lane as well. This report is brought to you by Mr. Lube. So westbound QEW, you can expect delays from Walkers over to Guelph line because of this problem. Again, the left lane is blocked. It's actually the HOV lane specifically, but again, it's to your far left. Now, if you're traveling on the South 400, you're going to be diverted off the highway as you get closer to Toronto at Highway 7 and the 407. And that's because of the closure of the southbound 400 from the 407 to the 401. So take your pick. You drive Highway 7 or you can exit at the 407. Southbound 400 alternates are Kiel, Dufferin. You can try Weston, Islington. Highway 27 is the best, but that's farthest to the west. Now, traveling on the eastbound 401, just having a look at that. We have their check lane appears to have disappeared. So no delays east or westbound on the 401 at this time. But if you're heading into downtown, expect delays on the eastbound Gardner from the Humber Bridge to the Jameson ramp. And there's a lineup now at the Spadina ramp, so it appears that a lot of motorists are looking to head into downtown. You can't do so using the eastbound Lakeshore. It's closed from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. Bayview is closed from Front to Roselle Valley Road, and River is also closed from Bayview to Gerard.
Are we riding an uprising?
And in Brampton, as you heard, westbound
probably
Queen closed from Chrysler to Torbram. It's all because of a serious collision. Driving to Mr. Lube, sit back and relax with their stay in your car services. From oil changes to tires, no appointment needed. Mr. Lube, proudly Canadian since 1976. Your next report is at 5:51, and now with the
instead of us pulling the car in
from
the lot, you pull in here
we're seeing mostly sunny skies across the area. Later on tonight, we'll see a few clouds, but no precipitation. And then tomorrow, we'll see yet another round of some sunshine and beautiful weather across the GTA. It'll be very refreshing, and a high temperature of about 20 degrees tomorrow night. We'll see mostly clear skies and a low of 7 degrees. It's 18 degrees right now in downtown Toronto. Our overnight low is 8 degrees.
680 News Time, 5:43. The American Civil Liberties Union ready for a fight over the rollback of transgender rights in the U.S. The rule finalized Friday by the Trump administration overturns Obama-era protections for transgender people against sex discrimination in health care. LGBTQ groups say explicit protections are needed for people seeking sex reassignment treatment and even for transgender people who need care for common illnesses such as diabetes or heart problems. The ACLU's Louise Mellon.
The Trump administration can change the reg, it can try to roll back protections, but the statute says what the statute says.
And she said that statute provides protections. I'm Julie Walker.
Save the world. Wear a mask. All of us at CanadaMaskSupply.ca thank you for doing your part to protect yourself and those around you by wearing a face mask or face shield. Now we offer a family convenience pack of masks and hand sanitizer, and a commercial convenience pack that includes masks, hand sanitizer, and face shields, both value priced. Visit our website at CanadaMaskSupply.ca for all the details and to buy directly.
BDO Debt Solutions understands that uncertain times can put a strain on your finances. If you're finding it difficult to cover your monthly expenses, keep up with minimum payments, and manage your debt load, a BDO licensed insolvency trustee will provide a free over-the-phone consultation, review your situation, explain your debt relief options, and help find a debt solution that works for you. BDO is committed to ensuring you get the debt help you need.
You don't know what you can and can't do, and it's better than me. I can do more than you have, but you know what you can't do?
Every day I pay for new AKs. That's Pablo. Every day I pay for new AKs. That's Pablo. Every day I pay for new AKs. That's Pablo. Every day I pay for new AKs.
So that the rap song would disappear off the internet. Those rappers would be dead and it wouldn't be from drug trafficking. They mysteriously shot each other both in the back of each other's heads while they were both handcuffed to each other. Yeah, don't know how that happened. In the police car. Yeah, it's crazy.
Let out a blitz burn, nigga. Burn, nigga. Apple, baby.
Cruising on the strip with the CAIUR. I don't know what you think. You're not the class and taste to look up some cool music to listen to. But you're gonna think about it. Work that out of your head, stupid. Oh, I'm gonna play with the gun while I'm driving. Why? What the fuck's he gonna do? He's going somewhere? It's locked. The back doors are locked. They get a stupid partition. Right. There's morons who just sit on the camera, but he remembers to check the gun, make sure it's there. You see it? Yeah, it's there. There's nobody there, bro. Did you lose one once? Oh, you got it. Did you find that Toyota, whatever the fuck it was? Toyota, black one. Who's gonna see it? No, it's the ugly one. Can you see it? Go, you're never gonna see the clip. What's that? I'm chopping, I'm getting real hot. Dirty strap for the cleans, work like I'm not. Extended clip with the hollows, that's on my Glock. It's outside, reach apart, that's where I rock. Outside, that's where I rock. Extended clip, hang the glove. Dirty strap, cleans like I'm not. With the Glock, hey. I'm out with the lava, hey. Back in the day when a nigga had his burner, all these fake niggas like a nigga didn't good sell. Talk about I let it rip, it won't be a first shot in the hood with my gun, niggas gonna lurk. Back in the day when a nigga had his burner, all these fake niggas like a nigga didn't good sell. Talk about I let it rip, it won't be a first shot in the hood with my gun, niggas gonna lurk. One day nigga gonna be rich, my dog with a better get her in a big crib. I don't check up on the back, so I never fucking capture that. Always score. I'm getting that guap, and nigga talk tough like you're really hot. City last week, nigga see me get stopped. You acting like you ready on the block. You ain't on the block, you be talking to the cops trying to get me knocked in. Kicked in the door looking for it's not MS, but I'll probably draw. Go to bed hungry, nigga, are you fucking dumb? Chase that nigga down the block, I made a fucking run. Always been about the shit since I was really young. Kicking doors, stopping niggas just for the fun. Southside, Richard Park, back in the day when a nigga had his burner. All these fake niggas, I can look at their guts. Yeah, I can let it rip, it won't be a first shot in the mud with my gun, niggas know I learned. Back in the day when a nigga had his burner. All these fake niggas, I can look at their guts. Yeah, I can let it rip, it won't be a first shot in the hood with my gun, niggas know I learned. Yeah. We're listening to this fucking song. What do you tell me? OntarioCars.ca. Hey, OntarioCars.ca. There's a problem with the used car thing in Ontario. We can't get the damn license plates. Oh, COVID. No, this has been going on a long time now. I'm gonna make a phone call to fix this. Bastard. Let's multitask. This one's not so bad. Hey, it's a trapezoid. It's a that is the correct one of the correct terms? No, I hope. I don't know. No, that's a trap. OZ, but it's not OZ, bro. No. You're not. No, I'm a trapezoid. No, you're a freaky, so the cop said so. No, the cop said mind freak because he's fucked up. I'm gonna like snap my fingers and disappear out the cell. Like, was that what he was thinking? Not fucking his head up that bad. I hope so. No, I fucked him up somehow. I can't remember what I said to him. I don't care right now. I don't care anymore. Yeah, old guy. I think he had white, Scottish. Yeah, one of the shorter ones that would have been a cop a long time ago, but now he's like, mind freak, and he took off. I can't remember what I said to him. He didn't like it.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so whoop. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so whoop.
Like likely, I didn't say it wrong. It's likely you're on the wrong side of town. Wrong bar, wrong side, wrong way. I don't give a fuck. It's one way. And like nobody cares. Everybody stares, but they don't dare call it one time, even one time, unless it's a real crime. Sometimes the real criminals It's a message subliminal, touch a kid, get drunk. Everybody gonna look, no one gonna help you. They gonna scalp you. 30 pieces of silver, it's a sacrifice, but it helps me sleep at night, cause the weed's so nice. Cold as ice, the shit's crystal covered, frosty, nice. Cause you put people underneath. I'm not in a cage, you're a rat, and I'm full of rage. I'm gonna shit what they say, but sometimes I pronounce it arbitrary. Cause it's arbitrary and it makes me money, like tomatoes growing on the balcony, but they smell funny. They all right in front of me. Go ahead and found me like Interfor, cutting you down like Vic Moreno, now go tell. Reach out and touch someone like my best said, send you to hell in my head. I I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear this. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear this. Oh, hello, it's Mickey. Please call me back. 647-729-9997. Love you. I need a bit of a favor. It's not huge, but I can't seem to figure out how to get it done because it involves the fucking provincial government, and you'll understand once I tell you. Please and thank you. Love you. Bye. I'm playing. Oh dear. I'm going to press pound and hang up. So if someone else does this for me as a gift, I get it done, yeah, but I still have to pay the fucking fine somehow. I'll figure this out. These cocksuckers. Oh, you can't pay them in one show. I pay this way, this. I've worked though. Every guy, yeah, it's the province of Ontario. Oh, you need to pay us money. Okay, can I just give it to you? No. Well, can I send it to you this way? Depends who you are. Oh, Jesus Christ. This fucking idiot. And wonder what the 3 fucking billion, 150, Jesus. Fuck, we're about half a billion. We just say half a billion. 350 billion a year ago. What are we at now? Like, seriously. We got to be past 4. So why don't we just say half a billion? Oh, it's 45% of a billion, really. Yeah, really. I'll get up to do some phone ring. I'll come back and it'll be forwarded to. I'll drop that one, put this one. No, I'll have to go to the, not this big, I'll have to go to the actual payphone. Dougie, you're not collecting any money. We're there no COVID updates because it's just good now. And it's just fine. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it. I I'm 20 deep on your block like I'm on strike, and we got the money to pay all them fines in one night. From downtown to Browntown, give a fuck the heavy hill, there's the crown, the quarter pound, to the other costumes, the tires left great pressure, make a life on your basement. They don't call me that number, it's the nigga here. I don't think you understand what it's not good. You can end up on a free trip for the world. You wanna know what real slugs and no CDs, I give a fuck about that shit, no matter fuck with it.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it. So I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it. So I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it.
Processing the NSA cell data on me for the Vermont State PD. Fuck you, G, investigative gangster. If you think I'm that gangster, I'ma come up and shank you. In the night, with a flash around, living day, you take you on the knife right in daycare. Why the fuck would they care?
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it.
No, see, I say I was raised up by Jamaican women. I'm not joking. What do you think we're convicted? Not just Jamaican women. One woman. It's that. Oh my God, I can deal with death. I'm only this one's gonna take care of you everything, really. Yeah. Okay. You know that one? She's dead. What's happening? Gone.
The issue is that courts are on limited operations right now.
So you can't defraud them right now. You can't backdate shit.
It's not fair to divide on the 100,000 opposed to the 20,000. Then you're stuck waiting for the courts to reopen before you actually are going to be able to get a decision on how things are properly to be dealt with.
And she adds that this situation does not only affect finances, there's also an emotional toll.
My grandfather's going to change his name anytime nobody will fucking file on the
even considering separation at this time because they're saying it's going to cost me more to do this now. Maybe better to just try to find a way to make this work or just to coexist for another year before we actually start to consider moving forward with the separation.
Lauren Paris is an associate lawyer at Shulman and Partners, LLP. At the Business Center, I'm Carl Garnage.
It's a great time of year to take on those projects you've been thinking about. You see your neighbors doing landscaping, repainting, trimming the trees. Capital Direct can get you started and finish your project.
Particulate filter cap.
Could you use $30,000, $40,000, or even $400,000? With rates near historic lows, there's never been a better time to try Capital Direct. You'll have the funds in your bank account within days. Call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL. CA.
Don Valley North Toyota welcomes you back. And to ensure
no, we want the Hemi police car. Fuck, I gotta find my other phone. Just got the way. I don't need that. I need to play. $80 versus $88, $800.
They're ready when you are. Right now, lease a new Camry at 0% or enjoy other incredible offers on their most popular models. Choose from an outstanding selection.
French flag and French slogan on it. Oh, yeah. Fuck you too, officer. You're gonna pull me over for what? I better do something wrong first, eh?
Visit DonValleyNorthToyota.com. Now 680 News regional weather conditions for the Big
Apple. Oh, them Kevin Paul drivers are so bad. Okay, that's not Kevin Paul plate, though, is it? No, okay, wait a second. I'm gonna fuck your head up, right?
Look for the big red smiling apple off the 401 East at exit 497, or visit the...
That motherfucker just, you know.
In Oakville, 18 degrees, partly cloudy at 17. In downtown
just
Toronto at 18. At 6 in years time. 6 o'clock.
For breaking news, traffic, and weather.
Whoa.
Toronto.
Good evening. This is Saturday, June the 13th. I'm Eden's Bella.
That's how loud your dumb streams and podcasts and shit should be. I'm doing it at like some percentage of volume. So we can't work the volume.
Demonstrators in Toronto converged at Queen's Park in a stand against anti-Black racism and police brutality.
We have breaking news from Brampton, where a serious two-vehicle crash has shut down westbound Queen to the airport in Tolbert Road.
Oh, that was easy one. Against anti-black racism.
Some regions are bracing for GTA visitors on the first weekend of stage 2 for most of the province, while Ontarians make the adjustment to the new concept of social circles.
While daycare centers are able to reopen in the province, up to 56,000 kids still won't find a spot.
Vegas will host Stanley Cup playoff games, if and when they happen. And all the finals from German soccer today. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, Canadian seniors are spending more time online during the pandemic, making them more vulnerable
who's Prime
to
Minister?
scams. A personal finance educator offers some advice. 6 City News Time, 6:01. It's time for traffic and weather.
Mark my words, that bastard will change this whole country. Oh, fuck.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Ethan.
it's
Good
all
evening.
over
Right now, if you're
Jesus
traveling on the
Christ.
southbound 400, just keep in mind from the 407 all the way down to the 401, it is closed for construction. That's until Monday morning. Now, in the meantime, the ramps between the 407 and the 401 are shut down as well.
I thought it was
But
weird.
if you're
I was
looking for
learning
an
English. We were in
alternate,
French
you can get
class.
off at Highway 7 or the 407. Use
Actually,
Keel. That was a
no,
little
you
bit
get to the
busy.
one guy,
Dufferin,
someone
Weston,
else,
Islington, or Highway 27 even. Right now, we had a problem on the westbound QEW. It was well lined. The HOV lane was blocked. Looking at the
Same
MTO
thing every day.
cars,
It's like
everything
the old,
has
except when they
cleared.
added it,
We
right?
had a
Then you
backup
never
for
hear the old one,
Walkers,
right?
but no longer. Everything is moving nicely on the westbound QE from Walkers over to Guelph Line. Now, if you're on the eastbound Gardner, just keep in mind the ramp to the lakeshore at Park Lawn is closed. It's for active TO. So that means we've got eastbound Lakeshore closed from Windermere to Stadium Road. And also, if you're on the eastbound Gardner, just keep in mind that it is slow from the Humber Bridge to the Jameson ramp. Also, it's been a little bit heavy towards the Spadina ramp. Your next traffic report coming up at 6:11. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Fraser.
Well, it will continue to be a beautiful evening across the GTA. We might see one or two clouds, but I think the majority of us will see mostly clear skies, and we'll see temperatures dipping down to the
So many fields anyway. Every other school I went to was like, where's all your soccer fields and baseball
Downtown
fields
Toronto
and
right
center
now, we're
or
sitting at
printing
17
press and
degrees,
all
a few clouds in the sky, and over at Pearson Airport, just 1 degree higher, 18 degrees, and similar conditions. 6 City News Time, 6:03. Rallies against systemic racism and police brutality continued this weekend across the globe and right here in the GTA. Here in Toronto, demonstrators marched to Queen's Park to show support for the Black Lives Matter movement. 6 City's Michelle Mackey reports.
We want change ringing through the air as demonstrators stood in solidarity at Queen's Park. The demonstration was organized by Remember the 400, a group dedicated to telling the true story of slaves who landed on the shores of America 400 years ago.
400 years of this affliction must end.
It's one of a number of protests against anti-black racism and police brutality that took place across the GTA. In Brampton, NDP MPP Kevin Yard marched in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement.
There's thousands of people here coming out together to march
lighting it up. It's just
for racial justice and equality.
disappearing.
Racism, anti-Indigenous racism has deep roots in Ontario and in Canada.
Yard, a member of the Ontario Black Caucus, wants to see real social change resulting from these protests, including additional training for police officers. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Meantime, protests are also taking place in other parts of the GTA. In Markham, hundreds of people marched down Highway 7, a major route in the city, to support the fight for racial equality. The majority of peaceful protesters are reportedly young people, and the organizer of the event is 16-year-old Sydney Baxter, Markham District High School student. Demonstrators ended their march at Millennium Square. 680 News Time, 6:04. Late breaking news from Brampton, where the jaws of life were needed to remove the injured occupants of a two-car crash. 2 men are being rushed to hospital, one via air ambulance. Photos from the scene show both cars with significant damage to their front ends. The crash also caused the downing of a traffic pole. As a result, westbound Queen is closed between Airport and Torbern Road. You can expect delays in the area and should use an alternate route if possible. Stay with 680 News for more on this developing story.
Toronto police say a man is in custody after a possible child abduction attempt in the Keele and Finch area. Officers responded to calls just before 2 p.m. near Fountainhead and Sentinel Road. They located a man with life-threatening injuries in the lobby of an apartment building. Police say the child did not suffer any injuries. No charges were immediately laid, and police didn't say if those involved in the incident knew each other. Meantime, here police are investigating the fatal shooting of a 21-year-old man in Mississauga. Just before 8 a.m. on Friday, police were called to a reported shooting in the Dundas Street East in Worston Way area. Responding officers found a man with gunshot wounds inside of a vehicle. The victim, 21-year-old Abdulaziz Dubet of Toronto, was declared dead at the scene. Police are asking anyone with information to contact them. You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. A majority of cottage country has now entered stage 2 of the province's reopening plan, meaning many businesses are gearing up to open their doors. And as the weather continues to warm up, local officials are concerned about the oncoming rush of people.
The towns of Guelph and Orangeville have both entered stage 2. In Orangeville, Mayor Sandy Brown tells me the region's medical officer of health has introduced a new measure amidst concerns those from the GTA might be heading their way.
All patrons going into commercial retail establishments have to wear masks now. It was her fear of us being overrun by people from phase 1 areas.
But Brown says with appointments at nail and hair salons booked up, masks not mandatory on patios, and some stores already open in stage 1 areas, he doesn't see this happening. This first weekend of stage 2 for most of Ontario comes as all of us get to enjoy gatherings of up to 10 people and new social circles of up to 10 where physical distancing doesn't have to be maintained. But Premier Doug Ford says this measure would be impossible to legally enforce.
The social circle police aren't going to be knocking on your door. We trust you're going to be doing the right thing and just follow the protocols.
Also new in Ontario as of today, weddings and funerals held outdoors can have an attendance of up to 50 people. Indoors, they'll be maxed out at 30% of a venue's capacity, but receptions for both still can only have just 10 people. I'm Stuart McGinn.
Holy fuck,
680 News telling 607 under Ontario's plan to reopen childcare across the province. 56,000 kids in Toronto could be without a daycare spot. Councillor Joe Crashy tells the Toronto Star the province has announced the reopening of childcare without a plan to ensure access to childcare for parents who need it. City modeling shows that of about 80,000 licensed spaces in Toronto, childcare centers, just about 24,000 will reopen because of guidelines released this week. Premier Doug Ford announced Tuesday that daycares across the province could reopen starting Friday, as long as they followed stringent safety measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19. This is 680 News at 6:08. Where were you a year ago tonight? Well, it's been 365 days since the Raptors won their first NBA championship. Our Simon Bennett is taking a look back.
Oh, yes, it's been 1 year since this.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do that twice. Fuck the window because I don't think I can do that twice. Shit. So they tell us nothing. Okay, I'm glowing here. And you're glowing. No, I know. No, you're like glowing. No, I'm pale. Yeah, no, you're glowing. No, buddy, you're acting weird right now. No, it's sweat. And no, you're not understanding. Fuck, I got nothing I can find. I need like this. I can just pull a curtain over by the damn window. Stupid. I criticize anybody. I can criticize me too. I criticize me better than you can. Qu'est-ce que c'est? I don't know what that was. It was a Volvo. What do they call the wagon? That's not W7. Did they make a wagon? Volvo didn't stop making wagons, did they? You can't stop making both. Oh shit, look at that, all broken up already. Was this good? Let's see the light I can get on this. Nothing. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you serious? Nothing? Serious? Okay, there's light. Yeah, that's real helpful. Oh, man. Okay, well, yeah, that's how sticky it is. Or if decent one was smart, because it's brushed. Don't touch that. Sometimes when I fuck up this shit, it is really me. I don't know why I put plus signs there. It should have been. ampersand. Yeah, I know, but you people don't know what an Ethereum is. No. Yeah. You are one fruit fly. You don't need coffee. You need to read. You are out of place like a singular fruit fly, brethren. Go fucking fly into a goddamn spider web, you. There's no fruit in here. There's no fruit in here. Don't eat fruit. There's dead meat right here. He hasn't touched it. He's not near it. No. Fruit fly don't go near me. No. One fruit fly will drive you insane. 3 will make you laugh. 1, even 2 will make you laugh. 1 will drive you insane. You're gonna die alone. No, I'm not saying that to him. You're saying that to me. No, Mother Nature is a racist bitch.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit it
I can't last much longer, dude. What did we learn? Well, nothing. Oh, we try to learn a bunch of things. Okay. If you don't like the demo, make a new one tomorrow. But a pocket full of sorrow.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit it I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit it I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit it I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit it
Braxton, I'm the Francophone license plate. Fuck you, buddy. That's the horn. When you go to do if they inspect your car, they say to horn you. But fuck you, buddy. That's the horn of the pass. Try hitting the horn button and not saying it and see if you pass. They'll fail you for something stupid. You'll be like, no way. What? How do you think all the criminals get cars on the road? Somebody obviously somehow legal. You pulled over all the time. An average working person has to jump through fucking. I'm proving my point right now. Oh, I can pay with Interact Online, but not Interact Debit Online. What's the difference? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, apparently my bank is one and not the other, or something. Exactly. Switch banks. Jesus. Can I send in a check? I'm not sending these people a goddamn check in the mail. They'll tell me they never got it. I'll send another one. And they'll catch balls and I swear they get either of them. I still won't get to play. I know these motherfuckers. No, everything I deal with is provincial. The feds ask me my birthday and my SIN number and send me $60 or $90 or something bullshit. That's it. My birth certificate, provincial. Health card, provincial. Driver's license, provincial. The cigarette rules, provincial. The weed rules. Well, effectively, the provincial, because when I get caught, I'm going to a provincial facility. And now, the limits are all set by province by province. So it's the same number of Sweden, so provincial. We'll run to start the province. Who sells beer? The province. Who sells liquor? The province. Who regulates the pharmacies and all that? The province. Who basically votes for
Look, I'm the last of a time bridge. Twin hammers look like the Siamese. Stop being from the Japanese. My French bill away to the reminder, make a Mexican cheese. It is what it has to be. I'm killing out who's after me. The have to see. Be rich and I swear it wasn't financially. Like who be frontin' for it? They flying like there's a chapel in. These bitches couldn't marry a guy. It was a Magdalene. I shot like a little bro with Tagalog. It's these instrumentals we got with Dragon on. It's rose with beer for class riches with Dragon on. And this with the gate and Sega with their Dragon on. And Megatron, London and Lebanon. We was slapping that back and forth like a cat. Used to live on French Street, right in the Esplanade. Bitches ride a ship and make us feel like
paper to what it will fit. Yeah,
I
do it. You know what I'm saying, stupid?
cylinder, I was a spin. I connect thought right into the guns when I shed another chest to joint rapper. When you going towards our music, maybe when we go on tour, it's all shootings. Like other shots got kicked, I gotta shoot it. Maybe if you talk that talk, you gotta do it. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last with down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last with down bread. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. But every time you go on tours, it's all shootings. The last of a down. Yeah, I'm the last of the dying breed. I uppercut these fucks in their chin and they fly with ease. I bleed what I have to bleed. This blood's what I have to see. Fuck big, gon' sit with your fam. I call it Applebee's. Who the fuck trying to get stuck? Tell them ask for me. That match pack about to get struck. I brought the gasoline. I've never lost. I got OGs to get it back for me. Call me down, calm with a crowd. Call me your majesty, God. They try to handle me up. No, I'll play that. Bullets in that gray mag A-track. They go way back about them all. Time your mom. Look where the safe at. Put numbers on your head. You already covered in past that, boy. Why they always trying to snake that, boy? Charlie got the defibrillator to shake that, boy. Forget about it. You turn me to Rocky ASAP, boy. I'm the last of a dying breed that wanna break that, boy. Like, you're bringing all that beat to the farm. My man's braided you. If you don't get respect in the streets, I can't stand with you. They tell you you a threat on the beat. Your man's scamming you. The bench is like a beast when it spins. Crash Bandicoot. Pull up with a camera crew. Cannons in your face now. Anybody that's lying to us is lying face down. White boy, nice with a pen. This ain't no 8 Mile. We playing hopscotch in the spots where the body's traced out. Cause when you go on tour, it's all music. And baby, when we go on tour, it's just shootings. Drive-bys, your eyes wide shut, we gone Kubrick. See, we ain't really got all that talk, we just do shit. I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last with down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last with down bread. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. I'm the last with down bread. But every time you go on tours, it's all shootings. I'm the last with down bread.
News time 6:18. It's almost wheels up for one Canadian airline. 680 business editor Chris McCusker has the details.
Transat halted all flights on April 1st, and it now says flights and tour operator activities will return July 23rd. It'll offer a new flight schedule to 22 destinations in Europe, the South, the U.S., and Canada until the end of the summer season on October 31st. Travel agencies will also start reopening June 15th, and people are encouraged to make an appointment. The airline will also be rolling out new health measures. Travelers will be handed a traveler care kit, which includes a face covering, gloves, hand sanitizer, and disinfecting wipes. Passengers and crew will be required to wear face coverings throughout the flight. At the business center, I'm Chris McCusker.
Oh, it's alcohol.
This is All News Radio 680 News. The regional chief of the Assembly of First Nations from New Brunswick is confirming that the man who died in an RCMP shooting last night was Ronnie Lovey of the Meta Peningwa Negawa Nation. The death comes as several marches are being held today in honor of Chantal Moore, an Indigenous woman killed by police 1 week ago. Chief Roger Augustine says it's important for him that something is set up to delve further into the racism issue.
And racism is everywhere. It's like a virus that we dealt with, COVID-19. That's how I see racism. It just seeps through the communities and kills the young people, kills old people. And you got to be careful how to handle this.
Quebec's police marshal is investigating the Friday evening shooting, which occurred about 30 kilometers west of Mirabel with the assistance of Quebec Provincial Police. Meantime, work is underway for a permanent memorial in Kamloops to honor the snowbirds killed last month. Captain Jen Casey died after the jet she was in crashed into a residential neighborhood shortly after takeoff. Mayor Ken Christian says there have been many requests from residents to establish a memorial, adding that he's requesting support from City Council to work with Casey's family and the Royal Canadian Air Force to explore options. A new park near the Kamloops Airport is one possible site for the memorial. And over in the States, no apparent progress in Seattle to end a days-long occupation of demonstrators of a 5-block area, including the police precinct. ABC's Alex Stone says the demonstrators appear to have no leadership, which makes ending the occupation that much tougher.
There's been a lot of talk about the checkpoints that have been set up around the Chaz. There are barricades up. There are people manning those barricades. But they tell me, even though they don't want to go on microphone, that anybody except for police can come and go as they please. And that's what I've seen. Anybody, many people just out walking their dogs or with their children, they're able to come into the Chaz. They go back and forth, but they say police are not allowed in here.
A judge has ordered the Seattle police to stop using tear gas, pepper spray, and flashbang devices on anti-racism protesters.
A canister goes off, tear gas is sprayed. A protester screams with burning eyes. A local Black Lives Matter group is calling the judge's order a victory. It had sued the Seattle Police Department to halt the tactics, which it calls an overreaction to the demonstrations of the police brutality and racial injustice since the death of George Floyd. The liberal city, with a lengthy history of protests, has taken hits from all sides. Demonstrators, city officials, even the president. And now that judge who says there's a strong case that the indiscriminate use of force is unconstitutional. I'm Julie Walker.
We know that. Hello. Somebody tell these people what that piece of paper says and who helped them write it.
Is brought to you by 680 News Gets Answers. Looking at the westbound 407, 407 control letting us know the ramp to the northbound 427 has reopened. Construction has cleared. If you're on the westbound 401, the collector ramps to the 410 and the 403 down to a single lane because of construction. Major construction on the southbound 400. Anywhere from the 407 all the way down to the 401, it is closed, and that's until Monday morning. So in the meantime, if you're looking for an alternate, get off at Highway 7 or the 407. You can use Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington. Even Highway 27 is a good alternate. It's further west from the 400, but it is moving quite well. If you're on the eastbound Gardner, it is slow from just east of Parkside over to the Jameson ramp. It's also backed up on the ramp to Spadina. But keep in mind, of course, the ramp to the Lakeshore Park Lawn is closed because of active TO. Yes, the eastbound Lakeshore still closed from Windermere to Stadium Road, and again from Leslie to Woodbine. That will reopen tomorrow at 11 o'clock. If you can't get there and you want to cycle, run, walk, get some exercise, Bayview, that is closed for active TO from Front to Rosedale Valley Road, and River, that is shut down from Bayview to Girard. Getting around on city streets, we've got that ongoing problem in Brampton. Westbound Queen, that is closed from Airport to Torbram for a serious collision investigation, and getting word from a traffic spotter that Young both ways affected at 16th Avenue, all because of a crash. Do you have questions about COVID-19? 680 News is working to get you the answers you need. Ask us anytime at 416-872-6800, and we'll work to get you the answer. Your next traffic report is at 6:31. Right now, let's get the extended forecast. Jason Frazier.
Well, we have high pressure that is in control, and that is the reason why we are seeing mostly clear skies across the GTA. The dry weather is going to last us through not only tomorrow, but through Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. We only have a slight chance of seeing some rain showers, possibly on Thursday. So expect to see sunny skies on Monday and a high temperature near 20 degrees. We'll improve a few degrees on Tuesday, and then by Wednesday, we'll go all the way up to a high temperature of 29 degrees. And by Thursday, we'll improve to a high of 31 degrees. Our tonight is 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 17 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, cloudy and 18. Coming up at 6:30, the latest on anti-racism demonstrations across the GTA, and the latest from Brampton after a serious collision sends 2 men to hospital. 680 News Time, 6:24.
Superfan with a super
Yes, 2 dudes, 94% of collisions, and the HOV lanes. Where's the other 4 people? You don't qualify for HOV lanes, either of you. The 2 of you together do not qualify. The ambulance, if you both got in, still wouldn't qualify. Well, okay, yeah, no, but each one would not qualify. You see what you're doing here? You don't even qualify for that lane. These motherfuckers are just sorry for. Fuck off.
When you need to know. Breaking news.
Yeah, that special lane is separated with concrete things sometimes. Yeah, I don't think that's always going to be faster.
North of that, freezing rain overnight. South of that, it's going to remain as just rain.
When you need to know.
We're here.
This is 680 News.
Coming up in just 60 seconds, our business report. 680 News Time, 625.
Ontario, you're making a difference to keep people safe from COVID-19, and we all need to continue our efforts to protect each other. Get tested if you're worried you may have COVID-19 or have been exposed to the virus. Practice physical distancing, stay 2 meters apart, wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge, and continue to wash hands frequently, inside or out. Stay safe, save lives. Learn more at ontario.ca/coronavirus, paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, did you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get 10% back on a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any.
Merci d'avoir appelé Service Ontario.
No.
For service in English, please stay on the line. Pour obtenir des renseignements en français, faites le 2.
I'm not saying no, I need a French license plate, buddy.
In light of the current pandemic, we are helping to ensure your safety and the safety of others by reducing the number of visitors to our centers. As a result, we have extended the validity period to expired and expiring driver's licenses, health cards, Ontario photo cards, license plate stickers, and many more products.
Really?
You do not need to renew these products at this time. For a full list of products, please visit serviceontario.ca/services.
Hey, this one says 2013.
Based on the advice of Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health to help prevent the spread of COVID-19, all full-time drive.
This is not the auto license plate.
Locations will be closed.
You guys are
The
useless.
closures will take effect March 23rd, 2020 until further notice.
Why you tell me now?
Scheduled road test appointments during this time will be automatically cancelled without penalty. All efforts will be made to provide affected customers with a priority road test once services resume. If you have a test booked during the closure, you can reschedule online for when services resume. Additionally, all licensing services such as license exchange, an application for an Ontario driver's license, payment of road test or knowledge test fees, etc., will be unavailable during the closure.
Plates.
Please check drivetest.ca and ontario.ca/page/extended-validation
Straps all day.
period
Straps for
for
backpacks.
further
Straps
updates.
for courier bags. Straps for lunch bags.
Service Ontario, through our
Straps for
transportation
thermal bags.
services, is here to help you with your driver and vehicle inquiries. For driver licensing services information,
No.
press 1.
No, don't get
For
tricked.
plates and vehicle information, press 2.
Information. Oh, wait,
To
hold on.
replace your license plate, ownership, or license plate sticker, press 1.
No.
For information on registering, renewing, transferring,
No.
or changing vehicle ownership information, press 2.
I need the plate to do that.
For information on other license plate and vehicle inquiries, press 3. To locate your nearest Service Ontario center
Why?
that provides driver and vehicle services such as license plate sticker renewal and driver's license renewal, press 4. To speak to a customer service representative, please press 0.
I want to go do
To receive this message, press star.
and have the fucking plate come in the mail.
License plate fines and payment details, press 1. Plate cancellation, press 2. Used vehicle information package, press 3.
Say that again.
Personalized
I press
license
pound or
plate,
stuff?
press 4.
Oh,
To repeat this message, press star. For information on license plate fines and payment details, press 1. Plate cancel. Any outstanding fines, highway tolls.
I thought you were gonna fucking tell me mine if I give you my number.
Renewing your license plate sticker.
I'll go back.
You can pay these online at serviceontario.ca/payfines. You can also pay at any Service Ontario Centre by cash, money order, Visa.
Why would I use money order in person?
By check.
You morons.
Make your check or money order payable to the Minister of Finance and include your plate number.
I'm going to pay with a credit card and do a chargeback, motherfucker.
Please visit our website at serviceontario.ca/servicefinder. To repeat this message, press star. To go back to the previous menu, press 9. For information on license plate fines and payment details,
Across the GTA for the third weekend in a row, as demonstrators marched the streets against anti-black racism and police brutality. The jaws of life were needed in a two-vehicle collision in Brampton, leaving 2 people seriously injured.
It all depends on how bad you want to sit on a restaurant.
Personalized passenger plates. You may purchase a personalized plate for a passenger vehicle, commercial vehicle, or motorcycle.
I know.
Personalized passenger plates without graphics are available with either an English or French slogan.
I know, but that's the opposite of what I want.
Passenger and commercial plates may have 2 to 8 characters. Motorcycles may have 2 to 5 characters. Please note that personalized license plates are not available for limited speed motorcycles.
Not an issue.
You can order a personalized plate online or find a Service Ontario Centre at serviceontario.ca.
Yeah, I would just walk right in with money.
To repeat this message, press star. To go back to the previous menu,
I'm not sure what you said anymore.
you may purchase a personalized plate for a passenger vehicle, commercial vehicle, or motorcycle. Personalized passenger plates without graphics.
Why personalized? Because the regular plate leaves me in the same time. I want to pay my goddamn fines.
Sorry, you're still having.
Oh, you sorry? I'm having trouble. Jesus. Which, by the way, you cannot put on a license plate. Unless perhaps your name is Jesus, and then they'll probably let you. No, they let weird things through because if it's legit. Menage with a 3. Yeah, Menage is what? Not allowed, right? But the guy's whole business and enterprise for years was based on his band name that, so
where it is closed
the name was legal, so it's not that wrong, is it? They get 10,000 complaints about it, they can pull it anytime they want.
Weston, Islington, Highway
I want
27
vanity, I want the graphic.
Down to the 401.
330
On the westbound
if I
401,
can pay
we've got collector ramps to the 410 and the 403. They're not closed, just down to a single lane. And if you're traveling in Brampton, as you heard in the newsroom, we've got westbound Queen shut down from Airport Road to Torbram for a serious collision outside reports that Young was affected both ways at 16th Avenue because of a crash. Your next traffic report is coming up at 6:41. But right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, after a gorgeous day across the GTA, it's going to continue to be an even better evening.
Was it a very bright,
down to about 5 or 10 degrees from where they are right now.
I think that's the shadow bit
is about 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, a few clouds, 17 degrees, and appears to report cloudy and 18. 680 News Time.
I'm just glad it didn't land in the spit. Why did I do that? Because I'm not hanging up on that person and I'm not coughing in their air. I don't care what you think about it.
Protested against anti-black racism after a march down city streets.
680's Michelle Mackey was there and joins us now with the latest.
With signs reading "Silence is violence" and "We all bleed the same color," hundreds of protesters gathered on the lawn of Queen's Park.
Did you fuck it up, man? Yes.
The rally marks the third weekend of demonstrations against anti-black racism and police brutality in the GTA. This one has been organized by Remember the 400, a group dedicated to telling the true story of slaves who landed on the shores of America 400 years ago.
My people were pulled out on the belly and put in the belly of ships and dragged and put into houses.
Wasn't a cruise ship, eh?
While the rally remained peaceful, police removed a man
wasn't
who
even
showed
as
up to
nice
Queen's
as you
Park
would think
holding a
livestock
racist sign.
No, it
I'm
wasn't.
Michelle Mackey.
Meantime, in Mississauga, a march to raise awareness and combat anti-black racism at Sheridan College took place just outside of Sheridan College in Square One.
Oh, how my camera works.
to address the issue of some
Way.
students, particularly black students, not feeling supported enough by the school. This is the second anti-black racism protest in Mississauga, with thousands gathering at Celebration Square last Saturday to demand fundamental changes to policing, including the use of body cams on all police officers.
So you can record all of us all the time.
Protesters in the Atlanta
recording the cops, you're recording us. Why are they allowed to turn them off?
shot by police officers overnight. Police say they responded to calls of someone asleep in their car in a Wendy's drive-thru and encountered Rayshard Brooks in the vehicle. The officer says shots were fired after Brooks got possession of an officer's taser during the scuffle.
Also, you shot him, but the taser's not that bad. Why'd you have to shoot him if the taser's not that bad?
Breaking news from Brampton, where a two-car crash in the area of Queen Street and Chrysler Drive has sent 2 men to hospital. Constable Ding Martini says they got the call just before 5 this evening.
As of now, we have had one driver that was taken to a trauma center, and we have one occupant from the other vehicle that was taken to hospital.
That driver being brought to a trauma center via Air Orange. Traffic flow was also down during the crash. The jaws of life were needed to remove occupants of the vehicles. Westbound Queen is shut down from Chrysler Drive to Torbram, and you're asked to avoid the area if possible.
You're listening to 680 News at 6:36. Toronto police say one man has been rushed to hospital with serious injuries after stabbing. Inspector Paul Rinkoff says it happened in the lobby of a building at Fountainhead and Sentinel Road just before 2 o'clock.
Police arrived on scene, conducted their investigation, and did locate one male with a stab wound to his neck. That male was transported to hospital, is currently in life-threatening condition.
Police tell 680 News the victim was accused of abducting a child when he was stabbed. One person is now in custody, and the child in question is unharmed.
Meantime, Peel police are investigating the fatal shooting of a 21-year-old man in Mississauga. Police were called to the reported shooting in the Dundas Street East in Wharton Way area around 8 o'clock on Friday morning. Responding officers found a man with gunshot wounds inside of a vehicle. The victim, 21-year-old Abdul Aziz Dubet of Toronto, was declared dead at the scene. Police are asking anyone with information to contact them.
This is All News Radio 680 News. It's a big weekend for many regions of Ontario. Restaurant patios, hair salons, and tattoo parlors are all among the businesses welcoming back customers. But as the GTA is left out of Stage 2, neighboring communities are concerned about carloads of people making the commute. 680 Stuart McGinn reports.
Orangeville is one of those areas where Stage 2 and Stage 1 territories clash, and some are worried it's just a quick drive away for those still under GTA restrictions. But Mayor Sandy Brown says he isn't concerned.
Appointments are being booked in for several days now, and you have to wear a mask in the salon setting. So those ones really aren't a concern.
Despite Brown's views, the public health unit for his region has made masks mandatory in all commercial settings. Looking past these concerns, Premier Doug Ford says with how the numbers are tracking, it won't be long until the Greater Toronto-Hamilton region can join the rest of the province in this next stage of reopening.
We'll be able to open the 10 areas up very shortly based on the numbers in case there's a spike, because we have seen numbers go down and spike up.
Meanwhile, new from the Ford government today pertaining to weddings and funerals. If they're being held outdoors, they can have up to 50 people, while indoors they'll be capped at 30% of a venue's capacity, but receptions are still maxed at groups of 10. I'm Stuart McGinn.
680 News time, 6:38. The union representing thousands of Ontario high school teachers and education workers is raising the alarm over what it calls clear risks involved with reopening public schools in September in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. According to the CBC, members of the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation say there are unique issues that the provincial government must deal with before resuming in-person classes this fall. Among other things, the union is calling off the government to provide more personal protective equipment, more cleaning, and more funding for the increased staffing it says will be needed to keep everyone safe. The OSSTF president, Harvey Bischoff, is telling the CBC the primary consideration is health and safety for students and for educators.
680 News Time, 6:39. Now that we can expand our social circles, more people are hitting the road to visit friends and family or just to see the great outdoors. But one expert says there are some things to consider before you get into the car. Jonathan Klinger of vintage auto insurer Haggerty says number one is to make sure your car runs well.
When was it last serviced? Is it well within its recent oil change interval? Take it to a mechanic and tell them.
3,000 or 10,000.
On a road trip. Can you please get this a thorough once-over, and they'll take a look.
He also suggests bringing along some extra water, food, and an actual map in case your electronics fail. Well, 1 year ago today, the Toronto Raptors became NBA champions for the first time. Simon Bennett takes a look back.
Hard to believe it's been a whole run of the calendar since there's a new NBA champion, and it's a team from Toronto, Canada. We the North are now we the champions. Today marks the 1 year anniversary of the Raptors winning their first NBA title. We've had time to look back with basketball still on pause. Where were you that night? This the sound of the Sportsnet newsroom. 680 News digital guru Andrew Osmond still has this recording of himself watching with friends and family. Here's the thing, too. The Raptors were second in the East when COVID-19 interrupted play. They still have a good chance of repeating when the season finally resumes. I'm
Can you turn that ball into like a time bomb?
This is 680 News.
Full of like candies
Now,
or
the
something?
680 News gas price update as Empro predicts that the price will not change at midnight, staying at 97.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations.
All the kids rushing to get the candy.
640. H. Williams Pawnbrokers' iconic red sign is a Toronto landmark on Church Street, but it's their outstanding 70-year history that makes them a true landmark. Their reputation for genuine relationships and helping people get over tough times. Visit them. They're not like your bank. They're a licensed pawnbroker.
Yeah, I know,
Loans are
I
guaranteed for
recognize
1 year with
my
no
bank.
monthly payments,
Heard
no
of them.
appointment needed. Bring your valuables and a mask into their sanitized store and walk out with cash. H. Williams Pawnbrokers. Look for the big red
you know what I
pawnbroker
consider
sign.
valuable,
145 Church Street, north of Queen.
680 News Time, 641. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones with an on your drive. Here's Colette Desjardins.
Thanks, and this report brought to you by Global Story Network. I'm just looking at the delays on the eastbound Gardner. It's from Parkside to the Jameson ramp, and still a bit of a backup on the ramp from eastbound Gardner to Spadina. But keep in mind, of course, if you're on the eastbound Gardner, you'll notice the ramp to the Lakeshore Park Lawn is closed. That's because the eastbound Lakeshore is shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road, and again from Leslie to Woodbine for Active TO. Active TO has also shut down two more routes, Bayview from Front to Rosedale Valley Road, and Rivers from Bayview to Gerrard. Right now on the southbound 400, we've got some major construction. All lanes are shut down from the 407 all the way down to the 401. That means, of course, the on-ramps from the 407 to the 401 are also closed. But if you need to get down to the 401, you can get off at Highway 7 or the 407. Use Kiel or Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or Highway 27. If you're traveling right now on the westbound Gardner, everything is looking pretty good. Westbound QE haven't spotted any problems. Westbound on the 401, the collector ramps to the 410 and the 403 is down to a single lane because of road work. In Brampton, still have westbound Queen closed from Airport to Torbram. That's for a collision investigation. If you're looking for an alternate, south of Queen is Clark Boulevard. I had a look at it. It is a great alternate, a good east-west alternate. It's wide open. And Yonge Street, at last check, was affected both ways, north and southbound at 16th Avenue, all because of a crash. Download the great one, Wayne Gretzky, as he hooks up with Jim Jerome and Russ Cornell to celebrate episode number 50 of hockey's favorite podcast, The Suspendables.
I'm going to switch
Your
to
next
South
traffic report
Africa.
at 6:51. Right now, let's get the forecast. Jason Fraser.
Well, across the GTA, you'll maybe end up seeing just a few clouds develop, but we're not expecting any precipitation tonight. And then tomorrow is going to be yet another gorgeous day. We'll see sunny skies and a high temperature near 20 degrees. And then tomorrow night, we'll see mostly clear skies and temperatures dipping down to around 7 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Right now downtown, we're seeing a partly cloudy sky, 17 degrees, and over up here near Port, similar
Royal
conditions
Dutch
there,
Shell
and
should
18.
sue
Still
Huawei
on
for that
680 News,
logo.
the death of an indigenous man in
Huawei
Quebec
should
has
pay
called
them
in
free
the
cell
independent
phones.
police watchdog. 680 News Time, 6:43.
As a homeowner, you have built up equity value in your home. With Capital Direct, equity equals flexibility for homeowners.
Oh, no, one's a show and one's a what? What the fuck
Flexibility to renovate your home. Or flexibility to pay off other bills like credit cards or property taxes. If you've got something you would like to take care of, call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL and see what's available for you. CapitalDirect.ca.
Every 3 minutes, a child is born with a cleft lip, cleft palate, or both. This statistic doesn't change, even during a pandemic.
It should be by.
Support the longest day of smiles and make a $10 donation today by texting SMILE to 45678 or visit Operation Smile.
Oh, dear. So Juneteenth, no, I may have read Juneteenth before and then forgot. This I would have kept. Most likely that was the specific one I kept it for. Yeah, 2015, 16, think I remember. No, you've probably never seen Juneteenth on a fucking calendar. I said that when I said it. Kwanzaa, yeah. There's a bunch of shit. Yeah, 2 years too. I've never seen another one. After this, they never made another 2-year thing. Nope, never.
Twin hammers look like the Siamese. I got that beat from the Japanese. My French girl wave, you can remind them, make a mac and cheese. It is what it has to be. I'm killing up who's after me. The have to see the rich, and I swear it wasn't financially. Like who you frontin' for? They flying like this a Chamberlain. These bitches couldn't marry a guy. It was a Magdalene. I shop like a little bro with Tagalog. It's these instrumentals we go with Dragonite. This runs with beer. Class riches, we try to mind the nigga with the gate and settle with them dragon on the Megatron, landing in Lebanon. He was slapping that back and forth with the tether. Used to live on French Street, right in the Esplanade. Bitches run the ship and make us film it like espionage. You know that's why they set for like why you niggas ain't potential network. Chopping in shifts so we win. Like connect for the cylinder, all this is spin. I'll connect for it right into the dome when I get it out the chest to draw rapper. When you go on tour, it's all music. Baby, when we go on tour, it's all shootings. Like other chefs got kicked, I gotta shoot it. Nigga, if you talk that talk, you gotta do it. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. But every time you go on tours, it's all shootings. I'm the last of a dying breed. I uppercut these fucks in the chin and they die with ease. I bleed what I have to bleed. This blood's what I have to see. So big, go sit with your fam. I call it Applebee's. Who the fuck trying to get stuck? Tell them ask for me. That match pack about to get struck. I brought the gasoline. I've never lost. I got OGs to get it back for me. Call me down, call me the crown, call me your majesty, God. They try to handle me, Lord. No, I'll play that. The bullets in that gray Mac A-track. They go way back. About them all. Top your mom. Like where the safe at? Put numbers on your head. You already covered in face tats, boy. Why they always trying to snake that, boy? Charlie got the defibrillator to shake that, boy. Forget about it. You turn me to Rocky ASAP, boy. I'm the last of a dying breed that wanna break that, boy. Like, you're bringing all that beat to the farm. My man's branded you. If you don't get respect in the streets, I can't stand with you. They tell you you a threat on the beat. Your man's scamming you. The bench is like a beast when it spins. Crash Bandicoot. Pull up with a camera crew. Cannons in your face now. Anybody that's liking quartz is liking face down. White boy, nice with a pen. This ain't no 8 Mile. We playing hopscotch in the spots where the body's traced out. Cause when you go on tour, it's all music. And baby, when we go on tour, it's just shootings. Drive-bys, your eyes wide shut, we gone Kubrick. See, we ain't really got all that talk, we just do shit. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve.
If I made a Trevor Noah, is that a hate crime?
He just wanna go on tour.
No, like could they hit me with a hate crime? Like, no, what if it's like, oh, I didn't like his joke?
Go on tours,
Should I make
shootings.
Them call him black and me white, and he'd be like, no, I have to correct you. Yeah, like, they wouldn't get it. Mothers, and I don't think you motherfuckers are gonna get nothing from it. Oh, that's not that loud, bro. It's not buzzing in my hand. I want to hear the South African traffic again.
Yo, Jeezy, if I know you ain't gonna see your Look, been out on the grind for a minute, trying to get it out and been getting it. These niggas have been sweating it. Don't get out the bed, but on the phone, a nigga begging it. I'm way ahead of it, I'll ride upon a nigga letting it off. When it comes to this rap shit, the fuck this, so is Jeezy low. Man, a greasy folk. I'm out for them notes, but I still keep it close. Case a man try provoke, that's 5 shots through his coat. Listen, if you know, then you know. I'm still on Rodham's road, shotting hoes, stashing knives in me clothes. If it's not your beat, don't get involved. We ride out to slap a nigga down, and no cases get solved. Listen, I'm the shooter, you're the victim. I rolled out with him and told police aware with him. I gave me boy follow tips, slopes for the loot. Just said that's for that dude. The next day, when it clipped him, I'm back on it. Niggas got the shotty, said I don't want it. I've got nowhere to put it. Plus it's out of bullets and I hit them shotguns. Cause when it's beef, I've never got nowhere to stuff it. I'm riding out with hang things with bullets that expand. If a hitman by the barbers, he gon' land by pound. And that's lost, so don't act like you found, man. 8 bills for the buzz if you want that brown tan. Listen,
Hey,
I'm trying to stay low off the radar from focus and know they want me so still trying to find me from crimes that I did years ago, but I don't even give a fuck. I got fined once, they hit me with some threats, talk about they'll take the shit if I didn't pay the debt. You gotta cheat. Little fucking confidence. Tell them Jeezy, straight Liverpool to Toronto. You know what it is? Show these niggas how it's back. I wanna see it. I'm like, bang, bang, shots.
Yeah, my hair is irritating my skin. Yeah, it's trouble. These goddamn mixed breeds are so irritating they can't even stand their own hair. No, I mean, I can't stand their hair either. Jesus, have you seen? Yes, Trevor, I'm telling you, serious kid. You know, you'd be stealing a joke from the same phone you was.
See where I'm from? Man, know that the tulip are slipper poor man tell you never to a pull up, no, the shot real. Cap feel for the gas wheel. And the thing gets stashed in the backfield. And I make niggas feel snaking and all that. You know I'm a boss, I took a break, but I'm taking it all back. Handles done smooth, pump short, cause I saw that. Guns with suppressors like I'm ready for combat. Yo, A-Star, for these fuck niggas beyond that. It's one phone call, 7 niggas in all black. We ready, nigga. Hop back and blow deadly, nigga. Stays in my hand, can't talk it, it's too heavy, nigga. Yeah, hop back and blow deadly, nigga. Stays in my hand, can't talk it, it's too heavy, nigga.
Don't really care what the crazy hair hanging up the back of the all the flies and the straight. Like us, these crazy dogs on the they have the fucking you fuckers are so bad. Some expanded tobacco, you pussies.
Nothing on my wrist, nothing on my neck, nothing on my fist. It's all on my check. Don't you get the gist? I got the confidence, don't need a brand on my chest. Hey, I know what my value is. Hey, these people don't need jewelry. Hey, look at 21 Savage and Bill Gates. Hey, rap industry got a complex. I turned reality into a lucid dream. I turned a lucid dream into whipped cream. Cash rules, nothing around me. I only use it for paper planes, actually. I'm the opposite of Microsoft, I'm big and hard. Let that resonate, maybe a little more. I got that lyricism sprinkled with a lot of flow. I made my sauce authentic on the chopping board. Maybe it's spicy, be careful. Don't shake the bottle too much, be gentle. It's kinda high on the Scoville level. Don't burn your tongue, don't get it in your highest level. I turned reality into a lucid dream. I turned a lucid dream into whipped cream. Cash rules, nothing around me. I only use it for paper planes, actually. Self-care, yeah, got a lot of that. No food tastes good as having a six-pack. You should cut your snacks same way you cut that crack. Then you wouldn't look fat as a Cadillac. Baby, looking like a snack. I can see you did them squats on the squat rack. I don't need a beat, I don't really need a track. You can be my producer with your booty clap. I turned reality into a lucid dream. I turned a lucid dream into whipped cream. Cash rules, nothing around me. I only use it for paper planes, actually. Baby, keep your pants on, zip tight, locked off. This is not the time for you to back it up. We be in court, the judge is getting crossed. You robbed the bank, baby, you took your mask off. You took 100K and left it at my front door. Thought it was funny, nice joke. Cause you know I bail you out no matter what the cost. I need that flavor, baby, shit, cause I got the sauce. Cause I got the sauce. I said it cause I got the sauce.
How many days have been trying to give the government money they want it?
Shit, cause I got the sauce.
I just drive it on the license plate on it's cardboard, Ontario. It'd be better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Oh, that implies so you left out some numbers. That's numberist. Oh, I'll put them at the end. 6, 5. Why do they have them at the back? They should be at the front. Oh, okay. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Well, you go 5, 6, or you go 7? Well, just start at 1. These assholes, no matter what you do, you can't count straight, you can't talk straight. Wash the money, let it air dry,
Working all day, flipping bricks, and you can try to do it, don't quit your day job. The streets just will make the times real hard. That's why I got all these tattoo scars. Chilling in the pity bar, rolling in the fancy cars, working out with superstars. Yeah, I look like a model, B-I-O-R. Money in the rubber band, stack it till your cap hurts. Yeah, I got the trade phone, it's got a real loud part. I do my dirt in the dirt, fucking to a front gate. I got some money doing this, that's getting red stain, no brain. Who am I kidding, motherfucking crime pays? Yeah, I'm trying to get the paper, I'm just trying to get rich. We do it for the big face, dead presidents. I got Lamborghini dreams, still got Mercedes Benz. Yes, I'm a boss, but I'm looking for a lick. You gotta get it how you live when life is like this. And yes, I need 36, a whole fucking brick.
Shit. Okay, we'll move that way,
Thousands of everyday essential items to help your family stretch every dollar. Save $1 on Banana sunscreen lotion or spray. Now, $8.97. Walmart, save money, better. Schedule your serving line
Pick me up and die with my feet on the tree. I'll be riding outside all day with my native son. I ain't going unless I fit my native.
Check-in at rbcinsurance.com/check-in.
Record Express is the safe, secure, and trusted partner for all your document management solutions. Fast, same day, no contact service you can trust for your document storage, shredding, scanning, indexing services, and more. With no monthly admin fees, no minimum order fees, flexible contract terms, and no call.
Oh, it's full of canned goods, of course.
Management. Shop Canadian. Store Canadian. Visit recordexpress.ca. That's record, XPRESS.ca for their free document storage and free shredding offers. Simply the best. Record Express.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Coy Brothers. This Father's Day, get that a Lawn Boy lawnmower. Like the Lawn Boy.
The Lawn Boy! You thought I was making that up.
Lawn Boy at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
If he's old enough to know what a Lawn Boy is, and you're too young to know what get him a Lawn Boy. You'll get a kick out of it, even if it's not the best.
Sitting at 18 degrees. And right now, downtown Toronto, 17 degrees with a few clouds.
I don't know how they got away with naming it that. That's what they called it.
Never stops. 680 News
Don't know
is
his name. Lawn Boy.
CMTRAM Toronto. Listen to
Nice lawnmower you got there.
today, and
He's pushing a pretty nice lawnmower too. Oh, yeah, that's so hard. How did they make that legal? That's a trademark. You can't just call it a lawnmower.
680 News, Toronto.
Saturday, June 13th. I'm Vince Bubba, and I'm Madison Dispatcher. Here's what's making news this hour.
Protesters against anti-black racism and police brutality marched the streets in a series of demonstrations across the GTA.
In the U.S., Atlanta's chief
Series,
of
fix it out.
police
The
has
same people moving around. It wasn't like a bunch of separate ones at the same time.
Two men are in
That was
hospital,
subtle.
and a stretch of Queen is shut down after a serious collision in Brampton.
Bracing for stage 1 visitors, and some towns a small amount of kilometers away get a big adjustment with stage 2
what did you say?
reopening,
A small amount of kilometers away.
Indulging.
He's not 4 years old,
back, and it is a loaded
He's on the
league
goddamn
board, and
radio.
The NHL has its eyes on
And that's
Sin
English as a
City.
first language, eh?
And coming up in business,
Oh, that's
we talked to
pretty bad. I thought that
Sunwing
was
about changes it's making to give travelers peace of mind when they head on vacation in a post-pandemic world.
Can we get past the pandemic first?
City News Time, 7:01. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
And this report brought to you by Sportsnet. If you're on the eastbound 401 at Leslie and the Collectors, we've got the right lane blocked with a crash. Emergency crews are on the scene. Right now, the backup is from approaching Leslie and the Collectors. If you're on the westbound 401, problems at Dufferin and the Express. We've
Yes,
got a
and
stone
cannot
vehicle,
confirm
disabled
or
vehicle
deny.
blocking the right lane. MTO has shown up on the scene, but of course, not causing a delay through
They're
that
not allowed to
area.
talk to
Don't forget, if you're on the southbound 400,
police have
there's
to be
no
there for that,
access
you know.
from the
tow
407 all the way
Talk each
down
other
to the
out.
401.
This is
You're going to
great.
have to
This is
get off
great.
at Highway 7 or the 407.
I'll show
You can
you.
use alternates such
I'll
as
show
Heel,
you.
Dufferin, even Weston, Islington, or Highway 27. They're good
That would be so
alternates.
mean.
If you're on the eastbound Gardner, the ramp to the lakeshore at Park Lawn is closed
Yes,
for
it's stuck to
active
it.
TO.
Yeah.
So
Come
right
here,
now
close,
we've
you
got
know, 75%
eastbound Lakeshore shut down, and this is from Windermere to Stadium Road, again from Leslie to Woodbine. In the meantime, the lanes on the eastbound Gardner from Parkside to the Jameson ramp. Also, we had a backup on the ramp, and we still do, from eastbound Gardner to Spadina. If you're getting around in the Brampton area, keep in mind westbound Queen closed from airport to Tor ramp for a serious collision investigation. Clark Boulevard is a very good east-west alternate.
Hey, Clark,
And
isn't
Yonge
Clark
Street's
like
still
the name of
affected
some
at
kind of
60th
racist guy?
Avenue
We should
because of a
change that one
crash.
too. Let's change all the. Hey, how about Queen Street? Wasn't the Queen like
Sports World turned upside down. Sports on pause.
bunch of
Listen and
slaves?
subscribe at sportnet.ca/podcast. Your next traffic report at 7:11. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, it will continue to be a beautiful evening across the GTA. We might see one or two clouds, but I think the majority of us will see mostly clear skies, and we'll see temperatures dipping down to the single digits. So overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Downtown right now, it is 17 degrees, a partly cloudy sky, and over at Pearson Airport. Similar conditions there in 18. 680 News Time, 7:03.
Exactly that. Yeah, I can see Pearson. I never think to look. I can see it.
George Floyd and major
I'm halfway from
demonstrations
downtown to
continuing
Pearson. You
around
think
the
these
world and
temperature
right
things
here
apply
in
to
the
me?
GTA.
Demonstrators gathered at Queens Park today, and it shows support for racial equality. 680's Michelle Mackey reports. In a powerful show of solidarity, demonstrators began the protest by taking a knee for 4 minutes of silence. It's raised. Organizers with the group Remember the 400 say that's 1 minute for every 400 years of anti-Black oppression.
Where we come from to know where
well, this is not
there is a reason for this.
accurate.
We have to stop killing each other. We have to stop fighting each other.
Trevor,
The protest was one of several across the GTA against anti-Black racism and police brutality. NDP MPP and member of the Ontario Black Caucus,
do I count as two animals?
in Brampton, calling for change.
People aren't aware of carding is still right there. We want to get rid of carding and remove all of the documentation associated with that.
That's the one little white cars. Why they call it carding? Where they write down white or black or whatever word they use. It's probably not as polite.
680 News Time 7:04. Breaking news from Atlanta, where the chief of police, Erica Shields, has resigned. The move comes just hours after a man identified as Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by police at a Wendy's drive-thru. That's after police said he pointed a taser at an officer while running away from law enforcement. Shields releasing a statement that
you do understand the range of a taser.
Served alongside some of the finest women and men in the Atlanta Police Department. Have a deep and abiding love for this
told you I was
city
an
and this
undercover
department.
cop. I'm here
I
to
offer
look
to
for
step
your
aside
missing
as police
dog.
chief. APD has my full support, and Mayor Bottoms has my support on the future direction of this department. I have faith in the mayor, and it is time for the city to move forward and build trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve.
Former Assistant Police Chief Ronnie Bryant will be serving as interim police chief as the city intermittently launches a national search for new leadership to repair trust within the community. Meanwhile, protests have gone ahead in support of the Black Lives Matter movement in Australia against the advice of governments and health authorities.
The biggest demonstration today was in Perth, where it's estimated 5,000 people gathered. The rally was organized by 2 young Indigenous women.
You call them black, stupid.
News Time 7:06.
Do I have to explain this? Jesus.
Breaking news from Brampton, where a 2-vehicle crash has sent 2 men to hospital, one of which needed to be transported via air ambulance.
How much that
Constable Danny
cost?
Martini says it happened near the intersection of Queen
By the way,
and
they can't do no work on that ambulance.
both
No, they can't
vehicles
do
were
something about it.
injured.
Nice,
We
expensive,
expect
fancy looking ones. They can't do
period of time for the
But I'm stupid for saying they should have the Vietnam War era style.
Scattered across the road as well as down the traffic pole. Westbound Queen is shut down from Chrysler Drive to Tolbrum Road and will be for some time. Meantime, Toronto police say 1 man has been rushed to hospital with serious injuries after stabbing this afternoon. Officers say it happened in the lobby of a building at Fountainhead and Sentinel Road just before 2 o'clock. Police tell 680 News the victim may have attempted to abduct a child when he was stabbed. The child in question is unharmed.
That's a problem solved.
A Waterloo man has been arrested and charged with a number of child sex offenses involving a person he allegedly believed to be under 16. Peel Regional Police say Bradley Brian Scott, 40 years old, was nabbed in a joint operation between their Internet Child Exploitation Unit and Waterloo Regional Police. According to detectives, Scott allegedly used various popular messaging and social media platforms. He was arrested Thursday and charged with luring a child to commit invitation to sexual touching, luring a child to distribute sexually explicit material, and luring a child to attempt to make child pornography.
680 News Time 7:07. Police have identified a 21-year-old man fatally shot outside a Mississauga hotel. Emergency crews were called to the Monte Carlo Inn on Dundas Street near Warton Way around 8 a.m. on Friday morning. Officers located a man suffering from multiple gunshot wounds who was pronounced dead on the scene. He has been identified as Abdul Aziz Debet of Toronto. Police confirmed that someone was arrested at the scene, but they have not been charged.
This is Always Radio 680 News. Most areas north of the city are now entering stage 2 of Ontario's reopening plan. 680 Stuart McGinn is taking a look at the cottage country concerns that most have about GTA residents heading up north.
It's a concern to the point that the public health unit for the region covering Guelph and Orangeville has made masks mandatory in all commercial settings. But Orangeville Mayor Sandy Brown tells me he doesn't see the lure of stage 2 bringing a rush of people to these towns.
I don't think people are coming up from Brampton to go to Orangeville, to go to Home Depot or Walmart. They have those stores in their neighborhoods. I don't see the hordes of people coming
opening up.
While the majority of the province enters stage 2 of reopening, some restrictions have been eased for all of Ontario, like allowing gatherings of up to 10 people and social circles of 10, which Dr. David Williams says, if done properly, will massively help to contact trace any new cases.
We only know if it's you and 9 other 10, people. But it's 10 plus you know 1. That if someone's there,
The other one's 9 plus 1, and you're not telling them the difference.
As of today, more people are now allowed to attend weddings and funerals, with the province saying indoor venue capacity will be capped at 30%, and those outside can have up to 50, but receptions can still only have 10 people. I'm Stuart Begin.
680 News Time 7:09. Meantime, the province has confirmed 266 new cases of COVID-19 today and 9 more deaths. 87 of those cases reported in Toronto. There were 182 cases reported yesterday in Ontario. Testing for COVID-19 in Ontario continues to remain high, with 27,456 tests completed since yesterday, the third straight day in which more than 20,000 tests were conducted in the province. The provincial total confirmed cases now stands at 31,992, with 83% considered resolved.
As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to make people sick across Canada, health authorities are imploring Canadians to donate blood. But men who have had recent sex with other men aren't allowed, despite a 2015 Liberal pledge to end that ban. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says the issue is still being studied and that a change will be announced shortly.
We give funding to Canadian Blood Services and in Quebec to do the studies necessary to be able to bring in new protocols, and we are very hopeful that we'll be able to announce the results and the change very soon.
New Democratic MP Randall Garrison is among a growing chorus of people saying it's time for Trudeau to honor his promise.
This is 680 News.
Now time for the 680 News gas price update. EPRA predicts the price of gas will not change at midnight, holding at 97.9 cents a liter. Coming up, traffic and weather together on the ones. 680 News Time, 7:10.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad.
Installation project. Certified installer. Frank Ontario Health and Safety Med.
C'est long aussi. Alors,
non, c'est la mode des cheveux courts. En fait, j'avais le crâne rasé.
Oui,
je décrivais ce culte du corps du 36D magnifié par les revues de mode, etc. Puis en tout cas, c'était des opinions criées, là, ça faisait du bien.
Bon, c'est drôle que vous disiez des opinions criées parce que vous êtes aussi un membre actif de la plateforme Twitter. Vous publiez allègrement à vos 44 166 abonnés. C'est très précis, Daniel. Plusieurs fois par jour.
Bonne recherche.
Oui, ben, parce que je suis abonné à votre compte. C'est assez facile. Plusieurs fois par jour. Un humour, bon, assez cinglant. Vous commentez l'actualité allègrement. Pourquoi vous faites ça, Daniel?
C'est pour occuper une partie de mon cerveau qui est absolument...
Jesus, we know your French. Holy shit, you're speaking it in.
L'écriture dramatique, c'est complètement autre chose. Ça occupe une autre partie de mon cerveau. Puis pour libérer l'une, j'ai besoin de faire l'autre.
Ouais. Et comment les gens réagissent à certains de vos commentaires, certaines de vos blagues?
Il y en a qui sont insultés. Il y a une loi assez indéniable sur Twitter. Ce qui n'est pas drôle, c'est ce qui est contraire à mon opinion. Fait que si jamais j'ai mes opinions, je fais les plus larges possibles.
Vous dénoncez
donc j'insulte en général. Là.
Oui, j'imagine que vous faites
réflexion tout le temps qui circule. On apprend à faire un tri avec le temps. Si quelqu'un, des insulteurs, je les bloque systématiquement. Ceux qui sont quérulents, qui reviennent toujours avec les mêmes arguments, peu importe le sujet, je masque. Puis les autres, j'ai des échanges intéressants, je trouve.
Bon, ça crée le dialogue. Alors, vous avez accepté de répondre au questionnaire de l'équipe de Plus on est fou, plus on lit. Daniel Thibault, commençons par la première question. Quel est votre état d'esprit actuel?
Jesus Christ, we know you're French, relax.
Oui, je me sens plus libre que je l'étais avant le confinement, c'est paradoxal, parce que j'ai l'impression que ce temps d'arrêt qu'on a tous subi, ça a été difficile à plusieurs égards pour mes proches, entre autres, mais ça a comme libéré ma tête. Ouais, quand la pandémie, ça a été un peu le Marie Kondo dans mon cerveau. Moi, je sais pas, j'aborde l'avenir avec plus de liberté, la création avec plus de liberté. Étant donné que tout a arrêté,
And Sean Lane, RCMP officer. 680 News Time, 7:14. Your
Really?
home is your castle. Your
Serious?
refuge, your safe place.
Our job, 1-800-GOT-JUNK, is to make junk disappear.
We're good
They
at
called
it.
him black.
We'll feel bigger.
I know he's big back.
We
Oh,
promise.
are they calling me? Because that's the only one thing where they just put two together. Freudian slip.
Almost.
Big Mac, but that's
Before you can blink.
yeah, it
Gloves
is.
professionals touch nothing except the things you want to disappear.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com. Your roof's sprung a leak. Water came
I don't know
through.
what this
Shorted out the
camera,
furnace.
without
The
software,
radiator
this
When
fucking box
emergencies
don't have
happen, get a
software.
loan that's way cheaper than a payday loan with approval in minutes.
If you need money in a hurry, prudentfinancial.net.
Whether you want to consolidate bills, emergency repairs, it's up to you. Get approval in minutes. When you own your car or home, get a loan. Borrow up to $50,000. Money when you need it most from Prudent Financial. Click for details today.
Prudentfinancial.net.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
A few clouds and 17 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good evening. From 680 News Broadcast Center, I'm Ethan Tveta. And I'm Madison Fitzpatrick. Here's the top stories this hour.
I look like
A rally
don't
against
like, man.
anti-black racism was held at Queen's Park
Oh, they
this
can see the
afternoon,
half-free
and
hair
over in
'cause it's
Markham,
sticking like
hundreds
this. That's
joined
what
a
that
march
is.
against systemic racism led by a young black high school student. And stateside, Atlanta's police chief has resigned in the wake of a fatal police shooting involving a black man. And a two-vehicle crash has sent 2 men to hospital, one of which needing to be transported via air ambulance. 680 News Time, 7:15.
One of you is an idiot, the other one is way an idiot. You're an idiot too.
I'm not a fan. Here's Brett Gunning.
You both get in the HOV lane at the same time. You
With the
did,
Charles
did.
Schwab Challenge, Xander Schauffele taking a one-shot lead into the final round. There is a logjam one-shot back. That includes Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth. Spieth is looking for his first win since the Open Championship in 2017. 2 Canadians are still alive. Corey Connors is 3 shots back, while Adam Hadwin is 6 under, 7 shots off the pace. The Bundesliga continuing with 6 matches in total. That includes Bayern Munich doubling up Mönchengladbach 2-1. That keeps them safely atop the table. Dortmund are 1-0 winners over Dusseldorf. That 1-0 win means that Dortmund still have a slight chance to catch Bayern for the league's top spot, while Werder Bremen hammers Paderborn 5-1.
188 centimeters.
Looking at
Yeah,
Las
it's
Vegas
not-
as a hub
it's not
city.
6
The league
meters.
expects to make that
6
official
foot
later
2.
on this
Doesn't
month.
2 meters.
On top of that, for players who need their
what I'm
work
talking
visa
about.
extended, the league is strongly encouraging them to return to Canada
Six
or the United
lots,
States by next
please.
Sunday.
Yeah,
Sports
government
at
pay for
15
that?
and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590. This is your breaking news station, 680 News.
I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers, and we're talking about jolly old chaps.
Yes, the jolly old chaps made by Steel.
What are these said chaps, good sir?
They're chainsaw cutters chaps in orange or camel. Or we have the Steel cutters kits, which include a helmet, hearing protection, glasses, and shafts for only $119.95.
I bet dads would love steel chaps or a cutter's kit this Father's Day.
I'm sure they would.
Jolly old chaps like that deserve a gift from Steel at Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
These days, it's comforting to know that some things never change.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Getting rid of a car, old or ancient, Cars for Kids will take your car in any condition.
Hey,
with Cars for Kids, you get
I ain't got the car
professional
yet. I can't get the damn place you're gonna take it.
That's why thousands of people
The other one's gonna
did
get the
their cars
keys.
and donated instead.
Dude, they're
Try
like
it
keys for
yourself
everything.
at carsforkids.ca and schedule
You
a
don't send them a
contact-free
donation
pickup.
ever?
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
Never.
You're listening
How many
to
times do you think they're going to return your
680
keys? You
News.
never send them
An Indigenous man has been shot to death by RCMP in New Brunswick last night following some kind of interaction with police. 680 Target Parmar reports the death has prompted an investigation from the police watchdog.
Reports say Mounties responded to a call for a disturbed man with a knife in the Miramichi area. RCMP officers apparently found the man in a building and did use a stun gun repeatedly, but it did not subdue him. And that man was shot when he tried to charge at police. The man was given first aid and taken to hospital.
Who was running from?
Pronounced dead. 8 people with Quebec's independent police watchdog have been assigned to figure out what happened. Mi'kmaq First Nation Chief Bill Ward reacting online, writing, "I'm so mad and sad, I just don't know what to think." I'm Tarjit Parmar.
A permanent memorial to honor snowbird Captain Jennifer Casey could be included in a new park near the airport in Kamloops, BC. Casey died last month after the jet she was traveling in went down, crashing in a residential neighborhood in Kamloops, and ended the snowbird's cross-country tour mental experience during the pandemic. Mayor Ken Christian says there have been many requests from residents to establish a memorial. He's requesting support from City Council to work with Casey's family and the Royal Canadian Air Force to explore options. We go stateside now, where anti-black racism protests are leading to corporate change. Juneteenth is now gaining wider recognition amongst American companies. Nike, the NFL, Twitter, and the Washington Post are giving employees the option to take a paid day off on June 19th for the first time ever. Also known as Juneteenth, the day commemorates a day in 1865, when Major General announced the end of the Civil War and slavery in Galveston, Texas. Juneteenth isn't a federal holiday, but other companies are offering the day off include the New York Times, BuzzFeed, and Vox, and the list seems to be growing. Yuni Han, ABC News. Meantime, New York's governor has signed an executive order requiring all police departments in the state to develop plans for reform.
Governor Cuomo's order requires all local police agencies, including the NYPD, to develop, as it says, plans to reinvent and modernize their policing strategies. And it requires them to develop that plan with input from the community. He says it's an opportunity for police and communities to reshape their relationship together.
In the communities that want a different relationship, design it, define it, do it over the next 9 months.
Police agencies are required to submit plans or risk losing state funding. Mark Remillard, ABC News, New York.
A year ago tonight, Toronto became one big party city. It's the anniversary of the Raptors winning the NBA championship. Our Simon Bennett takes a look back.
The sound of June 13th, 2019.
Your 2019 NBA champions, the Toronto Raptors.
A year ago tonight, Toronto celebrated. 680's Mark Douglas was in the middle of this at Jurassic Park.
That's why they made the treaty with us. This could be useful in the future. No, they didn't do it that way. They didn't have to. These psychopaths.
Unbridled joy and the energy, just the explosion of energy as the Raptors came down to those last few seconds.
81 on the streets in the wee hours we'll never forget.
49th there, though.
I just think they could still do it again if and when the NBA returns later this summer. I'm Simon Bennett.
CTV News Time 7:21. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
Thanks. And right now, just having a look at the eastbound 401. And Leslie, we still have a crash. It's in the collectors. And it's parking the right lane. Emergency crews, MPO still on the scene. Really not causing a delay at this point, so that's good news. If you're on the westbound 401, the ramps to the collector ramps to the 410 and the 403 down to a single lane because of construction. They didn't see any delay there, so that's good news. But keep in mind, if you're on the southbound 400, we have all lanes blocked from the 407 all the way down to the 401. And that means the on-ramps between the 407 and the 401 are also shut down. So
you say all the way
the 407 or even Highway 7, you can use alternates such as Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or even to the West Highway 27. Eastbound on the QEW, we had some problems at Walker's Line, but they have cleared. And if you're on the eastbound Gardner, it's just slow now on the ramp to Spadina. But in the meantime, on the eastbound Gardner ramp to the Lakeshore at Parkland, that remains closed because we've got active TO on the eastbound Lakeshore. Eastbound Lakeshore shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road and Leslie to Woodbine, even Active TO has closed Bayview from Front to Rosedale Valley Road and River from Bayview to Girard. Don't forget, if you're getting around in Brampton, we still have a closure on westbound Queen. It's from Airport to Airport Road to Tour Ramp, and that's closed for a collision investigation. As I mentioned, Clark is a great east and west
St. Martin's, Loblaws, sewage plant.
The next traffic report is at 7:31. Right now, let's get the extended forecast. And here's Jason Fisher.
Well, we have high pressure that is in control, and that is the reason why we are seeing mostly clear skies across the GTA. The dry weather is going to last us through not only tomorrow, but through Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. We only have a slight chance of seeing some rain showers, possibly on Thursday. So expect to see sunny skies on Monday and a high temperature near 20 degrees. We'll improve a few degrees on Tuesday, and then by Wednesday, we'll go all the way up to a high temperature of 29 degrees, and by Thursday, we'll improve to a high of 31 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, a few clouds, 17 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, cloudy and 18. Remember, 680 News is the only radio station with a weather guarantee. Today's jackpot stands at $2,900. Coming up at 7:30, a rundown of anti-black racism protests across the GTA today, and the latest from Brampton, where a serious collision has sent 2 men to hospital and 1 via air ambulance. 680 News time, 7:24.
Joanna has joined the call.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing today?
Oh, hey Joanna. Wow, is that a new rug in your living room?
Yeah, it is. I was at Area Rug Shop on the weekend and found the perfect rug for my space.
Looks great in there. I'm amazed at what a difference a rug can make in that space.
Me too. I was really impressed by the service I got at Area Rug Shop.
Andy has joined the call.
Oh, sorry I'm late. Wow, Johanna, is that a new rug?
Area Rug Shop showrooms are now open 7 days a week. Or shop when you want at Area Rug Shop.
Can I rotate this damn thing?
Big story. I'm your host, Jordan Yitro. Links from the latest on COVID to the story of the day. You'll find it at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts.
The closely watched arrival of Christopher Nolan's big-budget sci-fi espionage film will finally happen on a later date.
Kinda seems like no one wants to be first.
Don't try to be astounded.
Christopher Nolan's action thriller Tenet was going to be the first studio film back in theaters on July 17th, but now Warner Brothers has moved it back 2 weeks.
I need to No one's gonna force you to have less than 10 friends. Wait, what? Go to the contact list of 10 people. If you only have 10 people in a gathering, wait a second. It's 10 plus 1. There's always one that's you want to keep your circle of 10 people. My circle is 10 people, no, including me. If you say I don't get it, yeah, that's they didn't get it either. Get your contact list of 10. Okay, you're close, whatever the fuck. Your buddy list. Your aim. Buddy list.
If you don't want problems, me and my natives, yep, we always gotta solve some. Cause that beef so we
what's the A and A stand for AOL? What's that? It's an acronym. Why is it online with 2 letters? But then you make AOL, which is A for AIM. What the fuck is wrong with people? AOL, AOM. No, AOL, AIM, because A stands for AOL. But why? You morons. I have like 10,000 of those fucking CDs.
I'ma ride for my motherfucking natives. Most likely I'ma die with my finger on the trigger. I've been grinding outside all day with my natives, and I ain't going in unless I'm with my native, 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 my motherfucking native, my 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 motherfucking native. Yeah.
Oh well. Well, I am. No, that's too many letters. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yo, come on, man, my
online needs 2 letters. But hey, well, only needs 1. What the fuck?
Ill shake and deck out the purge. Nigga, it's the big niggas. Coming fat from the vats of black wax. In fact, I cramp stacks of backs up on your shelves.
I know every time my fucking thing fucks up, it goes
move along, cause yo, there ain't no pausing. I'm causing catastrophe. I hate to be the one coming after the black dick dastardly. I heat them up even in winter. I split it for Guinness. I'm eating pussies for dinner, but just remember, I ain't no downtown clown. I run the mellow ass sounds, the real shit, boy, straight from the dead.
I don't think you understand. It's my world. I'm slow like these fucking things. And what a piece of the world, like
5 for 5 on the dead or alive. Or full soft potatoes with sour cream for chops. No job if I was you. I come through and catch a dose of my strict technique. Straight from suicide street. I work a beat like a cop. Trash a pawn shops, wanting city trends, cause I'm giving niggas speed.
I've been here 80 years. Our iconic sign. I've never seen a goddamn sign I want faster than 10 I remember the stupid little labor ready sign more than yours. Yeah, I look up. I never. I'm not even sure which was that McTamney's? No. Was it? I remember the name, so I remember. Just 6 fucking pawn shops. They're all the names.
Papa hash, dig a stash, know what I'm saying? I'm out the range like stank for sewage. If your record ain't out by now,
they buy the camera
I ain't here. I'm back in imitations. I smell the brothers and watch a fade from that suffocation. I got shorties in every grocery corner. While stops wreck trash like super vet stone donuts. Chill out and post it at the Barbary Coast where queens be on the scenes in less than apple scenes. I do my tracks like country blacks, ain't fat, doper than a sack of crap, crushing exit back, no question. I'm putting the rest in your notions of coming west. Without your bulletproof vest. On the sets, I do no less than my best to let you know your assets was dropped on the rocket set. Check, stay out the fuck, get me scared of the talk, understand? I was around, straight from the deck.
It's alright, buddy. I'm not speaking Swahili. It's all Greek to me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Fucking. Virtual healthcare. No, virtually accessing real healthcare. You fucking asshole. I'll press this button and a graphic of a wand is going to tap your face. No, it's not virtual healthcare, stupid. Here's a re-up. Have some more points. That's what the fucking...
Compass cameras on the eastbound 401. Luckily, the collectors still have the right lane blocked with a crash, but we've got emergency crews on the scene. The good news, no delays through the collectors in that stretch. Southbound 400, all lanes are shut down from the 401.
Hold on, you're not the one that disorganized. You're the other one. Hold on.
Until Monday morning. So that means the on-ramps between the 407 and the 401 are also shut down. Now, if you're on the southbound 400, get off at Highway 407 or even Highway 7. Use alternates that will take you down to the 401. Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or even Highway 27. Eastbound things have eased off heading into the city. That's good news. But of course, the ramp to the lakeshore at Park remains closed because we've got
Outsiders cover. You better not fuck around. You can't now without a help.
Eastbound Lakeshore from Windermere to Stadium Road, Leslie to Woodbine. Yes, westbound Lakeshore lanes are open. And if you can't get to the Lakeshore for Octave TO, we've got Octave TO on Bayview. It's closed from Front to Rosedale Valley Road and River from Bayview to Girard. Last check, westbound Queen and Brampton was shut down between Airport Road to Torbram.
Why can't I just walk through Regent Park? I know there's going to be no white people there. Unless
online with Don Valley North Lexus on demand. There's a 2020 LX 300 from $178 bi-weekly. Visit DonValleyNorthLexus.com. Your next traffic report is coming up at 7:41. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, after a gorgeous day across the GTA, it's going to continue to be an even better evening. We'll see temperatures dipping down to about 5 or 10 degrees from where they are right now. Our overnight low tonight is about 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 17 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, partly cloudy and 16. 680 News Time, 7:33. Rallies against systemic racism and police brutality continue this weekend across the globe and right here in the GTA. Here in Toronto, demonstrators marched to Queen's Park to show support for the Black Lives Matter movement. 680's Michelle Mackey reports.
We want change ringing through the air as demonstrators stood in solidarity at Queen's Park. The demonstration was organized by Remember the 400, a group dedicated to telling the true story of slaves who landed on the shores of America 400 years ago.
Oh, but Canada 500 years ago. No, it's not 400 years ago.
It's one of a number of protests against anti-black
No,
racism
don't tell
and
me
police
16
brutality
nothing.
that took place
Fuck
across
you.
the
You're not
GTA.
getting it.
In Brampton, NDP, MPP Kevin Yard marched in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter
What are we talking about again?
Thousands of the people here coming out together to march for justice, for racial justice and equality. Anti-black racism, anti-Indigenous racism has deep roots in Ontario and in Canada.
Yard, a member of the Ontario Black Caucus, wants to see real social change resulting from these protests, including additional training for police officers. I'm Michelle Mackey. Meantime, protests also taking place in other parts of the GTA.
Everything they're doing, they already know not to do.
Down Highway 7, a major route in the city to support the fight for racial equality. The majority of peaceful protesters are reportedly young people, and the organizer of the event is a 16-year-old Sydney Baxter, a Markham District High School student.
Shoot at us and declare us dead. Oh yeah, you can lay there bleeding for like 12 hours.
680 News Time, 7:35.
What are you going to do?
Breaking news from Atlanta, where according to City Mayor Keisha Lansbottom, Supreme Police Chief Erica Shields has resigned. The move comes amidst calls from anti-racism protesters to bring attention to the death of two more black men, one of which was found hanging from a tree in California, and another who was fatally shot by police outside of an Atlanta restaurant. Bottoms addressing state policing in her city.
What has become abundantly clear over the last couple of weeks in Atlanta is that while we have a police force full of men and women who work alongside our communities with honor, respect, and dignity, there has been a disconnect with what our expectations are and should be as it relates to interactions with our officers and the communities in which they are entrusted to protect.
Meantime, in Europe, far-right activists scuffled with police in London and Paris. The confrontations happened as more Black Lives Matter demonstrations unfolded in nearly 3 weeks after George Floyd, another black man, died at the hands of a white Minneapolis police officer who pressed a knee to his neck. You're listening to All News Radio, 680 News. The jaws of life were needed to remove an injured occupant of a two-car crash in Brampton this afternoon. Two men are being rushed to hospital, one via air ambulance. Photos from the scene show both cars with significant damage to the front ends. The crash also caused the downing of a traffic pole. As a result, westbound Queen is closed between the airport and Torbram Road. You can expect delays in the area and should use an alternate route if possible.
Did the second guy hit the first guy trying to take a picture of the first guy?
Toronto police say a man is in custody after a possible child abduction attempt in the Keele and Finch area. Officers responded to calls just before 2 p.m. near Fountainhead and Sentinel Road. They located a man with life-threatening injuries in the lobby of an apartment building. Police say the child did not suffer any injuries. No charges were immediately laid, and police didn't say if those involved in the incident knew each other.
Meantime, Peel police are investigating the fatal shooting of a 21-year-old man in Mississauga. Just before 8 a.m. on Friday, police were called to a reported shooting on the Dundas Street East in Wharton Way area. Responding officers found a man with gunshot wounds inside of the vehicle. The victim, 21-year-old Abdul Aziz Debet of Toronto, was declared dead at the scene. Police are asking anyone with information to contact them.
This
is 680 News. A majority of cottage country has now entered stage 2 of the province's reopening plan, meaning many businesses are gearing up to open their doors. And as the weather continues to warm up, local officials are concerned about the oncoming rush of people.
Where were you people at?
The towns of Guelph and Orangeville have both entered stage 2, and Orangeville Mayor Sandy Brown tells me the region's medical officer of health is interested in measure amidst concerns those from the GTA might be heading their way.
All patrons going into commercial retail establishments.
They transferred it, and then the charges have disappeared. It's too far away to call.
Brown says with appointments at nail and hair salons booked up, masks not mandatory on patios, and some stores already open in stage 1 areas, he doesn't see this happening. This first weekend of stage 2 for most of Ontario comes as all of us get to enjoy gatherings of up to 10 people and new social circles of up to 10 where physical distancing doesn't have to be maintained. But Premier Doug Ford says this measure would be impossible to legally enforce.
The social circle police aren't going to be knocking on your door. We trust you're going to be doing the right thing and just follow the protocols.
Also new in Ontario as of today, weddings and funerals held outdoors can have an attendance of up to 50 people. Indoors, they'll be maxed out at 30% of a venue's capacity, but receptions for both still can only have just 10 people. I'm Stuart McGinn.
All right, okay.
680 News.
No, I don't know that this shows. It's
Ontario's plan to reopen child care across the province. 56,000 kids in Toronto could be without a daycare spot. Councillor Joe Crashy tells the Toronto Star the province has announced the reopening of child care without a plan to ensure access to child care for parents who need it. Study modeling shows that about 80,000 licensed spaces in Toronto child care centres, just 24,000 will reopen because of strict new provincial guidelines released this week. Premier Doug Ford announced Tuesday that daycares across the province could reopen starting Friday as long as they follow stringent safety measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
I didn't have any care. If I didn't have any, somebody had extra.
Calls for accountability. Healing walks held in Toronto and Atlantic, Canada today in memory of Chantal Moore, a young Indigenous woman killed by police in northern New Brunswick. And on the eve of the peaceful gatherings to mourn and demand action, another police killing of an Indigenous person in the province. Karen Seola City News reports.
You said so. You called the black earlier.
The incident near Miramichi Friday night began after they responded to a call about an unwanted person at a house.
When police arrived on scene, they were confronted by a man armed with knives who charged at officers. A conducted energy weapon was deployed several times without success, and an RCMP member discharged a firearm.
It ended in the death of a 48-year-old man from a nearby First Nation. Quebec's police watchdog is now investigating. The victim has been named by community members as Rodney Levi.
I got the call from the commanding officer letting me know there was an incident and that they had shot a member of our community. Basically, they had no choice. Which seems kind of crazy to me, considering he's like, 120 pounds. Not the most big guy.
Really?
There's nothing quite like the live concert experience.
Oh, they cut that off.
Stage is bringing the show home to you. Budweiser Stage at Home.
Now it's 41. Hold on.
Connecting you to your favorite artists with performances by Bare Naked Ladies and special guests.
Performances by Bare Naked Ladies. You have photographs.
Tonight at 8 p.m. Budweiser Stage at Home.
Comparison shopping purposes.
680 News gas price updated. Pro predicts the price of gas will not change at midnight, staying at 97.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations.
Because what? Who says so?
And it's 7:41. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
Thanks. And this report brought to you by Subaru Canada. We still have problems on the eastbound 401 at Leslie in the collectors where the right lane is blocked with a crash. Emergency cruiser there. It's not causing a delay. That's great news. Anywhere
in my next time. With the city Saturday, in my next time. Stay with us on bad bitch. I was smoking no gas. We ain't nothing. Oh, God,
Right now, the eastbound Gardner, it's looking good as you head into the city. But of course, we've got the eastbound Lakeshore shut down.
Why are you not skipping? Why are you not doing anything I'm telling you?
And again, from Leslie to Woodbine, it's all because of active TO. And if you're in Brampton, westbound Queen, closed between Airport Road and Torbram. That's for collision investigation.
Fuck, see, like, seriously, can we get the fucking rid?
Start online and connect for award-winning service, all new value and rates from as low as 0.5%. Your next traffic report at 7:51 right now. Let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Across the GTA, you'll maybe end up seeing just a few clouds, but we're not expecting any precipitation tonight. And then tomorrow is going to be yet another gorgeous day. We'll see sunny skies and a high temperature near 20 degrees. And then tomorrow night, we'll see mostly clear skies and temperatures dipping down.
Talk about the white lines on the...
It's 8 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, we are sitting at 17 degrees with a few clouds, and over at Pearson Airport, similar conditions there as well. You're listening to All News Radio 680 News, it's 7:43.
Something's always coming up. Home improvements, kids' education, car repairs, credit card bills. Maybe you even saw a real deal on an investment property. Well, don't wait till the money falls from the sky. Call Northwood Mortgage.
That commercial got loud,
business. Use your home to save money. Pay off your mortgage faster.
No, because I was about to turn it down to like there.
For over a quarter of a century.
This is full, and I can still hear the bastard. You know, make it louder. Yeah, bullshit.
Our huge executive search is great. We changed down to what just blocks of wind and fog. Now we love outside, which we haven't done for years.
From our motorized executive screens for large openings to our launchable legacy door screens, open up your home with Phantom Screens.
Well, the bad is that we get a fancy video about this
All News Radio, 680 News.
It's 16 degrees with a few clouds in the sky. Good evening from the 680 News Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick. Here are the top stories this hour. Anti-Black racism protests continue around the world this weekend. And right here downtown, people gathered in Queen's Park. And in Markham, hundreds of people marched down Highway 7 to support the fight for racial equality. The jaws of life and an air ambulance had to be called into a crash in Brampton. 2 men have now been sent to hospital with serious injuries. Westbound Queen is closed between Airport and Torbram Road. You can expect delays in that area and should use the alternate route if possible. An active TO might be making the roads a bit busier this weekend, but that's not the only reason why. Many Torontonians are venturing out of the city to get a taste of North Chelsea after phase 2 reopening the province started outside of GTA. 680 News Time, 7:45. And now it's time for 680 Sports, brought to you by Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Wes Gunning.
The PGA Tour is back with the Charles Schwab Challenge. Xander Schauffele takes a one-shot lead into Sunday. There's a few major winners in the Canuck trying to chase him down. Jordan Spieth, Gary Woodland, and Justin Thomas are all part of the logjam, one shot back, while Rory McIlroy, Justin Rose, and Patrick Reed are lurking 3 off the lead. Same goes for Canadian Corey Connors. After this, the Tour heads to Harbortown for the RBC Heritage next week. The NHL is strongly suggesting players who need their visas extended in the United States or Canada return to their countries next Sunday. Lincoln heads to Las Vegas is one of the 2 hub cities when play resumes, while still holding out hope of a Canadian option.
Never get denied Little League T-ball scouts. Who's this? Corey Connors.
Mandatory quarantine for travelers coming back into the country. And the MLB Players Association rejecting the owners' latest offer, and they will not offer a counter. Instead, the players have asked the owners to inform them of their plans by the end of business on Monday. Sports at 15 and 45 minutes every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 7:46.
Keep on top of the world from your home or office. Eton Elite Traveler offers the best performance on radio reception and audio quality and has the looks to match with an elegant leather case.
I'm walking down the street trying to make money with a baseball bat
in its finest form. Whether you're listening to a local radio station or signals from a faraway land, make Eton's radios your go-to source. Listen to the world. The Elite Traveler radio is available online at ca.etoncorp.com. Order yours today.
COVID-19 has turned the way we do business on its head. As a result, we have had to adapt to the new normal. But what does the new normal look like? It's not the same for everyone, and it seems to constantly fluctuate.
Well, it's not business as usual. No, you got cops sitting up the front of the place there. Somebody, which one is that somebody got?
Watch me accepted at 6 a.m.
What did he actually get shot twice in the same place? Right?
Powered by Microsoft Teams. Work remote without leaving your home. Protests and anti-black racism demonstrators continue across several major American cities and around the world. Thousands of people gathered in Virginia's capital.
Anti-black racism. They're not demonstrating anti-black racism. You fucking idiot. Can you say organized?
Protest, police brutality, and racial injustice. Tear gas began just as a group of extreme right counter-demonstrators were dislodged from the roof of a building overlooking the protests and in Prague. Hundreds rallied for the second straight Saturday in support of the protests in the United States as they marched through the Czech capital chanting Black Lives Matter.
Oh, really?
60 News Time, 7:48. The pandemic may be a good excuse to rediscover your love for driving while social distancing, but there are some things you can do before you hit the road to make sure the trip is memorable. Reasons. Jonathan Klinger, a vintage auto insurer, Haverty says you should have extra water and food and mop up and masks in case your electronics fail. He also says cars outclass the enjoyment of trains and travel for a simple reason.
You are in control of your destination, and then more importantly for a road trip, how you get there. One key thing when you talk about the
fucking what I feel like. Police package, did you fucking get it done? I like to play some French. I can't read it. I'd like to report on. What's the license plate number? I can't read it. Why? It's in French.
7:49. Well, where were you a year ago tonight? It's been 365 days since the Raptors won their first NBA championship. Our son
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it.
I didn't hear the second time though. It's not from somewhere. Why'd you pull him over? Those license plates are blacked. Yeah, I guess I can get rid of that, can I? They're out, blacked. Oh, well, I can't fit. Oh, okay, that's me.
He has won an international award from New York City
having a
Museum
little
of Math,
more
not from productions instead for art. So the Bloor collegiate student says she's happy to represent Canada.
Oh, I feel extremely honored because I've never done anything international before, and I'm really happy that I can represent the country that I live in. I'm just very happy that I can show that Canada also has individuals that are competitive and want to showcase their talent.
Yvonne Hong says her artwork in Infinity Universe was one of 8 pieces to win the art competition meant to showcase the universality of math. Her words.
You said universality, correct? Thank you.
That you're passionate about.
No, but the tripping first is just incredible.
680 News Time, 7:51. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the ones, handing things over to Colette Desjardins. Thanks, Madison. And this report brought to you by your local Ontario Subaru dealers.
Can you write that into the porn movies? Like, make them mispronounce shit. Like,
Leslie in the collectors. The right lane is blocked, but of course, emergency crews are on the scene. No delays. That's great news. From the westbound 401, construction is on the collectors ramp to the 410 and the 403 down to a single lane. And don't forget, major construction southbound 400 from the 407 all the way down to the 401. All southbound 400 lanes are shut down. Again, that's construction. So if you need to get to the 401, you can get off the southbound 400 at the 407 or Highway 7 and take Peel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or even Highway 27. Eastbound Gardner looking good as you head into the city, but of course the ramp to the lakeshore at Parkland, that is closed because of active TO. So right now, Northbound, we've got eastbound Lakeshore shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. Also, Bayview for active TO is closed from Front to Rosedale Valley Road, and River shut down from Bayview to Gerard. Those routes will reopen tomorrow evening at 11 o'clock. At last check in Brampton still had problems. The closure on westbound Queen between Airport Road and Torbram. Clark Boulevard, an excellent east-west alternate. Eastbound Highway 9 at the Highway 400, we had a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane. And they still have problems at Young
I think we have vehicles.
Avenue,
What's
all
wrong with
because
you?
of a
We still do
crash.
stuff. My name's
Ontario
Rick. I just
Subaru
can't walk
dealers
all
are
day.
finding
I can't
only
walk
ways
it.
for you to safely shop for a Subaru. You can call or connect online. Your local dealer is here to help you every step of the way. Your next traffic report is at 8:01. Right now, let's get the extended forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, tonight we may end up seeing just a little bit of wind around the GTA, but nothing really major in terms of any wind gusts. We'll also continue to see mostly clear skies across the region. And the dry weather pattern will continue tomorrow and over the next 3 days. We're going to see mostly sunny skies on Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. A high temperature tomorrow of 21 degrees. 20 for Monday, 24 by Tuesday, and we'll improve by Wednesday to a high of 29 degrees. And by Thursday, a few sprinkles may move across the GTA
by
and we'll see
Tuesday.
a high temperature of
Did you just say 24
degrees. Monday
tonight?
Is 8
bastard. You just
Downtown Toronto right
no,
now,
but he
we're
did
sitting
two
at
right in a
16
row, so I'm really not
degrees
sure.
in the sky,
20
and
for
over at Pearson Airport, similar
Monday.
conditions there as well.
24.
Coming up at 8 o'clock, the latest on anti-black racism demonstrations across Canada, several major American cities, and around the globe. 680 News time, 7:54.
Is that demonstrating
is brought to you by
how to be an anti-black racist? You fucking idiot. They're real good at well. They're not really like I'm
begin your
stuff after
investing
that.
journey from home today. Learn
You guys
more
are
at
really
ScotiaITrade.com.
Torontonian, you
Even
guys
if you love renovating,
racist. What are you gonna call
sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get 10% back on a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any air conditioning, roofing, or kitchen installation project. Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict health and safety measures.
Wow. Thank you. That was amazing.
Anytime. Conditions apply. Details online.
Darren and Moe's Pay Your Bills contest
on 98.1
CHFI.
Mo and I've been waiting to speak with you.
We have to move out of our house.
You have a family
These
phone
niggas
bill.
making fun of when I make
Consider
those
that
noises.
paid.
Me, stupid.
You guys are incredible.
Enter to have Darren and Mo pay your bills by uploading a photo of your bill to CHFI.com.
Wait, is it considered fraud if I trick the radio contest into paying extra? Like, is that fraud? Like, how much would I have to alter the bill by?
Oh, Queen Elizabeth's birthday was marked with a smaller ceremony than usual this year
What did you
because
send
of
them,
the
like, 2 months
coronavirus
ago, Bill?
pandemic.
I know
Reverend
you
Julie
win.
McFarlane says the celebration is usually the highlight of the royal calendar and typically attracts thousands of
Go by the
tourists.
bill you sent them. They gotta go by the next one. How do they?
Official birthday at
Last
home
month.
in Windsor. Instead of the usual military parade trooping the colour in central London, a smaller military pageant took place in the grounds of Windsor Castle.
Who?
The Queen celebrated her 94th birthday on April 21st, but her official birthday has always been marked in June.
It makes a dollar sign.
Ontario, you're making a difference to keep people safe from COVID-19, and we all need to continue our efforts to protect each other. Get tested if you're
I
worried
give a
you
fuck
may have
about you, you host man.
COVID-19
Get up
or
my
have been
fucking money.
exposed to the virus. Practice physical distancing. Stay 2 meters apart. Wear a face covering when physical distancing is a challenge, and continue to wash hands frequently.
Yeah, we didn't save you from
Inside
Hitler. We
or
saved
out.
us from
Stay
Hitler,
safe.
stupid.
Save lives. Learn more
Thanks
at
for getting away with that. Thank you.
ontario.ca/coronavirus. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Whether your dad is an action guy or a can't wait till sports is back guy.
Cannon fodder. Oh, that's a rather good. Queen's cannon fodder. If she was, where was she? Here, probably. I don't give a fuck where she was.
Special guy. Deals
Can walk down her street, could she? Can't today, can she? No, all these people so big. Let them walk down the street. No, they can't, can they?
All at prices that'll make your dad so proud for shopping so smart.
Yeah, you walk 10 Suburbans deep and you got 3 Taser cars.
See the online flyer at visions.ca.
And the
680
road
News time,
was,
7:56. Now the 680 News
I'll stand at me through the windshield. I can see you through the windshield.
The demand for virtual healthcare continues to grow during the coronavirus pandemic. Well, While Canadians remain at home, many have been able to book appointments
That
and keep in
identical,
contact
yeah.
with their medical practitioners remotely. But some are curious if people will continue to turn to virtual healthcare services once Canada's economy fully reopens. Dr. Shez Partovi, worldwide head of healthcare, life sciences, and genomics at Amazon Web Services, says it's important to keep in mind that virtual healthcare is not a replacement of traditional healthcare, but rather an additional dimension for accessing care.
If I need a prescription renewal, what do I need to come in for? If coming in is going to kill me, oh, you got to ride the subway. Why?
And he adds that telehealth has a variety of tools that can help educate patients and bring them peace
Oh, they're
of mind.
fucking useless.
Access to that artificial intelligence.
I'll type telehealth and search for this channel.
Just to check it, whether to reassure you or to guide you to a video visit.
I just get weirdos that don't tell you that they're not health. Did they ask you your medical problems and tell you they're not fucking, it's not privileged? Oh,
helping you triage yourself, whether it's tuning out
fuck are you? Excuse me?
From virtual healthcare services
You
remains
just broke like 3
anonymous.
laws, you
Dr.
moron.
Partovi says it can help Canada
Yes,
and
it
other
did.
countries address public health
You got
needs.
your data, you had no right to. You fucks up the database.
from different sources, whether patient supplied, whether it's physician and nurse supplied, whether it's observational data. That data then can be converted into insights. And so whether it's customers or government agencies all over the world, from UK to Singapore, from the United States to South Korea, we're seeing government agencies use that data to actually gain insights that would help improve the health and welfare of students.
Dr. Shez Partovi is the worldwide head of healthcare, life sciences, and genomics at Amazon Web Services.
Genomics! Oh!
I'm Carl Garnett.
Home has never been more important, and now you're relying on home appliances.
Oh, you're wriggling around in dust there. Oh, look at you all fucked up. Why did you climb up my tube?
So all their expertise and products are still available online, by email, or by phone. Right now, you need your
Oh, they're not walking away, buddy. Fuck that.
That's why appliances
You're away there for a second, stupid. I would have forgotten what you
feeling like home.
Stupid,
Free delivery in the GTA. Get started at ApplianceCanada.com. Appliance Canada, for your home, for your life.
Hi, I'm Laura Pedone, Quality Control Manager at Monte Carlo Inns. At Monte Carlo Inns, we know it's not business as usual.
Yeah, because you had somebody shut the fuck up outside, didn't
We're
you?
here for you. Should you need an office away from home
Yeah.
or just a comfortable night's sleep,
Not anymore.
we're taking additional
No.
measures to ensure your health and safety.
Really?
By doing so, we will do our best to make Monte Carlo Inns your home away from home.
Everybody dead when the
Visit
cops declared him dead or not?
MonteCarloInns.com for more information.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for ExploreNet Internet. Accelerate your internet with ExploreNet LTE service. Now with unlimited data. Visit explorenet.com for details.
Mississauga 18 degrees over an air and 17 right now downtown. 16 degrees. 680 News
The
time.
net
It's
is
8 o'clock.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This
You notice World Wide Web is 3 syllables? The www is
This
9.
is Saturday, June the 13th. I'm Eden Speva. And I'm Madison Fitzpatrick. Here's what's making news this hour. Peaceful protests took place across the GTA for the 3rd weekend in a row as demonstrators marched the streets against anti-black racism and police brutality. A serious 2-vehicle crash in London has shut down Queen both ways between Chrysler and Torber Road. Full traffic report just seconds away.
It all depends on how bad you want to sit on a restaurant patio this weekend, but some regions outside the GTA are worried about Stage 1 visitors in Stage 2 territory.
Only my
And we're
fucking
bringing
house
you the
in the
story
next
of
4
one
years.
GTA couple unable to tie the knot due to COVID-19.
Rory McIlroy is in the mix, and so is a Canadian at the Charles Schwab
That's
Challenge
just
in
feel bad.
Las Vegas.
Spent
Will host
billions
an
to
NHL
advertise to me not to
Sports
reproduce for
15.
B19.
And coming up in business, small businesses have been struggling through the pandemic, but a marketing and PR expert says this time can also present a unique opportunity.
680 News Time, 8:01. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
And right now, the eastbound 401 still has a crash at Leslie and the collectors. The right lane is blocked, but we've got emergency crews on the scene and no delay. If you're on the westbound 401, the collector ramps to the 410 and the 403 down to a single lane. Haven't heard of any delays through that area.
Where's the highway?
400, just keep in mind it's closed all weekend long from the 407 down to the 401. That's for construction. So the on-ramps anywhere between the 407 and the 401 are also shut down. Now, if you need to get to the 401 and you're on the southbound 400, get off at the 407 or Highway 7. Use Keel, Dunkirk, Weston, Islington, or even Highway 27. Eastbound Gardner is still looking good as you head into the city. Just a little bit busy as you approach the Jameson ramp. But if you are going to be heading into the city, just keep in mind on the eastbound Gardner, the ramp to the Lakeshore at Parkland still closed because of active TO. So eastbound on the Lakeshore, that is shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road and Leslie to Woodbine. Also, Bayview shut down from Front to Rosedale Valley Road, and River closed from Bayview to Girard. Now, those routes will reopen tomorrow at 11 o'clock p.m. In Brampton, a new update for you. Just got off the phone with Peel Police confirming both ways now on Queen are closed between Torbram and Chrysler. Closed for a serious collision investigation. No idea when it will reopen. However, Clark Boulevard is a great east-west alternate. If you need to avoid that area, use Clark Boulevard. Your next traffic report at 8:11. Right now, let's get the forecast. Jason Frazier.
Well, it will continue to be a beautiful evening across the GTA. We might see one or two clouds, but I think the majority of us will see mostly clear skies, and we'll see temperatures dipping down to the single digits. So overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, 16 degrees, a few clouds in the sky. And over at Pearson Airport, similar conditions there as well. 6:80 news time, 8:03.
Several rallies took place across the GTA today denouncing anti-black racism.
Here in the city, hundreds of people, part of Remember the 400, marched down city streets towards Queen's Park. 680's Michelle Mackey was there and brings you the very latest. With signs reading, "Silence is violence," and "We all bleed the same color," hundreds of protesters gathered on the lawn.
Are you allowed to name your kid Zapatistien or something like that? What's your name? Zapatistien.
The rally marks the third weekend of demonstrations against anti-black racism and police brutality in the GTA. This one has been organized by Remember the 400, a group dedicated to telling the true story of slaves who landed on the shores of America 400 years ago.
No.
Were pulled out on the base and put in the failure ships.
No, you got it all wrong.
While the rally remained peaceful, police removed a man who showed up to Queen's Park holding a racist sign. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Over in Mississauga, a march to
when
raise
did the
awareness
British
and combat
first bring
anti-black racism on Sheridan College took place just outside of the college in Square
What's
One.
it called back then? Look up Canada then. Look further than Family Compact, Upper North Canada.
Students, particularly black students, not feeling supported enough by the school. This is the second anti-black racism protest in Mississauga, with thousands gathering at Celebration Square on Saturday to demand fundamental change to policing, including the use of body cameras on all Peel police officers.
Meanwhile, the chief of police in Atlanta has stepped down after another police-involved killing.
What do you mean they did for the first 100 years or whatever?
Protesters rallied at the scene where a black man was fatally shot by officers overnight. Police say they responded to calls that someone is asleep in the car at a Wendy's drive-thru and encountered Rayshard Brooks in the vehicle. The officers say shots were fired after Brooks got possession of an officer's taser during a scuffle.
This is 680 News at 8:05. A two-car crash in Brampton in the area of Queen and Chrysler Drive has sent two men to hospital. Constable Danny Martini says they got the call just before 5 this evening.
As of now, we have had one driver that was taken to a trauma center, and we have one occupant from the other vehicle that was taken to hospital.
That driver being brought to trauma center via Air Orange. A traffic pole was also down during the crash, and the jaws of life were needed to remove occupants of the vehicles. Westbound Queen is shut down from Chrysler to Torbram and are being asked to avoid the area if possible.
Oh, yeah, type orange.
Meantime, Toronto police say one man has been rushed to hospital with serious injuries after a stabbing. Inspector Paul Rinkoff says it happened in the lobby of a building, had found his head in the Sentinel Road just before 2 o'clock.
Police arrived on scene.
This is
Conducted their
Petit
investigation
Negre.
and did locate one male with a stab wound to his neck. That male was transported to hospital, is currently in life-threatening condition.
Good.
Police tell 680 News the victim was accused of abducting a child when he was stabbed. One person is now in custody and the child in question is unharmed.
That's why they can't check a pulse like that. Say, oh, I know he's dead because I'm a cop. They don't think I can do anything.
21-year-old man in Mississauga. Police recall to a reported shooting in the Dundas and Wharton Way area around 8 o'clock Friday morning. Responding officers found a man with gunshot wounds inside of a vehicle. The victim, 21-year-old Abdul Aziz Dubet of Toronto, was declared dead at the scene. Police are asking anyone with information to contact them. 680 News Time 807. It's a big weekend for many regions of Ontario. Restaurant patios, hair salons, and tattoo parlors among the businesses welcoming back customers. But as the GTA is left out of stage 2, neighboring communities are concerned about carloads of people making the commute. 680 Stuart McGinn reports.
Orangeville is one of those areas where Stage 2 and Stage 1 territories clash, and some are worried it's just a quick drive away from those still under GTA restrictions. But Mayor Sandy Brown says he isn't concerned.
Appointments are being booked out for several days now, and you have to wear a mask in salon settings. So those ones.
Yeah, all the locals are going to just fill it out so you don't.
Views, the public health unit for this region has made masks mandatory in all commercial settings. Looking past these concerns, Premier Doug Ford says with how the numbers are tracking, it won't be long until the Greater Toronto-Hamilton region can join the rest of the province in this next stage of reopening.
We'll be able to open the 10 areas up very shortly based on the numbers in case there's a spike, because we have seen numbers go down and spike up.
Meanwhile, new from the Ford government today pertaining to weddings and funerals. If they're being held outdoors, they can have up to 50 people, while indoors, they'll be capped at 30% of a venue's capacity, but receptions are still maxed at groups of 10. I'm Stuart McGinn.
Groups of 10. Okay, what's the fucking
Many
reception?
Torontonians are disappointed that the city isn't moving forward. Stage 2 of the province is reopening.
No, because they should, because weddings do. I know that much. No, I remember about that one.
Our City News spoke with Bride to be and has more on the story. Michelle Matichuk planned to get married in October. Since COVID-19 hit, she's been anxiously awaiting news from the province about whether her 150-guest wedding would still go on. On Saturday morning, the Ministry of Health announced eased restrictions for weddings and funerals, stating that indoor ceremonies could take place at 30% capacity, while outdoor ceremonies would be limited to 50 attendees. Receptions, however,
still only
now
we need 3 times the space.
It really doesn't help my situation at all. Having a certain amount of people be able to come to your ceremony and then having to send those people home because they can't be implemented in the party aspect of things, I would feel really bad.
In a statement to City News,
you're being implemented here. It's all you're being implemented. That's what it means.
Opportunities for socialization and activities that make it
all
difficult to practice proper physical distancing between people not from their social circle. In Toronto, Erica Natividad, City
News. The 10 people I'm allowed to associate with, but only 9 at a time.
Representing thousands of Ontario high school teachers and education workers are raising the alarm over what it calls clear risks involved with reopening public schools in September in the face of COVID-19. According to the CBC, members of the Ontario School Teachers Federation say there are unique issues that the provincial government must deal with before the resuming in-person classes this fall. The president, Harvey Bischoff, tells the CBC the primary consideration is health and safety for students and for educators.
I say Bischoff perfectly every time.
Updates and breaking news.
That's the other girl, stupid. Yeah, right.
To know newsletter. Sign up now at 680news.com/newsletters.
Now time for the 680 News gas price update. Edinburgh predicts the price of gas will not change at midnight. It's holding at 97.9
the most important thing in the world to me is the gas price. The traffic conditions, because you honestly don't give a fuck about the weather. If you're going to sign up for a newsletter, you don't send no text messages or nothing as it is for missing kids or nothing. Never, I never get one ever on any phone. I never
no contact shredding service you can trust with a certificate of destruction, so you know the job is done right. Reliable, same day, confidential and secure. Trust your document shredding to Record Express.
They don't call
Visit recordexpress.ca for their free shredding offer.
That's
recordexpress.ca. Shop Canadian. Shred Canadian. Simply the best. Record Express.
John.
60 News Time, 8:11. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
Thanks, and this report brought to you by AGM Renovations. If you're heading into the city on the eastbound Gardiner, not bad. Just a bit of a backup on the ramp from the eastbound Gardiner to Spadina. Keep in mind, of course, and you probably already noticed, the ramp to the lakeshore at Park Lawn has been closed. That's because the eastbound lakeshore has been shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. And that is for active TO. Yes, westbound lakeshore is open. Now, if you're traveling on the southbound 400, we've got
I already know you leave some out.
basically it's closed from the 407 down to the 401. So if you need to get to the
highway
401
block.
and you're on the southbound
Black people
400,
right now.
take Highway 7 or the 407.
Sounds like a lot of
Use
work, too.
alternates such as Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or even Highway 27. If you're on the eastbound 401,
What's 27 is? 27 next to 427 is not. It's 27 the old
emergency
name.
crews are on the scene.
427,
An
yeah, they
update
did
in the
that.
Brampton area, east and westbound Queen is still closed between
Yeah,
Torrent and
They
Chrysler.
do that with all of
That's
them.
for a collision
Oh, yeah.
investigation. Clark is a good alternate
What?
if you're looking for an east-west route. Eastbound Highway 9 at the 400, we have the left lane blocked by a disabled vehicle. How about the
Hey,
money
stop
you
calling
save
it that.
staying
Can you
at
see
home?
the
You spend
wheelchair
on your
sticker?
own. How
How do
about
you know it's a
take this
disabled
opportunity
vehicle?
to
It could be a regular ass
finally
vehicle.
finish the
Just sitting
basement?
in my.
Visit
you'd be fucking
agmrenovations.com. Your next traffic report is at 8:21. But right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, across the GTA tonight, we'll see mostly clear skies. No rain is expected.
Hey, clear
And then
guy.
for
Hey,
tomorrow,
clear
we're
skin
gonna
guys.
see
Right?
another
What the fuck?
gorgeous
That
day
wasn't
across
funny.
our area with temperatures getting very close to 20 degrees, and we'll see mostly clear skies.
No, it's
Plenty
not
of
clear.
sunshine.
I got
And then
pimples. That's
tomorrow
not what I
night,
mean.
mostly
It's
clear
clear.
with temperatures dipping down to around 7
I got white
degrees.
spots
Our
here.
overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, a few clouds, 16 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, cloudy and 16 as well. In Eastern Ontario Township is preparing to turn its
Legos are on
back
my
on the
wrist.
slave owner it was
Like
named
this, my
for.
wrist, my
It
arm.
just won't be
Holy
turning
shit,
its
my
back
arms.
on the name.
elbows.
Mayor Pierre
Yeah, I
LaRose says
got 'em on
Russell
my
Township had been the subject of online scorn over the past week because it was named for Peter Russell, an 18th century government official who delayed the abolition of slavery. Some called for the name to be changed, while others said it should remain the same. LaRose says he and his 18-year-old son came up with a different solution, choosing a new Russell. LaRose plans to bring forward a motion to City Council on Monday night, saying residents no longer want their homes to be associated with Peter Russell. Still to come on 680 Now News, and they're shutting down due to COVID-19 when Canadian Airlines is now looking to reopen. 680 News Time, 8:14.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get 10% back on a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any air conditioning, roofing, or kitchen installation project. Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict health and safety measures.
Wow. Thank you. It was amazing.
Anytime. Conditions apply. Details online.
First, your disability insurer denies your long-term disability claim, and then your employer threatens to fire you if you don't pay the money. My name is Aaron Watson, and your disability insurer denies your disability claim, or your employer threatens to fire you because you're too sick to work.
I have a fully independent graphics card.
Because there are none.
Oh, yeah. Well, we call it what you graphics processors, whatever. What's the difference?
Questions? 416-664-4878 or on your cell phone at Pound LTD.
Where would the signal be? Yeah, what's happening here? Did they go that up? Right.
16 degrees
Where's the signal going to come back from? It's so long in France that I don't understand.
Anti-black racism demonstrations continue to go
see you
strong this weekend outside the Queen's Park in Mississauga and over in Markup, where the flag of
Hey, this is my face.
Louis asked the road workers to
Light, fuck off, I'll punch you. You're not touching my leg. You're talking, right? Someone's not going to punch you. There's the lights and the lights.
Sports Up. I'm not even a fan. Here's Rob Gunning.
Sports coach Chris Johnston reporting that Las Vegas will be one of the NHL's hub cities. They'll make that official later this month. The league is still looking at options for the second hub city, including locations in Canada. But for that to happen, the federal government will also loosen restrictions on players entering the country having to quarantine for 14 days. The league also warning players who need to have their visas extended in either Canada or the United States to get back to that country by next Sunday. The league expects training camps to open on July 10th. No firm date yet on when games.
The immigration rules apply to you idiots too.
Championship nearly 3 years ago, he now finds himself one shot after entry by Colorado and Charles Schwab challenge. Speed from the on-jam one shot after leader that group includes Justin Thomas, the Canadian is Corey Connors, he is 3 shots back. And Major League Baseball and the owners are no closer to a deal. The players reject the latest offer and will not send back a counter. They have agreed to play the season at prorated salaries, but the owners have asked for further concessions. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
You did it, so I want the full prorated. You're not understanding what's happening. What do you care how many fucking stupid games you play? Alright, play none and get out of shape for the next shit.
Give us a call or go to our website and your jumbo magically disappears or truck does.
What are they going to do? How many games? 10, 20 grand, something. Yeah, what's the fucking difference? Right.
Gotcha. Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUMP.com.
I could rob you on the way out. And after the next game, rob you again. It literally would make no difference. I'd be wearing myself out. Like, practical terms. Really? I want a full pro rating. Do you understand the season's gone? You would make horrible farmers. I don't want to pick it till later, so I'll plan it later.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. It's almost wheels up for one Canadian airline. 680 business editor Chris McCusker has more.
Wheels up is upside down.
All flights on April 1st, and it now says flights and tour operator activities will return July 23rd. It'll offer a new flight schedule to 22 destinations in Europe, the South, the U.S., and Canada until the end of the summer season on October 31st. Travel agencies will also start reopening June 15th, and people are encouraged to make an appointment. The airline will also be rolling out new health measures. Travelers will be handed a traveler care kit, which includes a face covering, gloves, hand sanitizer, and disinfecting wipes. Passengers and crew will be required to wear
the
face
ones you
coverings
all touched on the outside, so
at the
yeah,
business
they're
center,
disinfected. That's going to help with the
McCusker.
fucking things that are going to kill me. You moron.
The regional chief of the Assembly
Oh,
of First
taking care
Nations
of other
County
people with
Brunswick is confirming
immunocompromised.
that the
No,
man
you're
who
not.
died
You're
in an
doing everything you
RCMP
can kill
shooting
us.
last night was Ronnie Levy.
Oh, you should all call them at one time in one
Mi'kmaq
place.
Nation.
Why
The
would I
death comes
do
as
that?
several marches are being held today in honor of
That's
Chantal
suspicious.
Moore,
All
an
you come
Indigenous
first thing in the
woman
morning.
killed by police 1 week
Good
ago.
time to kill,
Chief
man. You're all
Roger
done for all
Vestine
the
says
regular
it's
people wake
important
up.
that something is set up to delve deeper into the racism issue.
We don't want no regular people here with all the immunocompromised people
For the
here.
virus that we got
Really?
COVID-19.
Wasn't immunocompromised.
That's
So
how
we're
I
right
see
there.
racism.
But I
It just seeps through the communities and kills the young people, kills all people. And you got to be careful how to handle this.
Quebec's police watchdog is investigating the Friday evening shooting, which occurred around 30 kilometers west of Miramichi, with the assistance of Quebec's provincial police. 680 News Time, 8:20.
where the fuck are we
State
talking
Governor
about?
Andrew Cuomo was calling on protesters to end
Dude,
the
a word
demonstrations.
that name
You
is
don't need to
it's not a
protest.
place, it's a word.
You won.
There's some words.
You won. You accomplished your goal. Society says you're right.
This comes after Cuomo signed an executive order requiring all police departments in the state to develop plans for reform.
Governor Cuomo's order requires all local police agencies, including the NYPD, to develop, as it says, plans to reinvent and modernize their policing strategies. And it requires them to develop that plan with input from the community. He says it's an opportunity for police and communities to reshape their relationship together.
Oh, it's holy fuck. His
Relationship.
antenna is still glitching, but it's everything else is flat. Wow.
Do it over the next
Wow.
9 months.
Police agencies are required to submit plans or risk losing state funding. Mark Remillard, ABC News,
These are the
New
fucking
York.
breeders. Looking for somewhere to go. Why you come miles?
680 News Time,
You cocky
8:21.
motherfuckers.
It's time for traffic and weather together
Even
on the
the lazy people, I can tell.
And right now, looking at the eastbound 401, still have problems at Leslie and the collectors where the right lane is blocked. Emergency crews are there, but the good news, not causing a delay. Don't forget, if you're on the southbound 400, all the lanes are shut down from the 407 all the way down to the 401. But if you need to get to the 401 and you're on the southbound 400, get off at 407 or Highway 7, and you've got these alternates such as Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, even to the west, Highway 27. Right now, the eastbound Gardner, everything is looking pretty good into the city. A bit of a backup on the ramp to Jameson as well. There's a minor backup on the ramp to Spadina. But don't forget, of course, we've got a ramp closure on the eastbound Gardner. It's to Lakeshore at Parklawn. It's all because the eastbound Lakeshore remains shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road and Leslie to Woodbine for active TO. We also have Bayview shut down from Front to Rosedale Valley Road and active TO, also shutting the river between Bayview and Girard. But those routes will reopen tomorrow evening at 11 o'clock in the evening. If you're traveling right now in Brampton, Queens still closed both ways between Torbram and Chrysler. That is for a collision investigation. Your next traffic report is coming up at 8:31. Right now, let's get the extended forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, we have high pressure that is in control, and that is the reason why we are seeing mostly clear skies across the GTA. The dry weather is going to last us through not only tomorrow, but through Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. We only have a slight chance of seeing some rain showers, possibly on Thursday. So expect to see sunny skies on Monday and a high temperature near 20 degrees.
It's going to rain all day Thursday.
On Tuesday, and then by Wednesday,
Trevor Noah's
we'll go all the way up to a high temperature of 29 degrees. And by
why call it a master plan?
We'll improve to a high of 31 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 16 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, cloudy and 16 as well. Coming up at 8:30, the latest on anti-racism demonstrations across the GTA and the latest from Brampton after a serious collision sends 4 people to hospital, all with injuries ranging from serious to
anti-racism. Because you're confusing this anti-black racism. You're fucking that up. You are fucking that up live. Anti-black racism demonstrations. Oh, good. I need an example. I haven't seen enough of
Canada's top quality dog store now and get 0% financing from Dog's Garage Doors. That's
that's the other thing. If you look like
0%
this,
financing. Offer ends June 30th.
the cops
Save
don't
now.
make you fuck off when they're being racist, and they don't expect you to do anything.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers,
To getting the answers to what
No matter
you
how
need to know
fucking
about
dressed, they still assume.
COVID-19.
and answers about your job and finances.
It tells me how these whiteboards are. Not the ones from the hood, but it tells me how they all are. Because why would the cops assume that?
Gets the answers.
We're in this together.
Well, they've got this entitlement
Working
sense
for
too.
you.
Protests
Oh,
have
see, I
gone
do
ahead
on
in
title.
support of the Black
Aboriginal
Lives Matter
title.
movement in
Oh,
Australia against the advice of government and health authorities. The biggest demonstration today was in
Alien.
Perth, where it's estimated 5,000 people gathered. Organizer Jacinda Taylor says she wants to see systemic racism come to an end.
It's all about just saying to the government, this is a really big issue
I showed up
and
in
this
your
needs to be
bedroom,
talked
your
about
doorway
and
to
this
your
needs
bedroom,
to be
silhouette. No,
put
just
right
alien head
now.
shape.
Western Australia State Premier Mark McGowan has urged organizers to postpone the event, citing health risks. A man in his 30s who attended the rally in Melbourne last weekend tested positive for COVID-19, raising concerns about a potential second wave of infection in Australia.
By the way, I was
This is on
never
this
at
radio,
Occupy
680
Toronto.
News.
I have
Health
nothing to do
officials
with
are
those
looking
people.
into how 2 Missouri
another
hairstylists who
fucking
worked
bullshit
while
thing
they
to
had
associate
COVID-19 managed to avoid infecting any of their 140
Because I
clients.
look like
The two
somebody.
stylists worked
That's
at the
my
same location
fault, right?
for more than a week in mid-May. The
Okay,
local
it's
health
nothing
department
like
says the salon had set up physical distancing measures,
Okay.
including staggered appointments, and that clients and stylists wore face coverings. Of the 140 clients and 7 co-workers potentially exposed, 46 took tests that came back negative. All the others were quarantined for the duration of the coronavirus incubation period of 2 weeks. This is 680 News. Coming up in just 60 seconds, our weekend business report.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for
online at carsforkids.ca. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll benefit a child and get a maximum tax credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car.
Also accepting boats, motorcycles, RVs, and truck donations.
The Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation knows that all Canadians have been affected by COVID-19, especially our kids. That's why Kids Help Phone is there, offering young people free, non-judgmental 24/7 support by phone, chat, and text. The need for Kids Help Phone is greater than ever. Please visit kidshelpphone.ca and make a donation so they can be there for our kids. A message from the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, proud supporters of Kids Help Phone.
680 News Time, 8:26. Now time for the 680 News Weekend Business Report.
I'm Chris McCusker. Small businesses help drive the Canadian economy, and many of them have been struggling through the pandemic. But as things begin to reopen, a marketing and PR expert says there is opportunity out there. Natasha Kaufman is the founder and president of NKPR.
Often when we run a business, we're thinking about our business first, but I think we have to think about who's our customer, who's our target audience, and what do they care about right now, and really look at fostering those relationships one by one. I think that's how we're going to rebuild. That's the key.
And the customer might care about different things now compared to 6 months ago.
Quite frankly, it might not go back to the same normal of 6 months ago in the next year. And I think we need to consider that. It's no different than, fashion. Like, when is the next time that we're going to a charity gala necessarily? What? So you're not buying the same.
Yeah, you asked me what?
So when you think about retailers, they will now have to adjust and pivot, think about their buys quite differently because what the consumer is looking for is different.
What
you really see this as an opportunity?
I really believe that. I believe that small businesses right now, if they're really taking their customer into consideration and are able to pivot their business too, I think that's important. If you look at certainly the hospitality industry during this time, like they've had to pivot. They now some restaurants.
Exactly what you do is take a shot outside of your fucking hotel right when you started a new
act.
What
is our customer looking for? And how do we actually service and supply them? And so I think that
change the ad, run the ad more. I would go run the ad more because otherwise double down. What the fuck?
This is the time for them to be
We're
able
still
to
here.
Natasha Kaufman is the founder and president
the shooting's not our fault,
NKPR,
technically.
and at the business center on
What?
Chris
One or the
McCusker.
other. But not what I just said. Watch.
Water came through.
Or don't change
The
it.
radiator too.
Hey, stop problem.
Yeah, why would security know?
I need right now. There's
If you need money in a hurry,
What shooting are we talking about?
prudentfinancial.net.
Hey, what happened to that bomb threat?
Just one click. Prudentfinancial.net.
Our rates are way
I get a phone ring and somebody said, "Oh, I'm going up over there."
When you own your car or home, get a loan
Something called it.
Prudentfinancial.net.
Go figure out who it was because it's just a guy with a phone. Rang. You said, "Oh, something's up, going up, something."
Here's to the things we miss.
No, everybody's phone's going on.
Here's to Canada and Canadians. And if it's time for a new car, here's to you from Honda. Right now, lease the 2020 Honda Civic LX from just $59 weekly at 1.99% and zero down, including the $1,000 Honda bonus. And shop safely with enhanced safety procedures in all dealerships. Here's to the power of determination, and here's to the road ahead.
Your car is fucking ugly, eh?
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 16 degrees, 680 News and CFTR AM Toronto. Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day and always be in the know. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is live 24/7. 680 News Time, 8:30.
Tell us about the
News in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Good evening. This is Saturday, June 13th. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick.
And I'm Eden Tababa. Here's what's making news this hour.
Protesters against anti-black racism and police brutality marched the streets in a series of demonstrations across the GTA. The jaws of life needed in a 2-vehicle collision in Brampton, leaving 4 people seriously injured.
Bracing for stage 1 visitors as some towns a small amount of kilometers away get a big adjustment with stage 2.
Is a small amount of
what's stopping GTA residents
I can tell you're not francophone, so
and the need
fuck
for
off
blood
with
is
that
higher
shit.
than ever as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to make people sick across Canada.
We'll tell you which desert city will host the NHL for its playoffs. And the PGA Tour gives us a great leaderboard in its return. Sports at 45.
And coming up in business, a venti-sized bombshell. Starbucks plans to close up to 200 of its Canadian locations. We're looking at the reasons why and how it could impact rival Tim Hortons.
High number of points below 100.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
Thanks, Madison. And this report brought to you by Aero Furniture, eastbound 401 at Leslie. And the collectors, problems have cleared. All lanes are open. Traffic is moving at the limit. Now, if you're on the southbound 400, don't forget from the 407. Down to the 401, there's no lanes. All lanes shut down because of construction. So if you get off the 407 or Highway 7, you can use alternates such as Highway 27, Islington, Weston, Dufferin, or even Keele. Right now, the eastbound Gardner looks good as you head into the city. A bit of a backup on the ramp to Jameson. We had a bit of a backup on the ramp to Spadina.
Oh, and there's a 7A and B.
And of course, the ramp are closed for active TO. So
this shit
on eastbound Lakeshore from Windermere to City Road, Leslie to Woodbine, and of course out in the Brampton area, Queen at must check closed both ways between Corbram and Chrysler for collision investigation. Don't miss Aero Furniture stimulus surplus sale. You can save the taxes or save up to 50% off. Or don't pay for 18 months. Conditions apply. Visit aerofurniture.com. Your next traffic report coming up at 8:41. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, after a gorgeous day across the GTA, it's going to continue to be an even better evening. We'll see temperatures dipping down to about 5 or 10 degrees where they are right now. Our overnight low tonight is about 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 16 degrees, and the Tri-City report similar conditions and 16 as well. 680 News Time, 8:33.
It's been nearly 3 weeks since the death of George Floyd. Major demonstrations are continuing around the world and right here in the GTA.
Demonstrators gathered at Queen's Park today in a show of support for racial equality. 680's Michelle Mackey reports.
Solidarity. Demonstrators began the protest by taking a knee for 4 minutes of silence. This raised. Organizers with the group Remember the 400 say that's 1 minute for every 400 years of anti-Black oppression.
And remember where we come from.
No, slavery, you said.
There is a reason for this.
They keep trying to minimize that.
We have to stop fighting each other.
The protest was one of several across the GTA against anti-Black racism
I
and
make the
police
mistake
brutality.
smoking drawings this big all day long.
NDP and member of the Ontario Black Caucus, Kevin Yard, marched in Brampton, calling for change.
People aren't aware that carding is still right there. We want to get rid of carding and remove all of the documentation associated with that.
Yard also wants additional anti-racism and de-escalation training for police officers. I'm Michelle Mackey. And Atlanta's chief of police, Erica Shields, has resigned. The move comes just hours after a man identified as Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by police at a Wendy's drive-thru after police said he pointed a taser at an officer while running away from law enforcement. Shields released a statement that reads, "For more than 2 decades, I have served alongside some of the finest women and men in the Atlanta Police Department. Out of a deep and abiding love for this city and this department, I offer to step aside as police chief. APD has my full support, and Mayor Bottoms has my support on the future direction of this department. I have faith in the mayor, and it is time for the city to move forward and build trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve." Former Assistant Police Chief Rodney Bryant will serve as interim chief as the city launches a national search for new leadership to repair trust within the community.
Meantime, protests have gone ahead in support of the Black Lives Matter movement in Australia against the advice of government and health authorities.
British authorities, the discovered Dutch colonies,
Estimated 5,000 people
territories,
gathered. Rally was organized by two
Oh,
young
it's got Dutch names, stupid.
680 News Time, 8:35.
The British gave it a Dutch name. And that's their Dutch place where they
680 News from York, where police are responding to reports of a pedestrian who was struck and pinned underneath a car. The driver of the car reportedly ran away from the scene. You can expect delays in the area as police investigate. Stay tuned to 680 News for more on this developing story.
A two-vehicle crash in Brampton has sent 4 people to hospital, one person needing to be transported via air ambulance. Constable Danny Martini says it happened near the intersection of Queen Street and Chrysler Drive.
Since both vehicles were injured, we expect delays for a lengthy period of time for the investigation.
There are car parts scattered along the roads as well as down the traffic pole. Westbound Queen remains shut down from Chrysler Drive to Dwarburn Road. Meantime, Toronto police say one man has been rushed to hospital with serious injuries after stabbing this afternoon. Officers say it happened in the lobby of a building at Fountainhead and Sentinel Road just before 2 o'clock. Police tell 680 News the victim may have attempted to abduct a child when he was stabbed. The child in question has been unharmed.
Yeah, because it was armed and you unarmed it, right? You moron. It's been unarmed. Yeah, it's been unarmed for 16 years old. Stupid.
Kiel Regional Police say Bradley
You're trying to protect you for Toronto? It's been done.
Between their internet child exploitation unit and Waterloo Regional Police. According to detectives, Scott allegedly used various popular messaging and social media platforms. Scott was arrested Thursday and charged with luring a child to commit invitation to sexual touching, luring a child to distribute sexually explicit material, and luring a child's attempt to make child pornography. 680 News time, 8:37. A Waterloo man has been arrested and charged with a number of child sex offenses involving a person. Meanwhile, Peel police have identified a 21-year-old man fatally shot outside a Mississauga hotel. Emergency crews were called to the Monte Carlo Inn on Dundas Street near Warrington Way around 8 a.m. on Friday morning. Officers located a man suffering from multiple gunshot wounds who was pronounced dead on scene. He has been identified as Abdul Aziz Defet of Toronto. Police confirmed that someone was arrested at the scene, but they have not been charged. 680 News time, 8:38.
This little Mexican animated show,
stage 2 of opening, around the reopening. 680 Stuart McGinn is breaking down the concerns Cottage Country officials have as more GTA residents head up north to visit open amenities.
It's a concern to the point that the public health unit for the region covering Guelph and Orangeville has made masks mandatory in all commercial settings. But Orangeville Mayor Sandy Brown tells me he doesn't see the lure of stage 2 bringing a rush of people to these towns.
I don't think people are coming up from Brampton to go to Orangeville, to go to Home Depot or Walmart. They have those stores in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, but if you've been to the Home Depot in your neighborhood, they didn't have it.
Some restrictions have been eased for all of Ontario, like allowing gatherings of up to 10 people and social circles of 10, which Dr. David Williams says, if done properly, will massively help to contact trace any new cases.
We only know if it's you and 9 other people. You know that if someone is there, it's the other 9 that we're concerned about.
Meanwhile, new for Ontario as of today, more people are now allowed to attend weddings and funerals, with the province saying indoor venue capacity will be capped at 30%, and those outside can have up to 50, but receptions can still only have 10 people. I'm Stuart McGinn.
Meantime, the province has confirmed 266 new cases of COVID-19 today and 9 more deaths. 87 of those cases reported in Toronto, where 182 cases reported yesterday in Ontario. Testing for COVID-19 in Ontario continues to remain high, with 27,456 tests completed since yesterday, and a third straight day in which more than 20,000 tests were conducted in the province. The provincial total confirmed cases now stands at 31,992, with 83% considered resolved.
Reinvigorate wilted veggies with a quick soak in ice water for 5-10 minutes. Bullshit. Look, poor people invite you, telling us poor people invite you, didn't get that from a poor person.
Despite a 2015 Liberal pledge to end that ban, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says the issue is still being studied and that a change will be announced shortly.
We give funding to Canadian Blood Services and Quebec to do the studies necessary to be able to bring in new protocols, and we are very hopeful that we'll be able to announce the results and the change very soon.
New Democratic MP Randall Garrison is among the calling courts of people saying it's time for Trudeau to honor his promise. Being right matters.
Why am I trying to buy a police car, put French plates on it? I don't know, it makes what you do. What would you do?
680news.com.
Now, the 680 News gas
I switch banks just so I can pay my fucking fire. Yeah, I gotta switch fucking goddamn bank. I bet I could open a fucking bank account in about 10 minutes.
680 News Time, 8:40.
Well, I would have to
Even
like
if you
pay
love renovating,
a bill, like
sometimes it
send an
helps to
email
hire a
transfer or
professional.
some bullshit.
Just like I did for this
Not yet
radio ad.
verified. What's the
Dennis,
amount?
did you
It's
read the
this
next
much.
bit?
Oh,
Until
great.
July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get
Crazy with
10%
that.
back
I
on a
bet I
Rona
could
or
do
Lowe's
that.
gift card for
I
any
could
air
close the
conditioning,
account,
roofing,
pay
or
zero
kitchen
fees
installation
before
project. Plus, our
you
certified installers are
motherfuckers
duly
don't want
trained to
my
apply
money.
strict
I
health
want
and
my
safety
goddamn
measures.
license plate in my hand.
Wow. Thank
I
you.
can't figure out how
It
to
was
pay the
amazing.
fee and
Anytime.
get the plate.
Conditions apply.
I can get the plate and not pay the fee. Yeah, that helps a lot. I'm trying to get that out of the way,
Time for
right?
traffic and weather together
But
on
the
the
cool part
ones
is
with
I
an
can
eye
put
your
it on
drive.
the
Here's
car.
Colette Desjardins.
Thanks, and
I
this
don't know if
report
I
brought
can
to you
legally
by
drive
Canadian
it.
Blood Services.
There's
Heading
no
into
insurance
the
for the
city right
6-day
now on
transfer
the
thing,
eastbound
so
Gardner. The ramp to Lakeshore
many of
Park
it. Well,
Lawn
you
that
can
is
get it.
closed
Yeah,
for
you
active
can.
TO.
You
So
get
that
insurance with the
means
sticker.
eastbound Lakeshore shut down
You have
from
the
Windermere
insurance, it's not
to
illegal
Stadium
yet.
Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. We also have active
You
TO
have the
shutting
insurance.
down
You just
two
get the
more
insurance before the
streets.
sticker.
This is Bayview from Front to
Oh,
Rosedale
yeah,
Valley
no.
Road and River from Bayview to
If I
Gerard.
have the
These
plate
routes will
visibly
reopen
possessed, I can
tomorrow
walk in there
night
and say, would
at
you like your
11
fine
o'clock.
money? Because I would
Eastbound
like
on
to
the
register
401,
this car.
problems have cleared at Leslie in the collectors. If you're on the southbound 400, there's no access from the 407 all the way down to the 401.
This is the only
But
way
if
to do
you
it is
get
get a
off the
friend to
southbound
fucking do it as a
400 and
gift, which is
407
legal.
or Highway
Perfectly
7,
legal start.
you
There's
can
6
use
different ways to do that
you
too.
can use alternates such as Kiel, Dufferin,
I can't get
Weston,
registered
Islington,
for
or Highway
anything. If I
27. They
can't,
will take you to the
just say that
401.
person's name till I
Getting
can
around on
fucking
city
figure out how to
streets,
pay
you've
that
been
shit.
hearing in Brampton, Queen Street shut down between Torbram and Chrysler for collision
Can you send me
investigation.
back that license
And
plate?
police
I
have
just want
also
to use
closed
it. Yeah, but you didn't.
Kiel
Yeah.
and Rotherham because of a pedestrian was struck.
Which
So
street?
what they've done now is they've closed Kiel both ways between Nashville Road and Juliet Crescent. That's just north of
What did
Rogers
you do?
Road. Your next traffic report coming up at 8:51, and a message from Canadian Blood Services right now. The need for blood is rising, and every appointment needs to be filled. Book now at blood.ca. Let's get a check on the forecast. Jason Frazier.
Well, across the GTA, you'll maybe end up seeing just a few clouds develop, but we're not expecting any precipitation tonight. And then tomorrow's going to be yet another gorgeous day. We'll see sunny skies and a high temperature near 20 degrees. And then tomorrow night, we'll see mostly clear skies and temperatures dipping down to around 7 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, a few clouds, 16 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, cloudy and 16. Still to come on 680 News, the death of an Indigenous man in New Brunswick has called in Quebec's independent police watchdog. 680 News time, 8:43.
A message from the Canadian Union of Brewery and General Workers to call 325. Please remember that essential workers, including healthcare workers, grocery and convenience store clerks, gas station attendants, food delivery people, truckers and transit workers have been risking their health and welfare to keep
Canuck
the rest of
Avenue,
our nation
really?
going. By leaving their homes, they allow us to stay in ours and help reduce the spread of COVID-19. Thank you from the Canadian Union of Brewery and General Workers representing Molson Coors Toronto Brewery.
Home has never been more important, and now you're relying on home appliances more than ever. That's why, just like you, Appliance Canada is soldiering on. They've adjusted their services, so all their expertise and products are still available online, by email, or by phone. Right now, you need your appliances to be dependable, and
You have a Regent Street right there? I didn't know that.
that's why Appliance Canada is doing what they can to keep home feeling like home. With free delivery in the GTA, get started at ApplianceCanada.com. Appliance Canada, for your home, for your life.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's 16 degrees with a few clouds in the sky. Good evening from the 680 News Broadcast Center in downtown Toronto. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick. And I'm Eden Tababa. Here's what's making news this hour. In the fight against systemic racism and police brutality, rallies around the world continue this weekend. And
Say
here in Toronto, demonstrators
comment about it. No.
shows
My name.
support
I'm
for the
gonna
Black Lives Matter movement. 4 people have been sent to hospital after a serious crash in Brampton. The jaws of life were needed to get the occupants out of the car, and 1 passenger was even airlifted to hospital. Right now, westbound Queen is closed between Airport Road and Torbram. The roads may seem busier than usual this weekend as many Torontonians seek haircuts and patios as the GTA is left out of stage 2 of reopening the province. And coming up after sports south of the border, a union is ready for a fight over the rollback of transgender rights in the U.S. 680 News time, 8:45.
What's this street?
Sports
Not here.
5 Night at the Fan. Here's George Russick.
The Las Vegas Review-Journal has quoted a story saying Las Vegas will be confirmed as a hub city for the Stanley Cup playoffs if they actually happen. The other depends on how the Canadian government chooses to enforce the 14-day quarantine for those entering the country. It should be official that Vegas will host by June 22nd, according to Sportsnet's Chris Johnston. Here are all the finals from the German Bundesliga today. Bayern Munich beat Gladbach 2-1. Wolfsburg and Freiburg settled nothing in a 2-2 tie. Dortmund edged Dusseldorf 1-0. Frankfurt pumped Hertha Berlin 4-1. Werder Bremen crushed Paderborn 5-1, while Union Berlin knocked off Cologne 2-1. The third round of the Charles Schwab Challenge at Colonial is on the go, and Jordan Spieth is your leader. Canada's Corey Connors is also in the mix. And UFC Fight Night goes down for the UFC Apex in Las Vegas tonight, where Jessica Eye faces Cynthia Calvillo in a flyweight division matchup, which is also the main event. Sports at 15 and 45, past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 8:46.
Look, I'll drive you guys home, but you need to chill. Everyone buckle up and stop messing around. I didn't sign up as DD just to end up in a ditch.
Even sober, young drivers are 9 times more likely to crash.
What?
Speak your mind. ChangeTheConversation.ca. Congratulations on winning the Chicago pitch. I have taxi chits here to get everyone home safely. Let's not have this win end in a loss. Convicted drunk drivers will be stopped at the U.S. border. Change the Conversation. Sponsored by the Brewers Association of Canada.
Oh, okay, so Stabby is to help me.
Battery-powered lawnmowers. Make mowing your lawn a breeze with uncompromised power and great features, including a rear bagger. 7 height adjustments and a multi-blade for $599.95. Or choose a self-propelled model starting at $699.95.
Shopping turkey, buy stuff. Where's the school? Price. And a ravine.
Find your local dealer today at Steel.
Black Creek. Price.
Quebec's independent police
Is that a black neighborhood to go Black
after an
Creek?
Indigenous man was shot and killed by police in New Brunswick last night.
New Brunswick, right? Okay, so
police were called to reports of a disturbed
why are the
man
Quebec
with a
police
knife.
being called in?
Relatives in Miramichi were called to reports of a man who was holed up in a building with a knife after apparent failed attempts to use a stun gun on him. RCMP shot that man after he charged at officers. He was given first aid at the scene, but did die shortly after arriving in the hospital. Mi'kmaq First Nation Chief Bill Ward reacting online, writing he was shocked and saddened, adding, "I just don't know what to think." Now, 8 members of Quebec's independent police watchdog will investigate this fatal shooting. I'm Tarji Parmar. 680 News Time, 8:48. After the RCMP commissioner and some politicians acknowledged the systemic racism within the institution, a release from the RCMP Veterans Association says they are unhappy about the sweeping generalization statements being made, calling them unfair. The veterans admit there are what they call anomalies, but claim it's inappropriate and inaccurate to call it systemic racism throughout the RCMP. The association also adds it's disappointed in the failure by senior executives to support members of the Mounties. You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. Meanwhile, south of the border, the American Civil Liberties Union is ready for a fight over the rollback of transgender rights in the U.S.
The rule finalized Friday by the Trump administration overturns Obama-era protections for transgender people against sex discrimination in healthcare. LGBTQ groups say explicit protections are needed for people seeking sex reassignment treatment, and even for transgender people who need care for common illnesses such as diabetes or heart problems.
Don't tell me I can fucking not tell who what it is either.
The statute says what the statute says.
Right, I don't like that. I don't like anybody touching me. Oh, you hate us? No, don't touch me.
You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. Well, it's a great anniversary for Raptors fans. Toronto winning their first championship 1 year ago tonight.
En espérant nous retrouver tous et toutes en santé pour une 10e saison, profitez bien de votre stock, profitez au maximum de la vie.
Basically one big mosh pit, and I was right in the middle of it.
Everybody got shot.
We were so packed in together so tightly that somebody stole the mic sock, my 680 mic sock, off my microphone, and I couldn't stop them. My arms pressed up against my body, pinned there by all the sweaty drunk people right around me.
Now that's a visual. Of course, the Raptors still defending champs as fans wait for the season to resume later in the summer. I'm Simon Beck.
Hinting at homoeroticism.
680 News Time, 8:50. Well, meanwhile, back here at home, the new dining experience will be opening in the entertainment district next month. Bob's claims it is the first fully automated restaurant in Canada. It's mainly a takeout venture. Customers order Bob's meals using the company's app and website, and you come directly into the restaurant and speak with the concierge who will take your order. The chef has one item that they make all by themselves. And they sanitize the outside of the box, and the food is cooked according to the customer's arrival time, so it's not sitting around getting cold. You'll be able to check it out on June 18th. 680 News Time, 8:51. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones.
Look up a la carte. Toronto's a la carte program. You drop $60,000.
Well, if you're traveling down the eastbound Gardner, everything is looking great now into the city.
What's the refresher vehicle license cost?
To Jameson, and also the ramp to Lakeshore at Parkland that is closed because we have closures on eastbound Lakeshore due to active TO. So eastbound Lakeshore remains closed from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. Also Bayview shut down from Front to Rosedale Valley Road, and River closed from Bayview to Girard. Now these routes will reopen tomorrow evening at 11 o'clock. Southbound 400, there's no access from the 407 down to the 401. All lanes are closed for construction. So the on-ramps between the 407 and the 401 are also shut down. But if you are on the southbound 400 and you need to get to the 401, get off at 407 or even Highway 7. Use Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or even Highway 27. Those routes are pretty good right now. And also in the Moncton area, still have Queen closed both ways between Torbram and Chrysler. But we also have new problems. Kiel is shut down both ways north of Rogers Road. This is between Nashville and Juliet Crescent because police are investigating a pedestrian had been struck. 407 ETR is helping communities and hospitals with a $5.2 million donation to United Way and GTHA Hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com. Your next traffic report is coming up at 9:01. Right now, let's get the extended forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Well, tonight we may have seen just a little bit of wind around the GTA, but nothing really major in terms of any wind gusts. We'll also continue to see mostly clear skies across the region, and the dry weather pattern that we are in will continue tomorrow and over the next 3 days. We're going to see mostly sunny skies on Monday and Tuesday, as well as Wednesday, and a high temperature tomorrow.
You're to feel bad every time you use it.
24 by Tuesday, and we'll improve by Wednesday to a high of 29 degrees. And by Thursday, a few sprinkles may move across the GTA, and we'll see a high temperature of a very nice 31 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
I snatched him up with a white guy. Oh, because they haven't done
We're seeing a few clouds. We're sitting
I
at
snatched him up with
16
another white guy.
and over at Pearson Airport, similar conditions there as well. Coming up at the top of the hour, the latest on protests across the globe and right here in downtown Toronto and the fight against anti-black racism. 680 News Time, 8:54. This extended forecast is brought to you by Pizza Pizza. We're still the champs. Celebrate the Toronto Raptors championship anniversary with 50% off regular price pizzas. Today only. Use the code Raptors online and on the Pizza Pizza app.
At BDO Debt Solutions, they know that life is full of unexpected events that can weaken your financial well-being. Many people who come to BDO for help had to go through tough times and take on debt in order to survive. If you're experiencing difficulty, a BDO licensed insolvency trustee can provide a free initial consultation and offer you services
You made me wait 45 minutes. What if I did?
And help you find a solution that works
To my
for you
mother,
and
so
your
she
family.
would flip the fuck out on me because it's my fault.
To book a free over-the-phone
Yeah, that's my
consultation.
fault.
We work for you.
Wait a second.
From talking
The school did this. How is this my fault?
Answers to
Yeah,
what
the
you need
school
to know
did this.
about COVID-19.
And answers about your job.
That was at home. And at
If you have a
school,
question, ask
when
it
I
at
was allowed out of the office, oh
answers.
yeah, I was allowed out because of these idiots touched
We're
me.
in
I
this
hit them.
together.
Oh, you can't hit them.
Working for you.
You hit me first.
Your
Oh, it doesn't
business
matter.
report is coming up in just
Why?
60
Well, 'cause I'm
seconds.
his
6 City
mother,
News
blah,
time,
blah, blah.
8:55.
Oh,
5-star Google reviews are the best
well,
reviews
you're
any company
this,
can
and he's
get.
better
This
than you.
drumbeat represents
Explain.
one.
Oh, well, no, I
Many
can't.
companies have some.
There's some fucking pedophile fucking
This is how many
21-year-old
Search Kings
chasing me around the fucking playground. How many fucking times can I tell you to fuck up?
has. Search Kings has hundreds of 5-star
There's a dozen
Google
other kids
reviews.
trying to play
No
with the guy. I
wonder
don't know
Google
what the fuck is wrong with
hand-selected
them.
Search
They're all
Kings as a
attention
Google
stars.
Premier Partner. And they're Canadian. You want to stand out for your customers that are
Let's play.
online?
What the
Switch
fuck
to
is
Search
you, bro?
Kings.
Get the fuck out of
Even
here.
if you love renovating, sometimes
I
it
think
helps
that
to
girl
hire
showed
a
me the
professional.
pussy. I gotta do
Just
a
like I
DJ
did for
dance
this radio
after
ad.
that.
Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Real life.
Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the Installation Services Blitz. Get
What's they gonna
10%
do
back
if we
on a
were
Rona
little?
or Lowe's
Single
gift card
digits
for
in the
any
age,
air
eh?
conditioning, roofing, or kitchen installation project.
Oh.
Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict health and safety measures.
Yeah, they were trying to groom me. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave you waiting.
Conditions apply. Details online.
I put my shoes on and went downstairs. Turns into 45 minutes.
56 now. You
Oh, you made me. What's this melodramatic shit from these metrosexuals? Yeah, you're all pedophiles. Why are you dressing like that? Why are you trying to trick
Starbucks says it
kids?
plans to close up to 200 of its Canadian locations over the next 2 years.
Oh, you're college
Amid the fallout
educated,
from
but you speak half
COVID-19,
retarded
although
on
some of those
purpose.
locations could be turned into something a bit different, kind of like a to-go
Kids are
format.
using language
Carter
you can't
is a
seem
food
to
service
understand.
expert at
You always
Stratton
point that out, and
Hunter Group, and he
everybody
says
else
this
is,
really
why are
speaks to
you
how our
noticing that?
schedules have changed.
It's been the same every generation ever.
We've just completed in terms of consumers'
You shouldn't talk that way. You should talk this way. Why?
using restaurants.
People can't understand you. Yeah, you're all pedophiles. I don't want you to understand this.
And that's really going to impact the breakfast category. It's going to impact the, consumers getting coffee on their way to work. So we can see that the morning
12-year-olds
meal
kill
day part
people
of
in
the
this
coffee
country.
category is going to be
11-year-olds
really
staying out under
impacted
12.
by the change in consumer behavior. So
Go
it
hunting
seems to
legally
make
at
sense
12.
for Starbucks to take a
Joking, you can't
proactive look
charge
at this
till
and decide they're going to rejig some of their stores or actually shut
Once a
some
12-year-old know how
stores
to use a
down.
gun, let's show them at 11.
See similar closure announcements out of Tim Hortons, Robert?
I don't think you'll see the same out of Tim Hortons because if you look at the Tim Hortons business model, they have a bit more balance across the day part where a Starbucks business model is very focused on that morning meal, coffee, breakfast. It
The fuck are you
represents
talking
80% of their
about?
business today. So
They still don't do nothing all day. That's why they're not in there. They're
more
not
balance throughout the day.
They're not coming back. That generation's gone,
With
brother.
that morning meal day part, which now in the restaurant segment
$1.75 to
represents
$3
over 35% of all restaurant transactions. But Tim Hortons should be, they'll feel the declines in the morning, but I think their business model will still hold.
That's Robert Carter with the Stratton Hunter Group. And at the Business Center, I'm Richard Southern.
I'm Superintendent Scott Baptist of Toronto Police Traffic Services with a reminder to always drive sober, whether by alcohol or drugs, or a combination.
Why can't you pronounce
Police
your
have
own
the
name?
authority, the ability, and the tools to detect impairment. Driving impaired comes with serious consequences, including the loss of your license, vehicle impoundment, fines, insurance
impaired right now. You
increases,
can't pronounce
jail
your own
time, and
name.
more. Thank you for driving sober. A message from
This
Arrival
guy
at
walked
Drive
up to me and
Sober
said, I'm
and
Officer
the Ontario
Baptist. I can see his
Association of
name
Chiefs
tag.
of
He's
Police.
already
Your
mispronouncing his
home is
name.
your
I'm not
sanctuary.
answering shit. He's
Whether it
drunk.
means your air conditioner needs to work. If you need repairs or a replacement, Reliance Home Comfort
No,
answers
so
your
we're
call
going to
24/7.
No,
We're
no, how
taking
do you
every
break it down?
precaution to
Yeah, I
keep
got to
you
answer
safe.
every
We're
single
getting
one
help
of
with
them.
deferred payments and no interest for 18 months on featured air conditioners. And as always,
You get caught all the time. That's why there's this gang beef between Toronto and Peel Region cops. The Toronto cops were shipping cocaine through the airport for years, decades. Peel Region wants it shut.
See website for details.
You're not going to give it. We're going to nail you every time you drive drunk through here and there. Right, we'll do it back and forth to each other. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Get Dad the Stihl MS-170 chainsaw.
On sale for $199.95.
Stihl at Coy Brothers.
KLOYBROS.com. Taking a look at your regional weather conditions in Ajax, dipping down to 13 degrees right now with clear sky. Over in Brampton, 15 degrees, a few clouds there. And downtown Toronto right now, we're sitting at 16 degrees. Bye. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. Listen 3, 4, even 5 times a day. And you'll always be in the know. 680 News time, 9 o'clock.
That's actually, you can see it pretty good. Whatever the fuck this thing is. Should have blood bruise looking thing. I don't have a bruise. That's That's not what it is.
680 News.
I'm covered in fucking marks and holes today.
Good evening. This is Saturday, June the 13th. I'm Eden Zveba. And I'm Madison Fitzpatrick. Here's this making news this hour.
Madison.
The third weekend of protests in the GTA. Demonstrators in Toronto converged at Queen's Park in a stand against anti-black racism and police brutality.
There are reports of a woman pinned down by a car after a hit-and-run incident in York region. 4 people are in hospital with serious injuries, and a stretch of Queen is
Keelan, where?
in Brampton.
She did not say York region, she said York. That's a city,
for GTA visitors on the first weekend of Stage 2 for most of the province, while Ontarians make the adjustment to the new concept of social circles. The PGA Tour is back, and it is a loaded leaderboard, and the NHL has its eyes on Sin City. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, we'll explain why stocks can have a big rally while the economy plunges into a recession, putting millions out of work. I'll chat with the chief economist of the CIBC.
680 News Time, 9:01. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins. Thanks, and this traffic report is brought to you by AGM Renovations. If you're traveling right now on the eastbound 401, everything is looking good. Westbound 401, haven't really seen any problems, but the collector's route to the 410 and the 403 is down to a single lane, and that is for construction. We've got construction on the southbound 400 from the 407 all the way down to the 401. Southbound 400 lanes are closed, and that means the on-ramps from the 407 to the 401 also shut down. So you can always get off at the 407 or Highway 7 and use alternates such as Kiel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or even Highway 27. And checking the eastbound Gardner, we still have that ramp to the lakeshore of Parklawn closed for active TO. That, of course, means that eastbound Lakeshore, that is shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. It's all because of active TO. It will reopen tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And yes, westbound Lakeshore is open. In the Brampton area, Queen at last check closed both ways between Torbram and Chrysler for collision investigation. We also have Kiel closed both ways between Nashville and Juliet Crescent. That's north of Rogers Road. That's for a crash investigation as well. How about the money you save staying at home?
Real close
you
to
spend on your home?
Sure.
How about you take this opportunity to finally finish the basement? Visit agmrenovations.com. Your next traffic report is at 9:11. Right now, let's get the forecast. Jason Frazier.
Well, it will continue to be a beautiful evening across the GTA. We might see 1 or 2 clouds, but I think the majority of us will see mostly clear skies, and we'll see temperatures dipping down to the single digits. So overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Downtown Toronto right now, 16 degrees with a few clouds, and over at Pearson Airport, similar conditions there. 680 News Time, 9:03.
Rallies against systemic racism and police brutality continued this weekend across the globe and right here in the GTA.
Here in Toronto, demonstrators marched to Queen's Park to show support for the Black Lives Matter movement. 680's Michelle Mackey reports. We want change ringing through the air as demonstrators stood in solidarity at Queen's Park. The demonstration was organized by Remember the 400, a group dedicated to telling the true story of slaves who landed on the shores of America 400 years ago.
No.
Must end.
It's one of a number of protests against anti-black racism and police brutality that took place
400 years of slave trading.
NDP MPP Kevin Yard marched in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement.
The thousands of the people here.
Why? He died of a heart attack. Why?
For justice, for racial justice and equality. Anti-black racism, anti-indigenous racism has deep roots in Ontario and in Canada.
Yard, a member of the Ontario Black Caucus, wants to see real social change resulting from these protests, including additional training for police officers. I'm Michelle Mackey.
Meantime, protests also taking place in other parts of the GTA. In Markham, hundreds of people marched down Highway 7, a major route in the city, to support the fight for racial equality. The majority of peaceful protesters are reportedly young people, and the organizer of the event is 16-year-old Sydney Baxter, a Markham District High School student. Demonstrators ended their march at Millennium Square.
680 News Time 9:04. Atlanta's police chief Erica Shields has resigned. The move comes amidst calls from the anti-racism protesters to bring attention to the deaths of two more black men, who one was found hanging from a tree in California, and another who was fatally shot by police outside an Atlanta restaurant. Bottoms addressing the state of policing in her city.
Burn church, asshole.
680 News Time 9:05.
Mark, thanks so much for joining us. It's a tense situation right now. Looks like there's smoke coming up. Maybe.
What has become abundantly clear over the last couple of weeks in Atlanta is that while we have a police force full of men and women who work alongside our communities with honor, respect, and dignity, there has been a disconnect with what our expectations are and should be as it relates to interactions with our officers and the communities in which they are entrusted to protect.
Security camera video of the shooting was released earlier today. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation said Brooks resisted attempts to be taken into custody after he failed a field sobriety test and a struggle ensued over a taser.
Iris scanning, whatever that's
680 News Time 9:06. Happening now in Atlanta, tensions are rising amongst demonstrators as they voice their outrage over recent allegations of police-involved killings in their state.
You know how to blow up your city for us here, but we're going to blow up our city.
Former mayor of New Orleans, Mark Morial.
Mark, thanks so much for joining us.
Why do I go there running off the video camera? I would drive.
Right now, looks like there's smoke coming up, maybe some tear gas that's just been launched. The folks that are not very happy with the situation. What's your thought?
Well, what I've learned in the last few hours is that this is the third incident in about 10 days. A questionable incident between African Americans and the Atlanta Police Department.
Meantime, in Europe, far-right activists scuffled with police in London and Paris. The confrontations happened as more Black Lives Matter demonstrators unfolded nearly 3 weeks after George Floyd, another black man, died at the hands of a white Minneapolis police officer. 680 News Time 9:07. Breaking news from York, where a hit and run in the area of Teal Street and Rotherham Avenue has left 4 people with injuries. Police were initially called to the area around 8 p.m. for reports that a car had hit a pedestrian and pinned them underneath a vehicle. One person now has been transported to hospital. Police are looking for the driver who ran away from the scene. There are closures for you to be aware of. Kiel is closed both ways at North and Rogers Road from Nashville to Juliet Crescent. Stay with 680 News from Rollins. Developing story.
300 yards in the dark.
The jaws of life were needed to remove the injured occupants of a 2-car crash in Brampton this afternoon. 2 men are being rushed to hospital, one via air ambulance. 2 other people are also in hospital. The photos from the scene show both cars with significant damage to their front ends. The crash also causing the downing of a traffic pole in the area. As a result, West Queen is shut down both ways between Torburn Road. You can expect delays in the area and should use an alternate route if possible. Meanwhile, Toronto police say a man is in custody after a possible child abduction attempt in the Keele and Finch area. Officers responded to calls just before 2 p.m. near Fountainhead and Sentinel Road. They located a man with life-threatening injuries in the lobby of an apartment building. Police say the child did not suffer any injuries. No charges were immediately laid, and police didn't say if those involved in the incident knew each other. And Keele police are investigating the fatal shooting of a 21-year-old man in Mississauga. Just before 8 on Friday morning, police were called to a reported shooting in the Dundas Street East and Origin Way area. Responding officers found a man with gunshot wounds inside the vehicle. The victim, 21-year-old Abdul Aziz Dubet of Toronto, was declared dead at the scene. Police are asking anyone with information to contact them. You're listening to All News Radio 680 News. A majority of cottage country has now entered stage 2 of the province's reopening plan, meaning many businesses are gearing up to open their doors. And as the weather continues to warm up, local officials are concerned about the oncoming rush of people.
The towns of Guelph and Orangeville have both entered stage 2, and Orangeville Mayor Sandy Brown tells me the region's medical officer of health has introduced a new measure amidst concerns those from the GTA might be heading their way.
All patrons going into
You come here, pussy. Bring your business here, stupid. Put it on the truck and wait.
Overrun by people from phase 1 areas.
But Brown says with appointments at nail and hair salons booked up, masks not mandatory on patios, and some stores already open in stage 1 areas, he doesn't see this happening. This first weekend of stage 2 for most of Ontario comes as all of us get to enjoy gatherings of up to 10 people and new social circles of up to 10 where physical distancing doesn't have to be maintained. But Premier Doug Ford says this measure would be impossible to legally enforce.
The social circle police aren't going to be knocking on your door. We trust you're going to be doing the right thing and just follow the protocol.
Also new in Ontario as of today, weddings and funerals held outdoors can have an attendance of up to 50 people. Indoors, they'll be maxed out at 30% of a venue's capacity, but receptions for both still can only have just 10 people. I'm Stuart Begin.
Life during COVID-19.
News you need to know.
And what happens next. You'll always hear the latest.
Pretty sure I do. I'm charging them all $100 too.
Now time for the 680 News gas price update. And for Fix the price of gas will not change at midnight. It's holding at 97.9 cents a liter. Coming up, traffic and weather together on the ones. 680 News time, 9:10.
Every Toyota is built to keep you and your family safe. And every Toyota is sold in a way that keeps you and our staff safe. Our showrooms and service departments are open and sanitized regularly. We're following physical distancing.
I say the government should get body cameras so the blind people.
Contactless service. And right now, you don't pay for 6 months when you finance most new Toyota models. So if you're in the market for a Toyota, contact your local dealer or visit shoptoyota.ca. We're ready when you are.
680 News time, 9:11. Time for traffic and weather together on the
Look
ones.
at all the criminals caught by blind people.
And right now, I'm just having a look at the southbound 400. Just keep in mind, construction has it closed from the 407 all the way down to the 401. That includes the on-ramps between the 407 and the 401. Now, if you're on the southbound 400, you can exit at 407 or Highway 7. Use alternates such as Peel, Dufferin, Weston, Islington, or Highway 27. Looking at the eastbound Gardner, it's not a bad drive into the city. Just a bit of a delay on the ramp to Jameson, and of course the ramp to the Lakeshore Parkland. That remains closed until tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. The reason we've got closures on the eastbound Lakeshore for active TO is shut down from Windermere to Stadium Road and from Leslie to Woodbine. But that's not active TO is also shut down Bayview from Front to Rosedale Valley Road and River from Bayview to Gerard. Again, everything should open up tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the evening. And if you're getting around on city streets right now in Brampton, last check we had Queen shut down between Torbrand and Chrysler for a crash investigation. Another collision investigation has Keel closed both ways north of Rogers Road between Nashville and Juliet. Your next traffic report is coming up at 9:21. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Jason Frazier.
Across the GTA tonight, we'll see mostly clear skies. No rain is expected. And then for tomorrow, we're going to see another gorgeous day across our area with temperatures getting very close to 20 degrees, and we'll see mostly clear skies, plenty of sunshine. And then tomorrow night, mostly clear with temperatures dipping down to around 7 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Downtown Toronto, right now, 16 degrees.
It's suicide disease. I'm the first person ever.
Pearson Airport, it's 15 degrees.
Sure.
680 News time, it's
well,
9:13.
Because otherwise, this
for the first time in its history, ABC's The Bachelor will be featuring a black lead. After mounting criticism over a lack of diversity, ABC has announced that Matt James, a 28-year-old real estate broker, will be starring in the next season. Pressure for the hit dating show to cast a black lead intensified in recent days amidst the ongoing demonstrations in the U.S. The show's nearly two-decade history has seen overwhelmingly white casts, with just one black star in its sister spin-off, The Bachelorette, back in 2017. Still to come on 680 News, widespread anti-racism protests have pushed corporate America to commemorate Juneteenth. 680 News time, 9:14.
Even if you love renovating, sometimes it helps to hire a professional, just like I did for this radio ad. Dennis, could you read the next bit?
Certainly. Until July 1st at Rona and Lowe's, it's the installation services blitz. Get 10% back on a Rona or Lowe's gift card for any air conditioning, roofing, or kitchen installation project. Plus, our certified installers are duly trained to apply strict health and safety measures.
Or don't say that. It's just something.
Wow. Thank you. It was amazing.
Anytime. Conditions apply. Details online.
Have you heard about direct lending? It's more flexible than bank lending without the bank. With tougher regulations after the financial crisis, traditional banks have cut back on lending to homeowners. With a home equity loan from Capital Direct, the money that you could use is a simple phone call away. Whether it's home renovations, college tuition, or you just want to pay down taxes, Capital Direct can help. Go direct. Call Capital Direct today at 1-800-NEW-CAPITAL to see what's available for you.
Deal with these afternoons about coffee. Or about Starbucks.
This is All News Radio.
Tim Martin's the one that knows Starbucks.
Partly cloudy and 15 degrees in downtown Toronto. Good evening. The 680 News Broadcast Center. I'm Eden Spetta.
I'm Madison Fitzpatrick. Here's what's making news this hour.
A rally against anti-black racism was held at Queen's Park this afternoon, and over in Welcome, hundreds joined a march against systemic racism led by the 16-year-old Sydney Baxter, a Markham District High School student. 5 people are in hospital, one of which is a woman in her 60s for serious hit and run in North Region. The driver did not remain on scene. And a 2-vehicle crash has sent 4 people to hospital with serious to life-threatening injuries. One man needing to be transported via air ambulance as over in Brampton. 680 News Time 9:15.
Thank you. I'll make you fresh.
Now 680.
If I want to fresh, I want to stop to make coffee more.
The PGA Tour is back with the
If I
Charles
wanted
Schwab
something other than what was there,
Schauffele
why would I go
taking a
for
one-shot lead into the final round. There is a logjam one-shot back. That includes Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth. Spieth is looking for his first win since the Open Championship in 2017. 2 Canadians are still alive. Corey Connors is 3 shots back, while Adam Hadwin is 6 under, 7 shots off the pace. The Bundesliga continuing with 6 matches in total. That includes Bayern Munich doubling up Mönchengladbach 2-1. That keeps them safely atop the table. Dortmund are 1-0 winners over Dusseldorf. That 1-0 win means that Dortmund still have a slight chance to catch Bayern for the league's top spot, while Werder Bremen hammers Paderborn 5-1. And the NHL is looking at Las Vegas as a hub city. The league expects to make that official later on this month. On top of that, for players who need their work visa extended, the league is strongly encouraging them to return to Canada or the United States by next Sunday. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
We're 2 hours of fucking night.
And find out what to wear.
That's the most expensive lane car you can get. Doesn't matter what you do.
Here's to the road ahead. Here's to the handshakes and high fives that will come. And here's to the heroes who will take us there.
It's a middle of the road car, but it's got the most expensive version of this middle of the road car. It's not special. Some go extra fast.
At 2.99% and 0 down.
$750
Honda bonus. And shop safely with enhanced safety procedures in all dealerships.
3 smart parking spots he's got to take one.
To the road ahead.
24 hours for
60 months, taxes extra OAC.
Whether your dad is an action guy or I can't wait till sports is back
guy. Why is he yelling at me? Because I won't let him yell at me. I want to let it go. I just go, oh, sorry, Mr. Store Owner, I'm an ignorant nigger. You're a mileage still, but I've been spending money in your store for more than 25 years. You get a mouth out of it. Oh, yeah. I'll come back again. Hey, Mr. Officer, what's the reason to get it out?
With online and curbside pickup options. Deals for dads from Visions
I said this version
See the online flyer at visions.ca.
They can spot me easily. They got South Africa working
News Radio 680 News. An Indigenous man has been shot to death by RCMP in New Brunswick last night following some kind of interaction with police. 680 Sergeant Parmont reports the death has prompted an investigation from the police watchdog.
Reports say Mounties responded to a call for a disturbed man
which store am I talking about now? Because it's the same setup.
RCMP officers apparently found the man in a building and did use a stun gun repeatedly, but it did not subdue him. That man was shot when he tried to charge at police. The man was given first aid and taken to hospital, but he was pronounced dead. 8 people of Quebec's independent police watchdog have been assigned to figure out what happened. Mi'kmaq First Nation Chief Bill Ward reacting online, writing, "I'm so mad and sad, I just don't know what to think."
Pussy, what the fuck are you? Pussy.
680 News Time 9:18. We go stateside now, where anti-black racism protests are leading to corporate change. Juneteenth is now gaining wider recognition amongst American companies. Nike, the NFL, Twitter, and the Washington Post are giving employees the option to take a paid day off on June 19th for the first time ever. Also known as Juneteenth, the day commemorates the day of 1865. Major General Gordon Granger announced the end of the Civil War and slavery in Galveston, Texas. Juneteenth is a federal holiday, but other companies are offering
having the day off include the New York Times, BuzzFeed, and Fox, and the list seems to be growing. Yuni Han, ABC News. A year ago today, Toronto became one big party city. It's the anniversary of the Raptors winning the NBA.
Pour beaucoup de gens, et c'est pour ça que, avec le metteur en scène qui a adapté mon bouquin Les Étoiles de Sidi Moment, nous avons ouvert des centres culturels dans les bidonvilles. Nous avons
you see somebody get a multi-million-dollar contract without sucking dick? Exactly. This is Toronto. You have to be that way to play it. Be that way to become a police officer, a teacher, any of this shit. Yes, you do. Oh. Well, you just don't know because you don't have the what skills don't I have? What paperwork don't I have? Bearing in mind, I stopped working in these fields that I didn't want to.
Lorsqu'il y a beaucoup de vent, disant qu'il
You go working on profits like I did.
il y a du vent que vous entendez derrière vous.
Y'all do it wrong. You do it your way. This is how we're doing it here. But you don't break your fucking neck.
C'est un lieu qui se prête à ça.
Oh, it goes from here to here. You think you look down on me? No, buddy.
Absolument charmante, mais plus que ça, parce qu'il y a
I'm gonna stick my fingers in the milk because I let somebody touch things. I know, you're a fucking pedophile. Why are you hanging out in this street? Ah, you don't like me at all because you've been told about me, yeah. This whole fucking cartel of pedophiles. They're all snitches. They all know each other from PC. Oh, they put them all in one place so they become friends. The police there too. Why are the police on PC? Think about it. Nothing there but informants, okay, and sex offenders. What police officer wants to hang out with sex offenders over there? Right, that don't make no sense. You want to put those guys in jail, not sit there with them. Why not put them in segregation then? Oh, that's for niggers. You'd rather hang out with a bunch of pedophiles than by yourself. That's how well you know yourself. You'd rather look at the same thing and pretend it's somebody else and see it in your face. There's no mirrors in segregation. There's no mirrors anywhere in the fucking jail.
Créé à Tunis au moment d'une situation politique compliquée d'ailleurs, avec même une commission de la censure. Vous avez monté cette maison d'édition en réaction, en opposition à l'époque.
Alors oui, une forme de réaction et d'opposition qui n'était pas frontale, mais c'est une forme de survie au contexte. Il y avait une asymétrie et sincèrement, nombre d'intellectuels n'en pouvaient plus. Oui, c'est une réaction pour soi et pour prendre du souffle dans nos vies.
Alors comment ça s'est passé à ce moment-là? On vous a laissé faire quand même? Ça a été dur ou ça a été assez simple de monter l'ISAT?
Ça n'a pas été dur du point de vue de la censure, mais il faut dire que la ligne éditoriale de la maison d'édition et de la fiction.
Pickering, northbound Brock Road, all lanes are closed approaching Kingston, all because of a crash. Emergency crews are on the scene. Every 3 minutes, a child is born with a cleft condition. This doesn't change even during the pandemic. Visit OperationFound.ca and please help. Our next traffic report is at 9:31. Right now,
South Africa's a region.
Forecast.
No, it's not. Well, it's a region of the world, sort of.
Well, we have high pressure that is in control, and that is the reason
why
we're seeing mostly clear skies across the GTA. The dry weather is going to last us through not only tomorrow, but through Monday, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. We only have a slight chance of some rain showers, possibly on Thursday. So expect to see sunny skies on Monday and a high temperature near 20 degrees. We'll improve a few degrees on Tuesday.
It's all
by
provincial.
Wednesday, we'll go all the way up to a high temperature of 29 degrees, and by Thursday, we'll improve to a high of 31 degrees. Our overnight low tonight is 8 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 15 degrees, and a Kirchner cloudy and 16. Coming up at 9:30, a rundown of anti-black racism protests across the GTA today, and the latest from Brampton, where a serious collision has sent 4 people to hospital, 1 man via air ambulance. 680 News Time, 9:23. H. Williams Pawnbrokers' iconic red sign is a Toronto landmark on Church Street, but it's their outstanding 70-year history.
No, not this. ICOR. Operator.
Their reputation for genuine relationships and helping people get over
tough times. Impeccable service.
Like
yeah, that's
bank.
what the S stands
for. Pawnbroker. Loans are guaranteed for 1 year
with
no
you're
monthly
speaking
payments,
English.
no appointment needed. Bring your valuables and a mask into their
you don't know what I am.
and walk out with cash.
Fuck what you are. This is what these people are focused on. Well, you got to think of me. day all the
145
time.
Church Street, north of Queen.
Why, you suck the dick to get ahead, so I should suck yours to get ahead. I don't give a fuck about you.
Listen,
I don't give a fuck about you. What you do? You got gold on your neck? Yeah, I'll cut your throat and leave the gold there.
Play us on your smart speaker. Of all the big lingering
So get the
mysteries
fuck
in
out with that,
science,
Julie. I don't give a
so-called
fuck who
dark
you are.
energy remains
You got
near the top
piercings?
of the
Good, I'll rip
list.
them the fuck
Thought
out.
to make up over
Oh,
2/3
scary
of the
weapon.
universe, we still have no idea what it is or how it works.
Well,
680's
just keep
Curtis
stepping
Doran
to me.
reports on
Look
the
how
newly
sick I am.
completed effort to probe that mystery.
We've known for a while now that not only is the universe expanding, but its rate of expansion
Oh,
is
you
speeding up.
sucker
There
punch
must
me.
be something
Hey,
causing
buddy,
this,
I
and
put
for
your
now, the
picture
name
out
of
on the
that something
internet.
is dark energy.
They all know you're a
And the first step
pedophile. You've
towards
known me
investigating
20
this
fucking
unknown
years. How are you
force
not a
is to get a better
pedophile?
look at how all those galaxies and quasars
What was your
flying
face
apart.
going so
Enter
close
the
to my
dark
fucking
energy
crotch? I sucker
spectroscopic
punched you?
instrument, or
Really?
DESI,
I did that
of
while
the
I was
Petit
stepping
Negre
back
Blanche
to you as
Observatory
fast
in
as possible.
Arizona.
How'd I
And
do
its orbit
that?
is
Back over
5,000
this way? No, I
pencil-sized
didn't.
swiveling
That's a funny
robots,
thought a couple
each
of years
controlling
ago.
a single fiber
How
optic
else did I
eye,
do? I didn't
which have been
sucker punch you.
pre-programmed to capture the light
You
from
stuck your head up to
5,000
my
different
crotch
galaxies
and
and
I
quasars at a
sucker
time.
punched you?
It'll
Sucker,
keep doing
right?
this over the
Sucker.
span of
Oh,
5
me,
years,
sucker.
targeting the same
Oh,
sets
that's
of
fucking
objects over
hilarious.
and over again, and using the light to calculate how far away they are. What we'll end up
I
with is a
put you on
3D
blast
map
last
of
year,
about a
stupid.
third of the sky,
Oh, I don't know.
illustrating
Didn't have
exactly
to.
what this hypothetical dark energy is doing to that segment of the cosmos. It's a big task for a pretty insane piece of
Smile,
equipment.
smile,
Who knows how
smile,
our view of the
smile,
universe might
smile. Wait, I'm
change
not
once
gonna
it's
open my
done.
mouth for you.
With This Week in
What the fuck's
Science,
wrong
I'm
with you?
Curtis Doran.
What the fuck
Your
is wrong
business
with you
report
people?
coming up next. 680 News Time, 9:25. Hi.
I don't care what 200 years of science says. You're going to do it for me because that's what you have to because I said so. You're not nothing to me, bro. Oh, we share DNA? I share 49% of my DNA with a lungfish.
She can need an office away from home or just a comfortable
I'll say
night's
nothing to
sleep.
you.
We are taking additional
Oh, that's not
measures
true
to
because
ensure
I just
your
read
health and
TA
safety.
said this and
By
that.
doing
No,
so,
you didn't read
we will
it
do
right.
our best to make Monte Carlo wins your home away from
You have
home.
more in common with a
Visit
lungfish
MonteCarloWins.com
than
for
your
more
grandparents. Any of them. Any one of
Valley
them.
North Toyota welcomes
That's
you
all,
back.
bro.
And to ensure you enjoy the safe and efficient experience you've come to expect from Don Valley North Toyota for the past nearly 50 years, they've introduced many
Because you looked in the
safety
mirror and
protocols
saw
within their
something.
facility.
Oh, I'm
They're ready
right.
when you are. Right now,
Based on
lease a
what?
new Camry at 0%
Based on what? How are you
or
right?
enjoy
What
other
did you
incredible
use to
offers
own?
on their most popular models.
How do you have a
Choose
slave
from an
name?
outstanding
You were
selection at Canada's
not an
#1 volume
indentured
Toyota dealer. Visit DonValleyNorthToyota.com.
You guys always complaining about the Jews playing
680
trickery
News
with
Time,
debts
9:26. Now time for the
slave you,
680
but you weren't
News
slaves. Make up your mind.
I'm Richard Dedman.
Well, they
The
say all this
huge
shit.
run-up in stock prices from
Well,
their
here's your
March
joint
low has some
brotherhood.
observers puzzled given the fact
Brothers,
we're in a
this is war.
recession and
Are you on
millions of
fucking
people have
drugs?
lost work due to the pandemic.
I'd find your clubhouse, I'll
CNBC
burn it down
economist
with all you
Avery
in it.
Shenfeld is on the line. What are investors
You call it a
thinking?
clan barbecue, don't you? Yeah.
Both in the U.S. and Canada and globally are turning the corner. Markets
South
are pretty
Africa's
good
still
judge
putting
of
them on
economic
way.
events,
I'll fuck
but
you
may
up.
not
I'll
be a
walk
great
right up there in
judge
the white
of
robes and everything,
events
kill
related
you
to
all,
viruses
buddy, with a
that they
stolen
haven't
police
faced
gun and everything.
before. And we're a
Take
bit
it off a
concerned
racist.
that
Well, he stole it
they're
off a
counting
crack
on
dealer that he
oil
killed,
to
right?
smooth the path from where we've
They
been,
deserved it, right?
which
Right.
is a
Pay back.
horrific economy,
Grandmother, right?
to
Oh, you
something
keep
much better
censoring
is
me.
coming. But there's some questions in
You
our
keep in
mind
the
as to
button
how
before
smooth
I
that
say
path
it.
will be and
Tap
how early
freeze,
those
tap
profits
freeze.
will
I know.
be flowing in the way markets are thinking.
Is this a battle of perception
You
between
are the
Main Street and Wall
iPhone
Street?
Equity markets typically are a leading indicator, and they were right over the past few months that the worst is probably behind us. But the markets are judging that next year, earnings per share in the U.S. will be about where they were in 2019.
But can corporate earnings rebound at that kind of pace despite a recession
those
that's worse
four
than
wins because they're made of slave
2009?
labor. So
Might
you're
be
going
a
to make
bit
them
of
do
a
it again,
stretch.
right?
Remember that some companies might have to take on additional debt to get through this sluggish period. And a lot of what was
can't do what I'm
earnings
suggesting
growth
with this.
before this crisis.
Well, done everything in the
were
world
share
except your
buybacks.
Android
Some
box.
companies simply don't have the money to
Oh,
be
look at this. That's a
buying
genuine
back shares
battery.
and
That's a
reducing the
genuine genuine battery.
Shares
Swell
outstanding.
the fuck
Given
up.
that most
That's
people don't
genuine.
own stocks, is this rally showing a disconnect?
It doesn't mean that for the average Canadian
that's
that the job market is going to suddenly be a lot better. It is getting better, but a return to normalcy for them could be slower than a return to prices in the equity market.
CIBC Chief Economist Avery Schenfeld. In the Business Center, I'm Richard Denton.
Yeah, this shit exploded.
A message from the War Amps. When you use the War Amps key tags, you protect your keys. If you lose your keys,
The finder can call the number on the back of the tag.
Genuine battery.
It's
Funny how my examples come on, Daddy.
your keys for free. Order your key tags today at orams.ca and make a difference in the lives of amputees.
It was wired right into the fucking swelled up.
A message from the Canadian Union of Brewery and General Workers, Component 325. Please remember that essential workers, including healthcare workers, grocery and convenience store clerks, gas station attendants, food delivery people, truckers and transit workers have been risking their health and welfare to keep the rest of our nation going.
It is at $4 an hour.
They allow us to
Fight
stay
for
in
$15.
and reduce the spread of COVID-19. Thank you from the Canadian Union of Brewery and General Workers, representing Molson Coors Toronto Brewery.
680 News Time, 9:30.
Number one for news in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Good evening. This is Saturday, June 13th. I'm Madison.
Are you evening out the night?
Like, what the Here's what's making news this hour. A hit and run in York has sent 5 people to hospital, leaving 1 person with life-altering injuries. Meantime, 4 people have been sent to hospital with serious injuries after a crash in Brampton.
Peaceful protests took place across the GTA for the 3rd weekend in a row as demonstrators marched the streets against anti-Black racism and police brutality.
It all depends on how bad you want to sit on a restaurant patio this weekend, but some regions outside the GTA are worried about Stage 1 visitors in Stage 2 territory. Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas are lurking at this week's PGA Tour stop, and Las Vegas will be an NHL hub. Sports at 45.
And coming up in business, reducing stress on moving day during a pandemic. We'll hear how one moving company is adapting to social distancing measures while getting the job done. And what we're seeing in the real estate market.
Everybody's known this. 9:31. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the ones. Here's Kalindi Jordan.
Thanks, Madison. And this report brought to you by Roto-Rooter Emergency Services.
Why don't you listen to
If
this?
you're traveling on the southbound 400, there's no lanes to drive on from the 407 to the 401. Everything is closed on the southbound 400 from the 407 to the 401 because of construction.
Primitif des peuples que l'on laisse, je cite, crever sur nos plages. C'est un livre militant, Emmanuel Paul.
Oui, il a une forme de militance, oui, certainement, dans ce livre. Bon, on ne peut pas parler du mal de manière neutre et dégagée, en fait. Je pense que c'est un sujet qui appelle la lutte et le combat, forcément.
Alors, vous l'avez dit, elle rencontrera un homme séduisant, qui l'aimante, qui la fascine au point de tromper son mari avec lui. Cet homme a une violence en lui, une façon de l'aimer très particulière. Et du coup, comme elle est sous influence, elle réalise que l'amour n'est que guimauve, qu'on nous enfume avec ça. Pire, elle dit, l'amour peut être hypocrite, la haine est toujours vraie.
Oui, alors bien sûr, c'est les idées de son amant qui commencent à s'infiltrer et à prendre corps et chair en elle. Et c'est ça qui la rend très très anxieuse ou folle. Ses pensées, c'est naturellement pas les miennes, mais c'est celles que lui instille petit à petit cet homme diabolique en fait.
Mais en tout cas, cette phrase, Emmanuel Paul, l'amour peut être hypocrite, la haine est toujours vraie. C'est pas complètement faux. C'est naturellement et malheureusement pas complètement faux. Il faut bien être lucide et voir que la haine, oui, elle rassemble les armées. Je pense que c'est vrai, malheureusement. Bon, allez, on va laisser la place à nos libraires qui ont lu votre roman, Emmanuel. Je sais que ça vous angoisse un petit peu. Le Canada, la Suisse et la Belgique, on commence par qui?
Mais la Suisse?
La Suisse, allons-y avec Yasmina Jacquinto.
Oui, vous nous livrez un véritable récit apocalyptique. J'avoue que ce n'est pas exactement mon genre de lecture et que j'ai débuté votre roman sans grande conviction. Mais la force narrative et son style épuré m'ont fait oublier mes réticences. Cette aventure avec le diable incarné pose de vraies interrogations sur notre rapport au bien et au mal, et aussi sur la puissance séductrice de la violence.
Alors c'est vrai qu'il est question de violence dans ce livre. On va voir du côté de la Belgique, tiens, si elle est d'accord avec sa collègue.
Oui, franchement,
moi,
disait cette femme qui s'enlise simplement, si j'ose dire, dans une aventure néfaste. Alors probablement que c'est dû à l'écriture de l'auteur qui est fine et qui nous permet un regard d'entomologiste,
They
oui,
didn't go out and come
de la
back.
bienveillance, et puis beaucoup de recul sur leur vie, leurs choix, leurs peines, leurs regrets.
The fuck is going on? Let's see. You froze the pot too, eh?
Ben oui, ça
Just
va.
froze everything because I touched the mouse.
Josiane Les Tourneaux est au Canada.
Is that how that works?
Allons-y, Josiane, c'est à vous.
Oui, en fait, tout au long de ce roman, je me suis sentie comme sa narratrice, possédée, manipulée, impuissante. Votre habilité littéraire triomphe à tellement de niveaux dans ce livre. Le style direct, le repos